Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
The bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. It's just a fact that you're never too young to learn what it means to be on code. In fact, the younger a person is, the more deeply ingrained that principle becomes in them. And likewise, the older a person gets, the less likely they are to get on code or to stay on code. But this is something that we need to discuss, because if there is going to be a future for our people, it's going to begin with the young people and instilling these virtues in them. I recently saw a video online where some young people were poking fun at or otherwise ridiculing an older woman simply because apparently she had passed by. In fact, we see this kind of behavior frequently in the society, and it's been going on long before the rise of social media. And yes, we're talking about young people and having respect not merely for people who are older than them, but also just for people in the society in general. Now, you could try to claim that this is a matter of young people merely being immature. Yes, not just online, it's all around us, and there is a certain amount of that in truth, but let's be honest. We in the Black community have an epidemic of this. And it's not just limited to young people poking fun at some stranger they don't know in the local Walmart or downtown or what have you. This kind of behavior is taught in the home. I said taught. It's not just something that somebody picks up. When parents fail to check their children on certain behaviors, that teaches the child as much as if the parent had actually drilled it into their heads. This kind of thing starts in the home. Parents are supposed to teach their children how to behave in public. And they also should teach their children that respect is a two-way street. And this kind of thing matters deeply, because as we begin to finally exercise the principles of self-determination amongst ourselves, we also have to make sure that the young people understand what those principles are, and they also understand why it's important. You know, it's bad enough when young Black children try to practice this kind of behavior out in the society, but the fact that a number of them think nothing of posting this kind of behavior online says a lot. But then again, why would they think anything of it? If you've ever been on the metro train or the city bus, you also see that behavior there also. You know, about the only place that you don't see too many examples of it is in the airports. And that's because these delinquents don't have enough money to go to the airport, but unfortunately they are able to go practically everywhere else. And when young people are allowed to practice this behavior, as they get older, it degenerates into chronic behavioral problems, which eventually putrefies into criminality. But no matter how you try to slice it, the one thing it doesn't become is being on code. Now, this matters among children, but let's be honest here. In the Black community, we happen to have an epidemic of immature behavior. It doesn't stop when these people are kids. And the level and the spread of this behavior amongst our group, that is something that must be called out. And yeah, while we do see this behavior among other groups as well, it would be a lie to say that it's some Black pathology. The problem is, I'm not talking about other groups. I'm talking about this one, ours. So let's not change the subject. All of us are dedicated to the ideal of an empowered Black society. But no society can endure unless it is an ordered and structured society. It can't just be any old kind of thing. That old 60s idea of, you just let me do my thing and I'll let you do your thing and don't bother me, that is a delusion that Black people cannot afford. Today we hear it as, you do you and let me do me. Well, unfortunately, if you're going to live together as a group, as society, everybody can't just be allowed to do whatever, because that kind of behavior degenerates. If anything, black people should be the most sober and serious group on the entire planet, especially considering the odds that we're up against and the dire situation that we're enduring. Instead, we see black people trying to compete to see who can be the most frivolous, the most unserious. And we see this kind of behavior in all settings, places where it shouldn't be at all. And I'm sure you also notice that in too many places, the main ones who we see black people poking fun at are other black people. Now, when people act this way, especially as children, they lack manners and other social graces. When people grow into immature behavior, the odds are they won't grow out of it. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. It's like a football team that organizes to win a few games even though their strategy is crap and their team organization is horrible. If they're able to win a few games in spite of that, they'll tell themselves they're on the right track. Now, when you screw up and you manage to be successful, or at the very least you don't die, you're going to start to convince yourself that you're getting things right, but in reality, you're behind the 8-ball. This lack of maturity among too many of us, it strikes at the very heart of why it is so difficult to get black people on code for things. There are too many of us who have conditioned themselves to believe the only thing that they're supposed to be doing is finding something to laugh at, and if there's nothing to laugh at, well, they'll make something up. Black people are always trying to find things to laugh about when there's nothing funny. We've developed a well-earned reputation for being very good at making humor. In fact, that seems to be our main export. Black comedians are the most thoughtful and the most clever in human history. They find humor in places that people didn't even think of. And of course, that's precisely because they were the only ones allowed to be in a venue where black people could speak to a large group without having to sing or dance. It is true that under the king, the court jester is the only one who can speak truth to power. But why comedy in particular? Why did that become the main thing that so many of us decide to focus on as a form of self-expression? Not to play the part of a social psychologist, but when a group of people are being subjected to trauma, their first response is to try to deny it. And that typically will take the form of trying to laugh it off or otherwise make humor about it. It's a defense mechanism, and everyone uses it. If people focus on their trauma and pain, especially when they're powerless to stop it, then they're just as likely to slit their own throats, especially if it goes on for a long time. And for all of these centuries that we have been repeatedly and nonstop traumatized and brutalized, we have a lot of practice at trying to make our suffering bearable by making light of it. We have effectively used humor and laughter as a way to dull the pain of living under anti-black racism. Laughter is the best medicine, but when you take a medication for too long, you can wind up becoming dependent on it. For example, as black people, we oversample when it comes to entertainment in general and comedy in specific. In fact, we are the #1 consumers of comedy. And then we wonder why we can't get black people to ever focus and take anything seriously. Entertainment is mostly for escapist reasons, and we use consuming entertainment as a way to escape the reality of the oppression that we're enduring, but that doesn't work. Confronting the forces of antagonism, though, does. You got black people who will be showing up at a place to protest the police murdering a black person in cold blood, and you'll have some Negroes out there literally dancing in the streets, trying to twerk, acting like it's all one big party. That is not just being off code, that is a mental derangement, and unfortunately too many black people suffer from it. They choose to indulge it. But this rampant immaturity also applies to the organizations that we try to start. You can have a bunch of black folks in a room, all of them can be people who are doctors, lawyers, professionals, PhDs, and yet you will still have a number of them who decide that the proceedings should devolve into some sort of half-baked attempt to try to make people laugh. They'll be trying to find ways to snicker at or otherwise poke fun at other people in the room. It just never stops. This is why it's so hard for black people to have organizations of any meaningful caliber. Now, of course, this is not every black organization to a man, but unfortunately, it happens far more often than it should. Seems that too many black people, no matter what their educational level or tax bracket, are determined to act like children who grew up with no adult supervision. And they're also equally determined and adamant that they will do it at every turn, no matter where they are. They want to turn every organization as immature as they happen to be. Always looking for something to amuse them, or for someone or something they can guffaw at. It just never stops. But if you observe these immature individuals for a long enough period of time, you'll also find that when you go out in public, these are Negroes who are ready to fight at the drop of a hat. More often than not, it isn't those serious and sober black people, the ones who are not always joking and kidding, shucking and jiving, who you see getting into angry fistfights with people. It's usually the very ones who apparently couldn't take anything serious to begin with. That's because their immaturity is a lack of discipline, it's a lack of self-restraint and self-control, and that will contaminate every aspect of a person's behavior in life. That's the reason why the very people who are the fastest to throw hands if you scuff their shoes or if there's some slight, real or imagined, will also be the main ones trying to find things to laugh at, find people that they can poke fun at, etc. This is the reason that the church happens to be a cesspool of scandal and backbiting and recriminations. It's one of the places where instead of people focusing on trying to be more moral, they're instead focusing on how they can have a good old time, usually at one another's expense. This undermines the basic integrity and trust and the ability to have some sort of camaraderie that every organization relies on simply to exist. This has to be called out, and frequently, because you got hood rats, dusty dudes, half-baked social scientists, most of whom are fully baked nitwits, and other assorted big mouths who will be the first ones to make excuses for this kind of mess. And while we are people who have become the most ingenious in the world at using humor as both a sword and a shield, the reality happens to be that when we look at this immature behavior that keeps being put on display, this is not an expression of culture, any more than smoking weed and walking around eating a bowl of cereal out in public is culture. This is the bottom of the barrel having contaminated the entire barrel. Other groups don't cultivate this kind of immaturity, and when they see it among their own ranks, they call it out. And these forever children, regardless of how old or young they happen to be, are out in public. Whenever these people are seen in any capacity, other groups realize who and what they are, and that no organization is going to be effective when it's got people like that inside of it. They are threats to us precisely because they show everybody else that we are theirs for the taking. It marks black people and the groups that we try to have as foolish. And when you're dealing with groups who cultivate seriousness and power, and they see a bunch of laughing, guffawing fools, that looks like prey to them. Nobody will take you seriously, and nobody will respect you. And what do I mean by respect? It means that people think before they deal with you. That's basically what respect means. It means they gotta stop and consider things. They can't just take you for granted. There's a time and a place for practically everything, but when it comes to groups, especially those that are oppressed, there is no time or place for practicing immature behavior. I'm not entirely sure where we as a group picked up these bad habits or decided that it was okay to put them on display for the world, but even without social media, these things should not be happening amongst us at all. I know that there's a number of practices that we've taken upon ourselves that have to stop. When you don't have control over the resources or the rules of your particular group and the places that you live, then dysfunction becomes inevitable. When people are in control, however, they tend to be in control of themselves. That's the entire point of this evening address. As black people, whether you have children or not, we need to make sure that we start striking the right tone with one another, a serious tone, because that's the beginning of respect. We have to make it a point to not allow the lowest common denominator amongst us to set the tone for everyone else. See, this is the reason why it's suicidal to be shy about calling out off-code behavior. And I do recognize that a large part of the reticence that goes along with that is we don't have a robust enforcement mechanism amongst ourselves. Notice the wording that I used. I didn't say we don't have an enforcement mechanism at all. I said we don't have a robust one. And that is important because robustness means not just potency, but it also means ubiquity. Is it in enough places that it can act as both a deterrent or at the very least as a remedy for certain behaviors that we recognize to be against our interest? Admittedly, we're not there. Not yet. But we're never going to get there unless we decide that this is going to be our focus. Look, a lot of black folks have been allowed to get away with all kinds of mess for the longest time, precisely because we fooled ourselves into believing that everything that might have taken hold within our community somehow came from us. And we got to be honest, a lot of the stuff that we have that we do, these are not things that we chose. They were either things that we got saddled with, or they were some sort of dysfunction that we might have picked up along the way. Or it was the result of some aspect or another of our own noble culture becoming distorted or otherwise mangled under the anti-black racism that we endure. You can't be forced to live in the middle of a toilet like white supremacy and then claim that you never got dirty. Well, let this be the beginning of us cleaning up our act. And that starts with us deciding that once and for all, we're going to be a thinking people. We're going to be a considerate people. that we recognize the danger of all of this immaturity that's been allowed to run rampant, and that we fully recognize how it undermines everything that we try to do, from trying to organize groups to making sure that the groups have the spirit that they require in order to be coherent and to be unified. The foundation of any relationship is respect. But a group of people who make it where every single stranger that they meet, or at least every person who's not part of their particular clique, immediately becomes a target for some sort of humor, ridicule, or what have you, these are people who are not practicing unity. They're practicing factionalism. And has that not been the very bane that has cursed us for way too long? Time for a fresh start. And I say that knowing full well, as you do, that these class clowns amongst us, they're not going to like it when somebody makes it very clear that the comedy show is over. But I could care less what they think. Because power is no laughing matter. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment.
Good morning, everybody. This is Stanley versus the world. Stanley speaking. Welcome to the show. Happy Monday, such as it is. I'm going to be honest with you. This is probably the first time in, well, quite some time that I've actually heard someone just lay it on the line very eloquently, talking about everything from how Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans raise their kids. You reap what you sow. The way comedy, seems to be kind of a specialty in this Black community at large. And, just basically call out the bullshit. And I wish more people would just do it. Okay. You can still, acknowledge, how America is, but still do it, in a cogent, dignified manner. And, Professor Black Truth is actually really funny at times. But I have to say, this was something I hope this kind of radiates outward. We are the cause of a lot of our problems, and there's enough problems with America in general. Self-caused problems are just not necessary, or the blight. Hence the title of the show, Let There Be Blight. There tends to be problems. And I think one of America's biggest problems is not acknowledging that there are problems and dealing with them in a sober, cogent manner. So, that's kind of, to be honest, I wish I'd said all that myself. Unfortunately, I'm not eloquent enough, apparently. So we will move on. Good morning, Solid Snake. How you doing?
Good morning, Stanley. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning, world. Good morning to everybody that watched the replay. Please be sure to hit the like, subscribe to the channel, because and Stanley going to take y'all for a wild ride.
Well, I don't know about all that.
But check it out, though, Stanley.
Monday mornings are not my favorite time. Even if I'm not working, I don't like Mondays, but we'll get through it. And,
I'm used to Mondays. Monday set the pace. I set the pace at Monday. But I do it on Sunday though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a Christian, but I work on Sunday. So yeah, I work on Sunday. I mean, I work for Arab, so it's a competition thing. So it's like I can't just say, "Oh, I can't go to work today," because somebody will come to work on Sunday, and I use that as an advantage. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm sorry, y'all. But anyway, but back to that.
I see Be Brave and Think has revealed himself. There is no such gene, and whether you call it that or not, you're only wise on your show, Be Brave. Outside your show, in the real world, you have a show. That's about all we know.
Come on, man.
So we just leave it at that. I think the most effective people to call out a community comes within the community. What I do think is that the anti-black blacks are still the worst thing, because half the time they're the ones doing the destructive behaviors. As they're calling out destructive behaviors, they are being destructive. I'm thinking of Charleston White and people like Act Nation. Those guys
Maxine
are
Waters.
literally negative influences as they're calling out negative influences. So,
But we talking
Mark,
about Maxine Waters. Did you see her today? Did you see that
uh,
video they put up today with Maxine Waters when she got that door slammed in her face? Did
that
you
was a
see that?
while ago, wasn't it?
No, man, that was well, probably a couple of days ago. But anyway, she going there talking to them white man like that, man. Come on, man. And then
Okay.
she out there
You
arguing
know
with
what? Whoa,
immigrants.
whoa, 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 whoa. We're not getting off into Maxine Waters. She presents some problems, but the bottom line is that I'm not on the right. While Maxine Waters is not my favorite politician, she's kind of old, and
You should have
that's.
moved to
I
California
think if
5 years
anything,
ago and took her seat, Stanley. You should
I
have took
think
her
if
seat,
it,
Stanley.
I think if anything, this is Maxine Waters and not Sheila Lee. I used to know a woman named Sheila Lee,
Sheila
Barbara
Jackson
Lee.
Lee.
Kind of those old remnants, or if not true civil rights leaders, they are definitely kind of in that vein. They need to give up power and let some fresh blood in. But well,
I think it's gonna get a little bones in the truth.
hopefully, new blood seeps in at some point. So
Yes,
I want to go ahead and let's move into the news here. And I'm going to start
can
with
we
an
talk
edit.
about this Jason Black? Let's talk about what you started the show with. I think we need to elaborate on that. What do you think
Well,
he get the inspiration from for that conversation?
I think I just did elaborate on it. It pretty much speaks for itself. If anybody wants the link, I think I put the link in the show notes. Let me know. I'll drop it. I don't know. I mean, what is
No,
there
I
to
was
talk
watching
about?
it right when you came live. That's what I had just clicked on that link when you
Right.
came live.
You did?
And then I click on the TV to click on your live, and I'm on my phone and I'm listening to it, and I see that I'm looking at what you're showing, and I'm like, oh, me and Stanley watching the same damn thing. And that was so ironic. I was like, Jesus Christ, I've been waiting on y'all tonight. So the only reason I had just left Bumpkin's stream. Bumpkin got a stream going on right now. Because I had just went in and spoke to everybody, and I had said, well, damn, let me check and see if John Gargo went live. Because my YouTube don't update all the time. So sometimes I just go on click on it to make sure you ain't went live yet,
Right. Well, I've been
then I see
pushing
the
it back.
on there, and I
I've
was
been
on
pushing
Jason
it.
Black on my phone. That's crazy.
I've been pushing it
Man, I'm
back
taking that
to.
algorithm.
I've been pushing it back to 5. I seem to be able to get more sleep that way, and it just kind of works out. Most people aren't up at 3 or 4 in the morning. So I want to go ahead and start out with this opinion piece, which kind of leads in. I've got several stories here about what's going on in LA. Now, David French is actually what would you call him? I was going to say Christian nationalist, but he's a lot more rational than that. He's basically an evangelical. I think he calls himself a classical liberal, but he is no huge fan of Trump. And, I think this particular opinion piece on what's going on in LA was particularly good. So I'm going to start out with it. Then we'll get into the some news stories about what's going on in LA.
Hey,
America is no longer a stable country. This article.
I'm sorry, what?
Can I interject for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Good morning, DJ MFB. Hey, I had to pass the message along.
Let me go ahead and derail both MFB and Be Brave. The
Oh, man.
70% theory is bullshit. And you know what? Y'all go ahead, go back and forth in the chat. But the bottom line is that Be Brave is, you know, he has his opinions. I tend to like actual facts. And, you know, the 70% theory is literally just the rantings of an old man who happens to be a racist. So if I was going to pay attention to the social theory of someone, the last folks I would be listening to are people who are just out and out racist. So you know, that that's pretty much going to be my response. So what is it you have to say, Solid Snake?
Nah, I was just gonna tell DJ MFB that Orthodox said he had got your cash out, but he had ended the stream a little too early. But you know, I just wanted to pass that message on along.
Say that again.
Orthodox guy, DJ MFB had passed him along a little, you know, little gift, whatever.
Oh, good.
And you know, and I was just gonna let him know, you know, Orthodox guy was letting him know he had actually made a post. And I was like, damn, if I see him on Stanley Cross show, I'll let him know. Because I'm pretty sure he's gonna be over here on Stanley Cross show. So, you know, I know the audience. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pass that on to him, man. Orthodox guy said he appreciated that.
Let's get on to Stanley's agenda.
Stanley, you ain't got no agenda.
Oh, I do.
Oh, I can't wait to get
and read by an automated
we're
voice.
listening to it now.
It's hard to avoid the conclusion that the Trump administration is spoiling for a fight on America's streets. On Saturday, after a protest against immigration and customs enforcement arrests degenerated into violence, the administration reacted as if the country were on the brink of war. The violence was unacceptable. Civil disobedience is honorable. Violence is beyond the pale. But so far, thankfully, the violence has been localized and, crucially, well within the capacity of state and city officials to manage. But don't tell that to the Trump administration. Its language was out of control. Stephen Miller, one of President Trump's closest advisors and the single most important architect, aside from Trump himself, of the administration's immigration policies, posted one word: insurrection. Vice President J.D. Vance wrote on X, "One of the main technical issues in the immigration judicial battles is whether Biden's border crisis counted as an invasion. That statement set the stage. He wants courts to believe we're facing an invasion, and any disturbance will do to make his point. So now," Vance continued, "we have foreign nationals with no legal right to be in the country waving foreign flags and assaulting law enforcement. If only we had a good word for that." Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, posted his own screed on X, declaring that the Department of Defense is mobilizing the National Guard immediately to support federal law enforcement in Los Angeles. And, if violence continues, active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized. They are on high alert. Trump posted on Truth Social, "If Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't, then the federal government will step in and solve the problem, riots and looters, the way it should be solved." That was Saturday. On Sunday evening, he wrote on Truth Social that he was directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Trump called 2,000 members of the National Guard into federal service and is deploying them to Los Angeles.
It is not.
Neither Bass nor Newsom asked for this intervention. The state of California possesses immense resources to deal with urban unrest, and Trump barely gave it an opportunity to try. In fact, on Sunday evening, Newsom asked Trump to rescind the deployment, calling it a, quote, serious breach of state sovereignty. If you look closely, however, the Trump administration's actions don't quite match its alarmism. Trump deployed the National Guard, but he did not invoke the Insurrection Act, and that is a very important legal distinction. As Stephen Vladeck, a Georgetown University law professor, observed in an excellent and informative post on Substack, Trump instead ordered the Guard to Los Angeles under a different statute, which permits the president to call out the Guard when there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Under this statute, troops have the authority to suppress the rebellion, but they do not have the kind of sweeping law enforcement authority that soldiers would possess if the president deployed troops under the Insurrection Act. As Vladeck noted, nothing that the president did Saturday night would, for instance, authorize these federalized National Guard troops to conduct their own immigration raids, make their own immigration arrests. Instead, Trump's order federalizes 2,000 California National Guard troops for the sole purpose of protecting the relevant DHS personnel against attacks. The administration's language was extreme. Its actions so far have been more limited. But that's small comfort. The potential next step is plain to see. If the administration, in its sole discretion, believes that this first limited deployment is insufficient, then it will escalate. It will shout insurrection and migrant invasion to justify more military control and perhaps the invocation of the Insurrection Act. As I wrote before, the Insurrection Act's dangerously broad language gives the president all the legal authority he needs to put tens of thousands of troops in the nation's streets. Trump has publicly regretted not using more force to suppress disorder in 2020, and his allies have reportedly made plans for him to invoke the Insurrection Act during his second term. It's worth asking. Does Trump want protesters to get hurt? Recall that Mark Esper, a former Trump Secretary of Defense, has said that in 2020 Trump asked General Mark Milley, then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, can't you just shoot them in the legs or something? Esper took his comment as both a suggestion and a question. We also can't forget that this conflict is unfolding against the backdrop of a war of words between Trump and Newsom. The administration is weighing a broad cancellation of federal funds for California, and Newsom has floated withholding California tax dollars from the federal government. Californians pay more to the federal government in taxes than the state receives in federal funding. It's too early to declare a constitutional crisis, and in any case, debating the label we attach to any new event can distract us from focusing fully on the event itself. But each new day brings us fresh evidence of a deeply troubling trend. America is no longer a stable country, and it is growing less stable by the day.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how this winds up. So we'll move right into some actual news headlines. I'm going to start with ground news. Its headline is National Guard troops arrive in Los Angeles on Trump's orders to quell immigration protests. Notice they call it a protest. Interesting. On Sunday, President Donald Trump ordered dispatch of 2,000 members of the California National Guard to Los Angeles to address immigration-related demonstrations and safeguard federal properties. So, basically, it is a limited deployment. You can use the word insurrection, but he hasn't declared an actual use of Insurrection Act. California Governor Gavin Newsom called the deployment unlawful, requesting the Trump administration rescind the order and return control of troops to the state.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, don't. Let me finish. The protests erupted after federal immigration raids over several days, including demonstrations involving more than 1,000 protesters and clashes near detention centers. Trump noted potential violent actions that might hinder enforcement operations, while Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth indicated that Marines are prepared to deploy if protests escalate. The deployment escalated tensions between federal and state officials and highlighted disputes over immigration enforcement and state sovereignty without invocation of the Insurrection Act. This is like it's so funny that state sovereignty and states' rights are an issue until a Republican president deals with a Democrat is governor. All of a sudden, states' rights don't matter so much anymore. I find that somewhat ironic. What are you going to say?
I found ironic, Stanley, how a state senator or a state governor could be bought out and paid for by the cartel to allow everybody in their state outside of the Constitution regardless of what's stated in the Constitution and the law that they pledge to abide by, they could take a political party and use it as a weapon.
Right. Well, I'm sure that makes sense to someone, but certainly not
Yeah,
me.
but Stanley, you agree with
So
open
no,
border?
I'm not even in the mood to,
I just asked
debate
you a
this
question.
forever.
Do you agree with
We
open
got
border?
news. We got news to get through.
Okay.
So this is New York Times from not too long ago. Well, I don't know, around 2:36 a.m. I assume it's local time. It says live updates, tensions flare between protesters and law enforcement in LA. Says here federal agents clashed with protesters in the Los Angeles area for a third day, and hundreds of National Guard troops were deployed, but much of the sprawling city operated as usual. So, it's not a city takeover, apparently. And it says here's the latest. Law enforcement officers in Los Angeles.
Wait. You don't think it's a city takeover when they assaulted officers today?
No, I don't think it's a city takeover.
You think it's okay that they assault officers?
I am not going to debate. I'm literally reading the news. How about just listen to the news?
Oh, come on,
Here's the latest.
12 hours.
Law enforcement officers in Los Angeles clashed for a third day on Sunday with crowds of people demonstrating against the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. But even as tear gas wafted over pockets of downtown, the rest of the sprawling city kept to its usual sunlit rhythms. As night fell, California leaders urged protesters to be peaceful, and Jim McDonald, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, warned that clashes on the streets were getting increasingly worse and more violent. He blamed that on people who do this all the time, whatever that means, not people protesting immigration raids. California leaders, including Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, have said that the Trump administration overstepped its authority by deploying hundreds of National Guard troops in the city on Sunday. Chief McDonald sent a different message telling reporters that although his department would not have initially requested assistance from the National Guard, looking at the violence today, I think we've got to make a reassessment. Confrontations on Sunday afternoon near a downtown detention center were largely peaceful. Some protesters later spilled onto the nearby 101 freeway, briefly blocking traffic. California Highway Patrol officers corralled them and ushered them away. Protesters and police, taking cover under an overpass, clashed for hours before nightfall. Officers fired gas and other munitions, while demonstrators tossed scooters and aimed fireworks and stones at police vehicles, some of which started burning. 3 officers were injured. By midnight, the darkened streets of downtown bore evidence of a tumultuous day: burned cars, broken barricades, crushed water bottles, upturned traffic cones, and graffiti scrawled across government buildings. Says here's what's to know. Normal life. Most of Los Angeles operated as usual on Sunday. There was a pride parade and music at the Hollywood Bowl, along with traffic jams and swim meets. Marching in solidarity. Some of the people demonstrating in downtown Los Angeles on Sunday said they were first or second generation immigrants showing solidarity with their neighbors or family members. Newsom and Trump. For most of the year, Governor Newsom has chosen conciliation over confrontation in dealing with the president. On Friday, he spent 40 minutes on the phone with Mr. Trump to discuss the immigration protests, but the president's decision to send in National Guard troops seemed likely to shatter whatever delicate balance the governor was trying to maintain. Mexican flags. Latin American flags emerged as emblems in the weekend protests. Trump officials have cast flag wavers as insurrectionists and seem to assume that they are not U.S. citizens. But for many protesters who are American citizens, the flag signifies pride in their roots, a rare decision. One expert said Mr. Trump's order for the troops was the first time since 1965 that a president had activated a state's National Guard force for a domestic operation without a state governor's request for the purposes of quelling unrest or enforcing the law. That year, President Lyndon B. Johnson sent troops to Alabama to protect civil rights demonstrators. So I guess that's protection versus confrontation. So that is the New York Times take.
Wait a minute, Stanley. I just thought out this. So hold on. Did you just try to conflate a situation between American citizens versus American citizens and illegal immigrants?
What do you mean conflate?
Well, what I mean is, did you just try to conflate two stories to try to make an opinion?
No, I haven't conflated anything.
Oh, okay, because it seemed like you were trying to recognize the law, but that law should only recognize American citizens and not illegal immigrants. Let's get that term out there. Illegal immigrant.
Let me know. Well, I think what you need to do is take a deep breath, get your thoughts together, and present them.
I know what you're saying.
Okay, dude. Take a deep breath. I haven't conflated anything. I'm reporting the news and doing a little comment on what I'm reading in the news. So here is the Washington Post take, and it's got a little video here. So let's have a look at this. Are those paint guns? Oh, they're firing, okay, tear gas.
Instead of just all rounding them all up. I mean, like, this is a joke.
Okay, why would they round people up?
They need to.
Do you see it? Look, rounding people up because they show up on the streets.
I think Trump's biggest mistake is
how about let the cops handle it? Which it looks like they're doing.
Yeah, look like they're putting on a show.
It looks like some of them are National Guard troops too. And they've got like paint guns. You see the paint guns there? Look at that.
That's the tear gas.
No, that one dude has a paint gun.
Oh. That dude kind of look fake, to be honest with you.
So, that's just one little clip, but oh, there's more.
We are here for the voice of the ones that can't speak. Descendants of Operation Wetback.
So that's the National Guard versus. See that the thing? So I take it that's a detention center or some federal facility.
Looks like a veteran hospital that they're using as a detention center. A veteran hospital being used as a detention center. Ain't that some shit? I think that's a veterans hospital though, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
You know the people that fought for this country? They're gonna use that for a detention center.
Those are either paint guns or they're shooting rubber bullets, maybe? Those look like air rifles.
Yeah. Rubber bullet. Tear gas. Flash bangs, like you see.
I was on top of an electrical box on the corner across from the agents, and the crowd was moving in, so they employed the crowd control tactics like the tear gas, and it was too close to me.
Okay,
so
I didn't realize you could do that.
As soon as I
paint
kicked my
guns
second
with
can,
pepper
I got hit,
balls.
and
Okay.
I wasn't out of breath.
Yeah, you can buy one on Amazon.
I didn't think it was a bullet, so I just kept
You already
them,
look.
and
You
they
can get
couldn't
you one.
really
I got
control
one that got
the
CO2
impact of
cartridge.
it, I guess. And About 20 minutes
Well, it
later,
got
it
something a
started
little
aching,
stronger than CO2
but
crunch.
that wasn't really a worry.
But it hit
It's
you
not
with,
really a
I'm
worry
telling you,
about it.
man, I ain't had no problem. I don't use it twice.
It is a beautiful day of resistance because Trump, the administration, the Border Patrol, ICE, they know that they cannot go anywhere in this
I ain't gotta
where our
kill you,
people
but
are.
you'll be amazed at what
I
you
don't
can
know,
do.
Our
dude.
workers, our people,
I'm trying to
and
listen to this.
they can't do that without an organized and fierce resistance, and that's what they encounter here today.
It is right to rebel. It is right to rebel. ICE, go to hell. ICE, go to hell.
I think it's very disturbing. You know, you're separating people from their kids, family. Younger kids don't understand what's going on, seeing this going on. So it's very disturbing.
Antifa has entered the building.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets!
All right.
Yeah.
So there's some scenes from Ground Zero. So
But you see how they love to come in and rabble rouse these protests, as they call them. But I don't call them protests, Stanley, because they're waving a foreign flag on American soil. And I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna stay against you on that. And if you got any military veterans out there that feel offended by what I said,
so you're saying
all I can tell you is, well, I feel the same. I'm still feeling the same.
So you're saying that waving a Mexican flag,
it's an American soil.
Waving a Mexican flag on
I don't give a
American
damn how you
soil,
feel about the Mexican
God damn
flag.
it, can
I know it's not American.
Can I not be overtalked?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think waving a Mexican flag in California constitutes an invasion. So, apparently, Waymo, the autonomous taxis torched during downtown Los Angeles immigration protests, says thousands demonstrated for a third consecutive day on Sunday across central Los Angeles and the Boyle Heights neighborhood in response to recent federal immigration enforcement actions. The demonstrations followed clashes with authorities on Friday and Saturday, prompting President Trump to deploy National Guard members to Los Angeles. During Sunday's protests, marchers blocked the 101 freeway and gathered at the Metropolitan Detention Center, where LAPD declared an unlawful assembly.
So, hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question? So, if Donald Trump go back and ask Mexico for we don't need assistance on the wall.
Okay,
we
what
just
does
need assistance to assist the people that blew that flag. Do you think Mexico gonna give us the money back for all the food stamps and welfare they received? I was just asking all the social stress and pains that they put on our financial system.
Okay, I need to know what Mexico has to do with protests in Los Angeles. Let's start there.
Well, they got their flag raised in the air, ain't they?
So
if I was Mexico, I tell the motherfuckers, look, if I was...
So you think it's a Mexican? Dude, they have Mexican flags. California is very, It's right on the border with Mexico. I don't think waving a Mexican flag is an act of war, and I don't think that constitutes an invasion. Mexico, why would we go to Mexico for something that's happening on American soil?
Is it not that flag being waved?
So someone waving
I
a
don't
Mexican,
understand. I
okay,
don't know if you
goddamn
go through some form of dementia or if you just really don't got psychotic at your old age.
Okay, I
but I'm pretty
literally
sure
don't
you don't
think
understand or
I
nor
no,
do I
I
see
don't
any
understand.
reason to understand why
Okay,
I should.
dude.
Hold on, Stanley. As an
No,
audience
you
member that
hold
knows and
on.
recognize you being a Navy member,
What the fuck does Mexico have to do with an LA protest? Just answer the question.
ain't it they flag they flying, Stanley?
Okay, how do you know it's not? You can
Why don't Mexico say why?
You can buy a flag anytime you want from Amazon. Why do you think it's Mexico or a Mexican flying a Mexican flag in California? Can you just stick to answering my question?
Okay, we're not worried about conspiracy theories.
Okay,
Stanley.
no.
What I'm looking
Don't
at is
tell
what
me.
we see on
Don't
it.
help. See, this is what the fucking far right crack addicts can't seem to figure out, is how to answer a direct question without deflecting and telling me what I don't understand. I don't see what Mexico has to do with this. How about just fucking calm down? All right, so let's move on. I was actually more interested in this autonomous taxi, why they would be attacking Waymo autonomous taxis, slashing tires, smashing windows, setting cars on fire, and spray painting anti-ICE slogans. The unrest and vehicle destruction highlighted Los Angeles as a flashpoint in the immigration debate, triggering police warnings and a National Guard presence to maintain order. So I'm just trying to figure out why they were attacking autonomous taxis. But whatever. So this
You're okay with a Mexican flag being flown during the protest?
I'm okay with
Stanley,
it.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Stanley. Before you move on, I want to know what reason.
Let me tell you why I'm okay with it. It's called the First Amendment. First Amendment.
Okay, I'll tell you why I'm not.
First Amendment.
First of all, the First Amendment.
Do not overtalk. You need to take a breath and then respond. The First Amendment allows you to wave a Mexican flag anytime you damn well please.
Elliot, hold on. See, Stanley, see, that's why I give.
See what happens when I pull the Constitution out.
See, this is why I'm so content. Where I feel like we need to hang people like you in the highest tree in the community, in the Black community. We need to do that as Black Americans. We need to take you liberal Democrats and we need to hang out from the highest tree. Because I don't give a damn about the FBA, the pro-blacks, the comedians, and all you FBA and all that shit. Now, when you sit up there and you shit on my soil, on my forefathers, with a fucking Mexican flag, please, Stanley, stop grifting. Stop grifting, please. Because you're going to start.
Let me respond to innate ways. I answer direct questions when they are good questions. Okay, so when you ask me a question in 8 ways, I will make sure to answer it. Don't comment on I think half the time people will ask me questions and just not like the answers. Like, no, I don't think Mexico has anything to do with this protest. I don't think waving a Mexican flag is like an invasion. And the First Amendment allows you to wave any flag you damn well please, as long as you're not stabbing somebody with it like a January 6th protester.
Or throwing a rock at a police officer trying to quell a riot.
A rock is not a
All
Mexican
right,
flag.
breaking down,
Okay,
y'all
goddamn
literally,
it.
that's
Motherfucker, I don't understand where you learn to have a conversation or make a comment. When you start talking about throwing rocks, you have moved on from waving a Mexican flag. Rocks are not flags.
hey Stanley.
So
The only person getting killed in your diatribe is you. I told you a psychopath.
okay, so the next
You're a
video,
liberal psychopath.
the next video is Anton Daniels commenting on the illegal migrants in Los Angeles. So this is a peace offering because I know his viewpoint is going to be as far right MAGA as any on this panel.
No, maybe it's
I am
just
trying my
reasonable.
hardest
Let's listen to the video,
understand
shall we?
why the ICE protesters, some of them, are going around and waving their country flag, but yet they won't go home. You're burning up American flags and waving your country's flags, but yet you're in America, protesting against ICE. I don't understand it. Go back home. Deport them all. No.
That must be your
anymore.
daughter.
Seriously.
You said you might well go and follow them immigrants because you ain't proud to be an American.
He needs to be
You only
arrested.
follow the military for benefits. Just like them illegal immigrants
I really don't.
came over here
For
to
all
get
you
the same
liberal-
benefits that we
Dude,
work our ass off
I
for.
am. Why?
That you
Why are
receive
you?
every goddamn
Why
day
are-
and you voted for this.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Why are you talking over a video while it's playing, Solid Snake? Stop that. Let the video play and then comment afterwards, please.
Democrats, whatever you want to call yourself, if you do not like America, deport yourself or allow ICE to deport you. It's simple. These people are hypocrites too because Obama deported way more illegal immigrants than Trump. Where was the outrage? Again, where was the outrage? It doesn't make any sense to me.
The reason that it doesn't make any sense is because it's nonsensical. It's stupid. It's dumb. Everything that you see happening and taking place right now. And again, think about all of the liberals. Think about the 92% that actually stood up for these people. Think about the people that was against closed off borders, because this isn't something new. This isn't something that Trump just came up with. Trump has been advocating for closing off our borders since he got into office. And now that he actually is executing on a thing that he promised, because we so used to politicians lying to us, not actually delivering on the promises and the things that they said that they're going to do, we're used to that. But now that we have somebody that actually delivers on their promises and is getting these people up out of here, now everybody is in an uproar. And you know what they're doing? Destroying LA. They are destroying LA. Man, I'm telling you, if I didn't have a daughter that I had to attend to, I would be out there covering that junk on the ground. They are absolutely destroying it. They throwing stuff at the National Guard. Trump had to send the National Guard into Los Angeles to prevent them from absolutely burning down the
I don't
city.
think he had.
And you've heard nothing from Gavin Newsom. Karen Bass is advocating for practically doxing ICE agents that are arresting illegal migrants who, the people that they arrested, the majority of them had crimes that they had perpetuated here in the United States of America. We rocking with that?
Wait, did he?
Y'all going? All right, no worries. We can continue.
But
there's
you're a
plenty of people.
military officer.
I was surprised at all of the people, because it wasn't just white people. It was a ton of people. I said, yo, I thought that these people was a part of the 92 and the 78%. It's a lot of people that's saying, nah, man, what the hell is going on over here in Los Angeles?
Now, what's crazy is people think that they can come to America illegally and have fucking rights. That shit doesn't make no damn sense. Y'all bring
Yes,
your
you
ass
can
over
come
here
to America and
illegally
have rights
and
until the
then
law
think
is
that you
changed.
have rights of an
Oh,
American
God.
citizen, which is some bullshit, bro.
The
And
summer of
honestly,
No,
ice.
you know what
you
I mean? I lived in
cannot
LA for
come
2 years, so I seen the
unauthorized,
fucking the
Stanley.
health care and the
That's pretty
Medicare
funny.
and the
I
fucking
think that's a show
and the
title there, Dolomite.
welfare system.
God
And honestly,
damn. Dude.
hardworking fucking Americans are paying the bill for all these illegal motherfuckers to have health insurance, to be able to get welfare, food stamps, child care, all this shit right here is, we are footing the bill. The people that are actually tax-paying American citizens are footing this motherfucking bill for all these people. And they have the fucking nerve to get mad and have fucking attitudes and be upset with us
He's
for
right.
not
He's
wanting to
absolutely right.
continue to foot the bill for they motherfucking ass. Bro, we can barely afford to foot the bill for our goddamn self. But we are paying the bill for all y'all illegal motherfuckers to be over here and doing whatever the fuck y'all want. Not only are y'all over here illegally making money, y'all illegally not.
Well, here's the problem with that young man's analysis. It sounds to me that he's saying, hey, we should be getting the welfare and not the immigrants, the illegal immigrants. So is his logic that more people could get more benefits if they weren't being siphoned off by illegal immigrants? This is exactly what I mean.
Or you just going to ignore the simple fact that
do not
being siphoned
interrupt
out
me.
and not
Solid
going
Snake.
to America.
Okay. It seems to me, and this is my point about the anti-black blacks just fucking sounding like being part of the problem. It sounds like this guy is saying if it weren't for the illegals, black people would be getting more benefits. This is what happens when your point isn't that great to begin with, and then you start thinking of yourself instead of being objective when you criticize policy. Okay, I am not going to sit here and agree with someone who's basically saying they're siphoning off our welfare.
Not paying fucking taxes. So that means that all this free money that y'all are
because a lot of them, and he's right, and a lot of these people, they actually not only are they sending the majority of what they make back to their home country, back to their people back there, and they looking to get more of their people over here in the United States of America, but most of them is not paying taxes because they working under the table. So when you listen to these law enforcement people, or you listen to these politicians, or you listening to these legislators, and they always saying stuff like, oh, and but no, they don't. No, they don't. A lot of them are not. Absolutely. I would say the majority of them are not. Absolutely, they don't have work permits.
making y'all
Motherfucker, you have no clue. You would say, but that doesn't make it.
How the fuck would you know?
Sorry, but not.
I don't know. And
Bro,
neither,
I did. So how you know what he knows?
neither does Anton Daniels.
I'm pretty sure Anton Daniels got establishments built up.
Okay, what you're gonna do?
I'm pretty sure he knows his competition.
Right there. The only thing I am speaking
Anton
on
Daniels
is illegal motherfuckers that think they have the rights of American fucking citizens, which you do fucking not, bro. And we are not finna keep paying the bill for y'all motherfucking ass.
Right.
Point blank period. I'm not finna keep doing it.
Point
Every
blank
time I look at
period.
my motherfucking paycheck, I got a fucking deduction on my goddamn paycheck that's supporting y'all motherfucking ass, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. I stand behind Trump 100% when it comes to these deportations. If you're not an American fucking citizen, if you did not come here legally, if your paperwork is not fucking correct,
Man, you're a detriment to the
And I
black
100%
people.
agree with him. I don't know how much more y'all, because see, people act like they really hate Trump, but they agree with him. They don't want to go against what the community is saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to be ostracized or outcast by the community by saying, yo, I agree with Trump on this, or he was absolutely right on that. They don't want to be to show themselves to actually be rocking with him. And so the popular thing to do is either to not support him or to stay quiet. But people know what's up. They agree with it, and I don't know who disagree with it unless you're an illegal migrant into this country.
I'm not gonna lie. Y'all niggas down there in LA got me pissed off this morning, my nigga. Now, for the simple fact that y'all down there just tearing up shit, just tearing down the whole Los Angeles for no fucking reason, bro, just let me know y'all really don't give a fuck about these people, these so-called people that y'all motherfucker doing all this for. Because for the simple fact that you niggas sat down there and destroyed the Kobe and Gigi mural, bro, just let me know, bro. I don't give a fuck about y'all no more, bro. I hope ICE
I told you
freaking
that Kobe
deport every
mural,
single
man.
one of y'all, bro.
When they
Because
fucked over
this
that
is what the
Kobe
fuck y'all
mural,
do, bro. Y'all
that
use
was a
situations
rap
like
on
this
black
just to
support.
go around fucking town
That's
burning
a
it up.
rap.
Now, what the fuck is y'all burning and destroying shit for in the goddamn city? Y'all supposed to be fucking mad at the ICE agents. The
Sorry,
buildings and the
bro.
murals and all this shit didn't do nothing to y'all. So I'm not understanding why the fuck is y'all down there tearing the fucking city up, burning cars and all this shit, my nigga. Like this shit is gonna solve something. And then y'all want to be down there, and it's truthfully it's only Mexicans, because them the only people down there. Y'all down there burning down cars and shit, and then you want to be in
Hey, Stanley, I'm gonna be honest with
fucking
you.
waving
Over
the
that
Mexican
Kobe
flag and shit.
mural,
Like, bro,
hey, bro, black people gotta start getting active, man. And the young niggas ain't having it. Just like Dola might say, hey, bro, at the end of the day, Stanley, don't be on the wrong side of the tracks, dog. That's all I can
Okay,
tell you.
once again,
Don't be on the wrong side of the tracks.
once again,
You ain't in the ocean in a
once
tax-paid
again,
American submarine or a tax-paying.
okay, once again, this just comes off kind of half-cocked. So you're not mad because immigration is out of control. Immigration reform needs to be done. You only fucking get mad when Kobe's mural gets graffitied or destroyed or defaced. Do you know how fucking sad that sounds? You weren't concerned until your basketball idol, his mural got defaced. You know what? I might go back and play Professor Black Truth again. That comes off as motherfucking clownish. I didn't get mad. I didn't worry. They was my bros until Kobe, his mural got defaced. They just went too far. God damn. I might have to just replay Professor Black Truth maybe before the show ends. A fucking basketball idol's mural gets defaced, and all of a sudden the YNs are serious about immigration. Sad.
Okay. See, Stanley, I really disagree with your character.
I don't give a fuck whether you disagree.
I don't give a fuck if you don't give a fuck. But my point is, why the hell you always keep throwing me in the back when I'm saying something?
Because you keep
maybe I'm loud, Stanley.
And I'm not gonna have it. You learn how to fucking pause and take a breath between a sentence. Don't overtalk videos and don't overtalk me. That's what I expect.
What I expect, Stanley, is civilian.
It doesn't matter what you expect.
And respect citizenship.
I don't know, dude. Just learn how to relax.
I do not give a fuck about your military operations. Okay, Stanley, I am not your motherfucking subordinate.
On this panel, you
Bitch, you are a receiver of my tax money. So please stop with the audacity.
Okay, well,
because you're a dumb shit.
Apparently, you like it in the back.
No, Stanley, you are a dumb shit. I don't give a fuck how much respect these white people try to extend to you. You are a dumb shit.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to replay that.
And I don't give a fuck what anybody else say about me. From this day forward, you are a dumb shit, and every ounce of respect you get, you do not deserve it. Your eloquence, your decadence are shit because of your character. You have none. You have no spine. You don't have nuts. You argue with every goddamn thing that has the reasonability to do with being an American. Get your ass a motherfucking passport, nigga, and get the fuck out this country. Because I promise you,
what I have to put up with on Stanley.
You are a sorry ass piece of shit.
All right, so how you doing, Blue Jay? I saw you on Mo Love's show, but I was preparing for this one. Yeah, well, in the chat.
Damn, piece of American shit.
Oh, he's still going on and on, isn't he?
I missed like the last few minutes because I was a little behind on the stream, so I'm like right at the part after you said about Dolomite, I believe, was saying other people should get the benefits in terms of like assistance, but you're saying it doesn't work like that, and I get what you're saying.
Well, hold on.
The hypocrisy of a mother.
Okay, Dolomite said nothing like that.
Oh, okay. Maybe I missed. No, I maybe you were saying
as a matter of fact, Dolomite wouldn't say anything close to that.
Okay. Anyway, that's just where I left off. So
no, what I was saying, you're
a fucking hypocrite.
What I was saying was that
What up, Blue Jay?
While I appreciate that, these folks have all of a sudden, decided that, hey, immigration is a problem. And you know what? I'm kind of a nitpicker here. They didn't decide it was a problem until they figured out that, oh, hey, the illegal immigrants are siphoning off welfare benefits that we could be getting. Kind of the same thing happened in Chicago. When they started moving immigrants into these buildings, black people got mad because, hey, they're getting benefits and we're not. To me,
so you were just talking about other people, not him. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't necessarily think he said it at all, but
it's like you don't become interested in a policy until you feel that you're losing out on something. Same thing. This young man here wasn't, it sounds like, now I'm just going on what he's saying. I could very well be wrong, but it sounds like that he didn't get upset about illegal immigrants in LA until they defaced the Kobe Bryant mural. It's like it took smearing your basketball idol to get you interested on immigration policy. That to me just sounds like this is why black people aren't taken seriously sometimes. You weren't just interested. You weren't interested in policy because, hey, I like politics and I like, keeping up with issues that affect the country. You don't get upset until your basketball idol's mural gets defaced. That just sounds childish.
Yeah, I agree. People don't think that they're actually going to carry out their policies.
Hold on,
okay.
Well,
Stanley. You moved out of the community. You have no idea.
The fuck? See, this is so annoying. Okay, what do I and where I live have to do with anything?
Right. And he's talking about the larger principle of.
And the problem is
you know why?
Solid Snake expects to be taken seriously. He's like this young man in the picture. You know what? You're only concerned. You basically want to criticize where I live. I'm a citizen. I can live wherever I want to live. Why is that important when we're talking LA riots? Why?
Right, and then people actually, a lot of black people voted in favor of the immigrants.
Oh, he's got to talk.
I'll just say one thing and then I'll mute and then for a minute. But I was just saying, I guess it causes a frustration when Democrats are now complaining. Now I'm not saying black people. I know most the high majority of black people vote Democrats. So, but even other Democrats now, other races of Democrats, they are now complaining. It's like you guys are the ones that made this even a problem, based on your voting, I guess maybe they didn't think that it would affect them, or I don't know. I don't see the disconnect either.
Well, and this is actually something I guess I've been noticing all along. But the minute you start talking a policy or some political point, people immediately personalize it. Like, I don't believe that. Well, I wasn't talking about you. People, I've really just started noticing it like acutely or closely in the past maybe month or so, where I will talk immigration and people just immediately want to get all personal with it. And
when I noticed that really strongly was after I read the 4 agreements, maybe 10, 12 years ago. And
hold on, wait a minute. Stanley, you can't be at one point saying
I
black
don't
people are a monolith,
understand why
and
are
then in
you
the next minute you try to talk to the white people. You trying to say that we all individuals amongst the white people when you in white people's face. Hold on, Stanley, stop that bullshit.
It's just because I got here just now, so he's
Cause
just
Blue
acting
Jay
back
up in here, cause a female up in here.
I
Man,
literally do not
y'all niggas
understand
need to stop with
I
that
think he's saying you're only
bullshit,
letting me talk
man.
because I'm a female and I'm white. I think
No,
it's
it's
because I
not.
just got
No, it's
here.
not. You don't have no concern over black people issues. I'm
not
pretty sure
talking
people don't
about
cover
black
this
people.
over with you before.
I actually
Okay,
even
I'm
So
took
my
it off
point
of
is,
that
now.
and
you
said
can
all races are
entertain yourself.
Democrats. See,
Okay,
that's
I'm
another
thoroughly
personal.
confused.
He's taking it personally. I never said anything like that.
Yeah,
I
I
said
have no.
Democrats.
I actually have no clue why he's upset at all.
I don't either. He's like projecting on me, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I realized how much people take things personally when I started working on it myself. When I read the 4 agreements, and I realized, wow, I do that a lot. So then obviously becoming keen to it, I'm going to see it in other people more too. And you're right. Most people are only really have a lens of themselves and they don't understand large scale principles. So it's frustrating. I get it.
Well, in 8 ways, the problem is a lot of
Stanley, can I have a say? Can I have a say? Because I'm still
Man,
trying to
I'm
yell over
done.
y'all because y'all still
I'm
trying to have a
done.
conversation
Man,
over me.
I'm done.
Can I have?
Okay. Look, innate, and John Galt is famous for this. He will talk about the blacks, and we're supposed to understand who he means. Qualifiers are good things. So, I hear what you're saying, Innate. I'm not exactly sure that a lot of folks are very clear about who in the black community. You can't just say blacks and expect me to figure out what you're talking about. I assume you mean all. So
yeah, I don't
I
even
guess
approach that subject, to be honest. It's not my business and it doesn't ever go well. So I just don't even. That's why you were talking about that, and I even actually generalize it to Democrats. If anything, I made it off of like just the topic of only black people. So I don't know what he heard that he misheard.
No, well, you know what, Innate? If that's what people do, I can't. Oh, excuse me. I'm kind of a stick. Oh, damn it. Let me get some water here. I'm a stickler for precision. You can't just say black people or white people or any people and expect people to know which part of the demographic you're talking about. That's part of why these political discussions get so contentious, because people aren't very specific about which or who they're talking
I guess
about.
maybe when I said because most people black people vote Democrat, that's the only thing I could think of, but that's just a fact.
You know what? Who knows why Solid Snake gets upset? To be honest, I've given up trying.
Right.
So let's get back to this video here. It's almost over.
What is you doing? If you love Mexico so bad, go the fuck back, my nigga. That's the whole point of this shit. So I'm telling you, bro, that when I seen that they messed up Kobe and Gigi mural, bro, that's when I was all like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about them. ICE, do your job. International Guards is coming soon too. So I hope they deport every single one of you niggas down there for that shit, bro. Y'all really pissed me off with that. And y'all for y'all to be from California, y'all know how much Kobe and Gigi mean to us, nigga. But y'all don't give a fuck, bro. Y'all just want to be down there tearing shit up.
There goes
and for
the
that,
Black-Brown
I ain't got no
Coalition.
respect for y'all. I don't care what's going on. I don't care if your mom's been here 40 years. If she ain't legal, get the fuck out of here. Just like that, bro. Since y'all want to be tearing up shit for no fucking reason, bro, fuck y'all too. And y'all waving the Mexican flag and tearing shit down and burning up cars is not helping y'all case to stay up in.
And people are finally starting to wake up, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and
At
it
some
took a
point,
Kobe,
you're gonna
it
wake
took
up
a
and say, you know
basketball
what?
stars mural.
Maybe we did get it wrong. Maybe we should not, because people show who they truly are. They show who they truly are. Let me know what y'all think inside of the comments. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. Teach Henley, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. I always like to give credit to the content creators. That link will be down in the description also. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Peace.
If you're heading out, take it easy, Nate. Let's see. What is next here? Well, we're going to stay on immigration. And I wish Solid Snake were here because this is going to piss him off even more.
My son just called me from his room if it clicked out, but I'm like, I don't know, what is he calling me? He's like, do we have any snacks? I'm like, yeah, we have some ice cream. He's like, I was late, so I missed a little bit, but yeah, okay, I'll just catch up now.
Oh, are you watching? Oh, you can't. Okay, so you're not watching it live.
Are you talking? Oh, what do you mean, your show?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
hey,
was,
Nate.
but my son called me, so it interrupted me, and then he.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
But he's in the other room, so I just told him, like, why are you awake and what do you want? And he said he wants some snacks, so I just some ice cream.
He wants a snack?
Yeah, he's like 16. He went to sleep kind of early, but he woke up. I don't even know if he's like.
You know what? My son turned 19 yesterday, and I'm just like, I had to talk to him directly. It's like, dude, I won't even get into details, but he wanted to make cinnamon rolls or some shit. It's like 10 o'clock at night. Why the fuck do you want to mess up my kitchen making? I'm just like,
I know.
I had all day to do it. Why now?
I made my 18-year-old son.
These teenagers.
I made my 18 because I have a 16-year-old son, an 18-year-old son, and I made him his like chicken sandwich at close to midnight. I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And then my kitchen was the mess too. I feel you. Anyway.
Well, you know what? This is why I think maybe we should have year-round school.
I know. Unless we get the summers off too.
Well,
I'm a night owl anyway, though, kind of. So.
You know what? If you're in school all day, at least I get a little peace. So, Nate, as always, thank you for being here. And I'm sure we will entertain you on your way to work. We will entertain you as much as Solid Snake is entertained by my commentary. So Mr. Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is back in the U.S., charged with human smuggling as attorneys vow ongoing fight. So here's the deal. He was sent to El Salvador, the prison in El Salvador, can't think of the name of it, by mistake. And then they said they couldn't bring him back, but now they brought him back, and now he's being charged with trafficking. So they have it out for this guy. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a 29-year-old from El Salvador, has been returned to the U.S. to face prosecution on 2 federal criminal charges related to human smuggling. He has been accused of participating in a trafficking conspiracy to move undocumented migrants from Texas to other parts of the country. The White House was resisting a U.S. Supreme Court order to facilitate his return after his deportation to El Salvador. He is Salvadoran, by the way.
Okay.
Garcia's lawyer called the charges preposterous and asserted that he has never been convicted of any crime in the U.S. or El Salvador.
So he was here legally, but he just didn't have his citizenship
well,
yet?
no, he came illegally, and somehow or another he wound up in front of an immigration judge who pretty much agreed that, hey, if he goes back to El Salvador, he will be in danger from gangs, and basically ordered that he stay. Now,
okay.
Now all kinds of accusations have been flying back and forth, whether he was a gang member, whether he wasn't a gang member. The facts are, a judge basically barred him from being deported. I don't know. So he had a legal status after coming here illegally. The other fact is he has an American wife, has 2 American kids, and he was working apparently as a welder or something in Maryland.
Okay.
When he got deported in that initial wave of deportations, that it was like 200 prisoners or 200 deportees wound up in El Salvador to go to that terrorist prison. The Trump administration admitted it was an administrative error. He should not have been deported, but they did it by mistake or whatever. So it's been a rigmarole to, it made it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you need to bring him back. So
yeah, that's crazy. I thought if you got married to someone, you're automatically.
No, I don't know. I don't think you're automatically. Like I don't know whether his wife is naturalized or whether she's, was Native American. I know his kids were born here.
Okay.
So I've had some problems with deporting someone if it hurts American citizens. Getting someone out of here when they have kids who are American citizens, that needs due process. You need a judge to figure out, because there's another case where a woman is illegal, her kids are American citizens, and they nabbed her and said, hey, you can take your kids or not, but you're out of here. This didn't wind up in front of a judge. They just said, hey, make your choice. After they incarcerated her, they said, make a choice. Do you want to take your kids or leave them? Up to you. Well, what's someone going to do if a mother knows she's going to be deported? Of course, she's going to want her kids. The problem is the kids are American citizens and they are minors. That needs due process. Let a judge figure out, the details. ICE just did it on their own. So anyway, this guy is back in the U.S. However, he's been charged with a couple federal crimes. They didn't charge him before they deported him. So he left here with no legal issues. Well, to bring him back, they're going to charge him. And it just looks bad. Trump is sloppy, and they just cannot seem to carry out their mission smoothly, professionally, legally. There's nothing wrong with deporting people who shouldn't be here, but goddamn, the ends don't justify the means. In my opinion, almost never do the ends justify the means. Being sloppy and getting rid of people, and then every now and again you do a whoopsie. That's like jailing people. I think.
What is the accuracy rate, though? Because
I
nothing's
don't
perfect. No
care.
system is ever
I
perfect.
don't care about the
People are,
accuracy.
you know,
I don't care about
found
the
guilty that
accuracy.
are innocent.
I don't care about it. If an innocent person if one innocent person gets harmed, you've gone too far.
So do you feel
You've
the
got
same way about our justice system? Because some
yes,
innocent
yes,
people, so you
I
just don't
do.
think we should charge anybody?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you charge people, and the charging isn't the problem. You can charge anybody with anything. It's the convicting innocent people. I think it is egregious that, and you hear about it quite often. Somebody's been in prison for 20 years, and then all of a sudden they figure out, well, oh shit, he didn't do it. That's 20 years lost. That is egregious. And I'm kind of like, your due process is flawed if you get due process at all when we're talking immigration. I just don't. I know accidents will happen. That's fine. It's just in this. I just think you shouldn't be deporting 300,000 people in a month. You're gonna
I
make
hear
mistakes.
that. I didn't think there was that many people. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Not only that, but they've also shipped a couple actual American citizens. Like, these people are. I heard about this case, and I have to go look for the story. I'll probably do it tomorrow. They shipped an American citizen to, I think it was to El Salvador. This guy wasn't even a naturalized citizen. He was born here. Like, the mother took his birth certificate to court, and the judge is like, well, I can't do anything about it because I can't interfere with ICE operations. He literally was born here.
Yeah, and I mean that's unacceptable. But
He's in an immigration detention center.
so the 300,000 people, though, that's why I was
Well,
curious for the
I don't know
accuracy
if it's
rate,
quite
because if it's
300.
negligible.
Okay, I don't care if it's negligible.
I just don't feel like any mathematical system is ever perfect.
I think, well, here's the deal. If you're going to do it and you acknowledge that doing it at that rate, you're going to make mistakes. Well, when you make a mistake, fix it. That's the other thing. When the Trump administration learns they made a mistake, they don't want to fix their mistakes. That's a huge
I thought
problem.
you said that
I
Trump
don't
said
care. I
was.
don't care if the rate is negligible. That's bad enough. But when you find out you actually made an error, you don't want to fix it. That's
Okay, I
lawlessness.
misunderstood that. I thought you said Trump said he was not supposed to be deported, and that's why they brought him back.
Well, yeah, the Trump administration admitted administrative error.
Okay.
And then
so they did admit it.
They admitted it, but they didn't fix it. They left him down there. And then it made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, hey, you've got to facilitate his return. They drag their feet, and when they finally follow what the Supreme Court tells them to do, now they want to charge him with 2 federal crimes that he wasn't charged with when he left.
Well, is it possible that's what took a while, as they were investigating his crimes and they were just not releasing that information at that time?
Well, they never said we're investigating. Wait for the results. They never said any of that.
Well, yeah, they don't usually do that.
Anything is possible. And I'm going to be straight up. Anything is possible. I'm not a person who gives the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt. I'm not a Trump fan. I think America has gotten what it voted for. So, no, I don't give the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, there are a lot of cartel, and a lot of I have a good friend from El Salvador. He came here teenage years. Now he's like 50. But he was even part of the, organized kind of crime and all that. And so I think that I'm not saying this guy is, but I'm saying it's quite possible with all that immigration. There were a lot of checkpoints
No,
and briberies.
The Trump administration is sloppy. I don't give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not a fan.
Well, that's fine.
I think it's white mediocrity elected to office, and we're getting mediocre to horrible results. I have no use for a Trump administration. And 12th Man says here that I didn't have a problem with Joe Biden flying 300,000 a month into the country. No, I think
I just
Joe.
don't know that
I
Trump's
think-
even the one
well,
prosecuting
let me
him.
deal with 12th Man here. I liked Biden, though. At the end, I have some real problems with the administration. Biden, I like better than Trump. I have no use. My bias. I think Trump is just a bad president and sloppy. Let's see. Dolomite says the plot twist is this aggressive push has fully exposed the left. No, what it's fully exposed is how sloppy the Trump administration is. Like I said, the goal of getting people out of the country who shouldn't be here is fine. It's when you start fucking it up with sloppiness that we start questioning the goals. I guarantee you, if Trump could do it without error or very few errors and was willing to fix errors, nobody would really care. They'd go, hey, you know what? Dude's doing the best he can. Let him work. But he does not fix his fuck ups.
Well, he's not single-handedly overseeing every person, though.
Okay,
So
I don't care about any of that. The way leadership works, if you are at the top, the buck stops there. So I don't care.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying. I mean, if he said we were supposed to support him and it took a while to get him back, my point was it's possible that they had found some intel and they were realized his connections. They had to investigate that before, one, they just brought him back, or two, they had enough evidence to charge.
Mostly what I liked about Trump, Samuel, was he wasn't Trump for starters. I was pretty much anybody but Trump after that first disaster of a 4 years. So he wasn't Trump was the best thing. And I think Biden did just fine. I think Biden, as it turns out, in hindsight, had issues with age and stuff like that. But to be honest, I think Trump should have never been elected. I don't think he should have been elected a second time because I didn't vote for him. And America has gotten what it voted for. I'm okay with Trump being president. I say he shouldn't be, but he is. And you know what? People are gonna they're gonna FAFO. They're gonna fuck. They fucked around. Now they're finding out.
I mean, I support
I will be here. I will be here to mock. And at some point, I'm going to say, I told you so. But I'm waiting for that golden moment when Trump really fucks up. But right now, I'm still in the mocking and, hey, y'all are going to y'all fucked around. Now you're finding out what you got. COVID, the way he managed COVID, he basically had 2 years of a good economy, then wrecked it with incompetence. That's how it was a disaster. He didn't cause COVID. I just don't think he managed it very well. He did not show good leadership as president. And that's my opinion. Fuck you if you don't like it.
That's fine. I would just say I wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that this guy is only being charged because they want to get him somewhere. Like, what would they have against one guy? Maybe
This
they
is the
really do have information.
Hold on one sec. This is the problem. In a nutshell, 12th Man says Trump had nothing to do with COVID mandates. He was fucking president. Of course he had something to do with it. Stop the cap. Trump was a disaster as a leader in his first term, and he's proving to be a disaster as a leader in his second term. That's my opinion. And again, it's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it was uncharted waters, though. Nobody had dealt with that before. So he really kind of had to go off the cuff. Like, I don't know that.
Okay, Trump did not do a good job. As, through the COVID management of it, he did not do a good job.
What would you think he should have done differently?
I don't know what he should have done. I'm not a presidential advisor. I do know he started losing me with that first group of seniors who were on that cruise ship. There were like 10 or 15 of them that contracted COVID while on a cruise. And he wouldn't let them off the ship because he was afraid that they would be counted in the number of COVID cases. So he left them on a ship. He lost me there.
Wasn't that part of the quarantine rule?
You know what? People go into quarantine off of cruise ships and planes and stuff all the time. Leaving American citizens on that ship was not a good thing. He lost me there with his mismanagement of COVID.
Oh, I mean, they like the ship enough to pay for it, and now they got some free time.
Okay, I don't care. I'm not president.
I'm just
I don't know the.
I'm joking.
I don't know the
There's
details.
worse places to be than on a cruise ship.
Okay. When you get back home, and you may not have known this, but I was on the Navy, in the Navy. No, being on a ship, not able to get off at the pier is horrible.
Yeah, no, I get that. I've been on a cruise. I was ready to get off.
I remember once our captain, we were doing drills or something for a big engineering inspection. And the captain decided, you know what? Fuck, we need to go out where we don't have to think about families. We can kind of concentrate on getting good at these drills for the engineering inspection. He took us off and anchored us off of Virginia Beach. We were literally anchored out off of Virginia Beach. We could fucking see the beach. And we had to do engineering drills. Believe me, even on a cruise, the cruise is fun, but when you get back from the cruise, you're ready to get off that ship.
Yeah. Well, that's what they said was part of the torture
so
of Alcatraz.
You have 10 or 15 old people who are sick with a novel virus, and you leave them on the ship.
I just feel like he was really following his advisors. I don't think he was making strong decisions
about
medical things.
He's the president.
But he's not a doctor.
The buck stops with the president, doctor or not. Who cares about any of that? Fauci was not president.
Well, I know, but I'm saying
I will not give Trump the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's a good president. I don't think he was a good president. I certainly don't think he's a leader. And after all of his fuck ups, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, that's fine. I'm just thinking if he's got 330 million people to think about, and there's these 10 people that these advisors say, don't let him off. He's like, okay, fine. I got to worry about this whole big.
Trump is president.
You're right, but he's not.
I don't think it was a good decision.
Everybody else.
I'm not gonna listen to excuses.
That's fine. I'm not.
He was a bad president.
Change your mind.
Now,
just pointing out.
Okay, don't even bother. You keep pointing it out, and I keep saying I don't care. Trump is a bad president. Now, you're right, Samuel. Finally, somebody gets it. Samuel Guru says Stanley simply does not like Trump.
Well, I haven't told you how I feel about Trump at all. I might not like Trump for all you know.
Justified or not, he's going to move from that. He's not going to move from that stance. So I don't see much point in engaging in political discussions where his opinion is the answer. 100%. You know what, Samuel? You get it. yes,
Well, yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna waver from my dislike and distaste for Trump. I do say occasionally that I think some of his goals are great. It's just his sloppiness in accomplishing them that are the problem.
I picked up on
I don't have
not
to.
changing
I don't
your
have
mind.
to. I
That's
don't
fine.
have to. I don't have to like a president to respect his job as president. If Trump were doing everything like following the law and the Constitution, even if he was following the law and the Constitution, I don't like him. However, that has nothing. Hey, I've had plenty of captains I didn't particularly want to hang out and have a beer with, but you got to respect the job that they do. So, being a former naval officer, I've had to do a lot of things, that I was ordered to do that I didn't want to do. However, you always support the policy, you always respect the position. I don't have to like you to respect the authority.
Okay, so with your military
Trump
experience,
Trump manages to be a bad leader and be unlikable. So that's kind of a trifecta, a dufecta, whatever it is. I don't like him, and he's a bad leader. So
right. So just the top ranking, decision makers in the military, like in your opinion, even I mean, it's fair to say they've made mistakes, right? I mean, doesn't mean that they weren't doing their duty, or just that there's only so much that they can be,
okay. Well, like I said, all what you're saying is true, and I would be more likely to give a benefit of the doubt if I thought a benefit of a doubt would be deserved. Trump has pretty much proven, at least to me, that he tends to, if cruelty is the point, then why give someone a benefit of the doubt? So anyway, let's get back to this.
To be fair, I would say the same. I would
Well,
point
no,
out
I
the
don't
same
care.
thing
I don't
about Biden.
want to be.
I would
I
say that
don't.
about anybody. I'd say, is it fair to expect perfection? I don't care who it is or who I voted for. That's irrelevant.
Well, good. That is you. I'm not as good a person as you. I don't care about being fair to Trump. I will be unfair to Trump because I don't think he deserves a benefit of a doubt.
Okay.
So if it's unfair, I fully admit I'm being unfair. I don't think Trump. I honestly, like I said, a lot of his goals are good. He occasionally does something that, that was surprising that he was actually able to do a good job. And, when he does a good job, I'm more than willing to say he did a good job, but I'm always going to add the caveat, I'm pleasantly surprised. So next, we've discussed Kilmar Abrego Garcia being back. So this is a quick news analysis of what they're doing in bringing him back. And this news analysis, return of wrongly deported man, raises questions about Trump's views of justice. It certainly does. Justice is what Trump says it is, and I can't abide by that.
Return of wrongly deported man raises questions about Trump's views of justice. This article is by Alan Foyer and read by an automated voice. When Attorney General Pam Bondi announced on Friday that Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia had been returned to the United States to face criminal charges after being wrongfully deported to a prison in El Salvador, she sought to portray the move as the White House dutifully upholding the rule of law. This, she said, is what American justice looks like. Her assertion, however, failed to grapple with the fact that for the nearly 3 months before the Justice Department secured an indictment against Mr. Abrego Garcia, it had repeatedly flouted a series of court orders, including one from the Supreme Court, to facilitate his release. While the indictment filed against Mr. Abrego Garcia contained serious allegations, accusing him of taking part in a conspiracy to smuggle undocumented immigrants as a member of the street gang MS-13, it had no bearing on the issues that have sat at the heart of the case since his summary expulsion in March. Those were whether Mr. Abrego Garcia had received due process when he was plucked off the streets without a warrant and expelled days later to a prison in El Salvador, in what even Trump officials have repeatedly admitted was an error. And moreover, whether administration officials should be held in contempt for repeatedly stonewalling a judge's effort to get to the bottom of their actions. Well before Mr. Abrego Garcia's family filed a lawsuit seeking to force the White House to release him from El Salvador, administration officials had tried all means at their disposal to keep him overseas as they figured out a solution to the problem they had created, the New York Times found in a recent investigation. In the days before the administration's error was made public, officials at the Department of Homeland
Stanley?
Security discussed portraying Mr. Abrego Garcia as a leader of Mississippi 13, even though they could find no evidence to support the claim. They considered ways to nullify the original order that had barred his deportation
Mississippi
to El Salvador,
13.
and they sought to downplay the danger.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I was just saying, I just caught when they said he was kept in the country, but it didn't say he was kept in the prison, right? I'm just clarifying that. And not that it
Well, no,
changes
he
it.
was
I was
in
trying to
the
figure out.
well, he was in the country and actually working, apparently.
Oh, no,
with the
sorry. When they
family and all
deported
that.
him to El Salvador, they put him in the prison, it said. And
Well,
then they
put
said
him
he
in,
was kept in the country.
Well, no, they put him. They basically said he was here illegally. He was swept up in an ICE raid and then put in a detention center, then eventually deported to El Salvador.
Oh, I thought he was
This-
put in the prison in El Salvador.
Right. There's a big terrorist detention center they have down there that
Oh,
they're
yeah, I'm
taking
very familiar. But
they're
I
taking
mean,
all these people that are illegals and sending them to El Salvador.
right.
The other thing
But
I want to
that
point
wasn't my
out.
question, though. I just want to clarify.
What's
so
your
they said
question?
he was put in the prison in El Salvador, but then when they said after they realized he didn't receive due process, and then they were doing what is the word they used, stonewalling the court to get him back. They said he was kept in the country. They didn't say he was kept in the prison.
They did eventually transfer him to this terrorist detention center is like super high security. It's basically a work camp from what I gather.
I mean, my friend said the country is awesome now.
They did transfer him from that terrorist detention center to a easier prison, like a less. There's like minimum security, maximum security. They like did the version of transferring him from maximum security to medium security, I guess. But yeah, he was still in a prison. As a matter of fact, Chris Van Hollen, who is a senator, I think, can't remember whether he's a senator or a congressman from Maryland, went down and visited him in El Salvador in some less secure prison. So the one thing I want to point out, if you enter the country illegally, whether you like it or not, but the way the law works is if you enter the country illegally and you're given a legal status because you declare asylum or refugee status or something, you entered the country illegally, but you have a legal status. That's the other problem. Revoking visas and revoking, all these temporary pardon forget what there were Haitians here. I think it's TPS, temporary parole status or something like that. Sure, you can revoke those statuses, but the idea that Abrego was here illegally, he crossed the border illegally, but he had a legal status. People don't seem to be able to make that distinction.
Right. That I do make that distinction. That's why I don't think people's visas or nobody that has paperwork of any sort should be deported.
Well, I mean, if you revoke, if you're here legally and your status gets revoked, I can live with that.
I don't believe Trump is doing that.
Just say you're revoking the status.
Okay, I haven't personally heard of any of that, but
Right. Well,
Bukele,
the
is that his name?
personal stuff
Antonio
I'm not
Bukele,
that interested in.
the Anthony
Um,
Bukele, the
mhm.
head of the El Salvador prime minister, right? Or
He's
president.
the
I think he's the
president.
president. Yeah.
Right.
So, my friend that I was telling you about earlier from El Salvador, he went back to visit family. Maybe it's been close to a year now. I don't know, but he said that it's amazing. All the normal citizens are really happy. But yeah, to be thrown into that prison, especially being innocent, like I thought when they deport people, they just send them to the country. I didn't know they went to prison. But I
I'm
mean, I
sorry.
guess every country can make their own decision.
Well, yeah, and they should.
Who said
What else was I
Mississippi
gonna?
13?
Oh, yeah. It's an AI
Are they talking
reader,
about
and
Trece, the king?
it hasn't been able to figure out that MS-13 is not the same. MS also means Mississippi, and it doesn't know the difference. There was
Yeah, we call it
something.
Trece, like people that are actually in it.
There was
AI
something that.
they still
Hey,
make mistakes.
right. Oh, here.
AI isn't perfect either. I guess we gotta give
Well,
them that.
well, you know what? It saves my voice. Trump. Dolomite says Trump can cure cancer, and Stanley still wouldn't like him. That would be absolutely true. However, I would respect his ability to cure cancer. You can separate your personal like or dislike and respect the authority, respect the office, respect the job done. I don't understand why people basically think, and I somebody said this earlier. It was on a show yesterday I was in the audience for, where I basically disagreed with someone, and then his assessment was, you hate me. Well, no, I don't hate you.
Right,
Disagreement
it's
is
personal.
not the same thing as hate.
Well, okay, take for instance breast cancer. Now it's 95% curable, right, with treatment. But originally it was less than 20% the first treatment. So do those, what do you call the oncologists? Are they wrong for saving 20% of people when clearly it was possible to save 95?
Okay, I have no clue. What
I'm saying
what
when you're a
about
front runner, there's going to be things you don't know you learn. Doesn't mean that your overall achievements are not a positive.
you mean you mentioned oncology
Isn't
or
that the breast or a
oncologist?
cancer doctor?
Okay, what does that have to do with Trump?
I'm saying when they first started doing treatment, right, I use breast cancer because it's such a vast improvement in the mortality rate. So when they first started coming up with radiation and chemo, and it was like the first draft, whatever, there was about a low percentage of survivors. But now it's like close to 95% of women who diagnosed with breast cancer survive. So I'm saying it doesn't mean that those people were wrong who had a poor success rate, because they were the first adventurers. So that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like with COVID or even this mass deportation, which obviously Obama still wins on that. But my point is that like anytime there's
Wait,
no
Obama?
blueprint,
Okay, I
he's
kind of lost
deported
track
more
of where you're
people than
going.
Trump.
Okay. So Dolomite, those tattoos you're talking about, that's all been called into question. It was Fox News that reported this story, and Fox News is currently like, they almost paid almost $1 billion because Fox News can't tell the truth. So, you believe Fox News if you want. I will basically not give them the benefit of the doubt because they are the network TV version of Trump. So, I don't trust. Dolomite seems to want to believe that the dude was trafficking. He was under no federal whatever.
It'd be very possible.
If it's true, it's true. I don't trust the Trump administration to tell the truth. So you believe the Trump administration, I'm not inclined to.
Stanley,
I would think with him
there's
having no U.S. Social Security number, so he's not easily tracked, and having
Oh, wait,
ties
hold
to
it.
El Salvador,
Who doesn't have a social security number?
the elite, right? If he's illegal, he's not a U.S. citizen.
He's not illegal.
I thought you said he was, but he has children
Came
that are
here,
not.
came here illegally, but he got a legal status. I don't know whether it was the judge that gave him. He was literally working a job. So he
but
had
my
a
point
legal
is
status.
he still had, he's still. My point is that it's a very big thing with, all this immigration for them to have checkpoints, and then they have people on the inside of the U.S. because that's who facilitates whether families are reunited based on if they met their terms of illegal, acts that they force them to do to see their children or husband again. So there are a lot of people in that network, and I would say I wouldn't rule it out that it's possible that he has been involved.
there's literally.
Well, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't even have an opinion, except it's the Trump administration. It's the Trump administration bringing the charges. I don't trust the Trump administration. They wouldn't bring him back for a long time, and then when they finally bring him back, they want to charge him.
Well, that's why I think they're investigating.
They could very well be correct in charging him. I don't give the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt.
Well, in a way, it kind of screwed him over.
I think the
radar.
Trump administration is corrupt. They don't tell the truth, and when they're forced to tell the truth, it's usually just like a version of the truth.
So
I do not. Okay, I'm not asking for a response. It wasn't a question.
Why would they target this one guy though? What would be the motive?
Well, they're targeting him. They're targeting him because they were forced to bring him back.
Well, yeah, but in a way, it screwed him over because he was under the radar. So if he was involved in organized crime,
is an Old
nobody knew
Testament.
of him.
Trump is an Old
I
Testament.
think it's a Democrat to be outraged about.
Trump did not. Okay, 12th man. Hold on a second. Trump was forced to bring him back. They're not going to just admit. They're not going to just bring him back and go, we made a mistake. There always has to be a caveat. Trump does not like losing. He does not like admitting mistakes. There was no way they were just going to bring him back and say, hey, we're sorry. They're not going to do that.
El Salvador.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about how El Salvador was run. Nothing to do with my point.
He's released a lot of people from prison. He's pardoned a lot of people. I don't think he's the type to he's not a power tripper in the justice system like that.
Trump has a flawed character, and he's collected a bunch of people around him who have flawed characters, lack of expertise, and are not great people either.
But that's my question is, what is the motive?
Birds of a feather
pride?
flock to Trump's cabinet.
Why would he create this big of an ordeal just over his pride if he knew it was going to come back to him worse than it was just him, the guy deported on accident, and giving him a settlement? Why would he perpetuate it further? He's not an investigator. He's not. I don't think
you would have to ask someone who, number one, cares, and number two, understands Trump. I think Trump is the only one who understands Trump.
Well, I think it's fine to have that opinion against Trump, but I think it's okay to also
I know it's
to recognize what your viewers and people you're talking to.
No, I will.
What if they don't even know who these two people are?
No benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
I think Trump is probably the worst thing to happen in America in recent history.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying, what if someone lived under a rock? They didn't even know who Trump was.
I know it's fine.
They were like, well,
I won't be moved off. I won't be moved off my anti-Trump stump.
I know. I'm just saying, take like the names off of it. If you didn't know who
I
Trump
will
was,
not
and
even.
someone was
I will
watching
not
and they're
even.
like, "Why?" They're trying to make this like jump.
Who
I
is
guess it's
they? All
your viewers.
all
Viewers.
Trump had to do was bring the dude back and say, "Hey, pardon our mistake," and that would have been done with it. What Trump wants
Unless
to do is stretch this out, make the news every day, stoke up his base. That's really all he's doing.
that's like why
This
you
is
don't want to
really
get
just
audited by the IRS,
really
because then
just
they
a
got your
big.
whole. Then you're a
This
highlight.
is really just a big PR
I
thing with
I
Trump.
think if it is a PR thing, it's the Democrats trying to get these riots.
Okay,
But
no,
if it's not,
not
hold on. But if
Democrat.
it's, but I think it's
Hold,
more likely
hold
this
on.
guy was brought
Okay.
up to the light.
Rambling just to ramble is not
No, it's
going
just
to
you're not
work.
letting me explain what I'm
Rambling
saying.
just to no, I don't want you to speak anymore on the topic. You're right.
Well, that's unfair. Like I was just saying,
life is not fair, and this panel is life.
okay.
I don't know. This isn't
Damn,
T's
Stanley.
panel. This isn't Freezy's panel. I pretty much.
I don't go on Freeze's channel, and I have once or twice.
All I'm
But
saying,
I don't
all I'm
go on to
saying,
argue with
hey,
people.
you can't. I understand the need to defend Trump. That's
I'm not
all
defending Trump.
perfectly
Never
well
once
and
have I
good.
said my opinion of Trump. That's what's interesting. I've never once given
What's
you my
in,
opinion of Trump.
dude? I don't know how I can be more upfront. I don't give Trump the benefit of the doubt. How much more upfront
That's
can I
fine.
be?
I just said
I know it.
maybe
I
you could
know
acknowledge
it's
possible
fine.
by bringing this
Don't
guy's
tell
name
me
to the light. They
okay. I keep
find
saying
his
this.
connection.
You keep going. It's fine.
All right,
but
never mind. It's
just
not.
stop
It's not
it.
worth it.
It's
It's fine.
fine. You don't have to go farther. You don't have to defend Trump. He can defend himself.
I'm not defending Trump. I'm
Sounds like
defending
you are.
logic.
Okay, ma'am, you and logic are not mutually acquainted. You literally,
That's false.
honestly, logic.
I'm a very logical person, actually,
I don't think you
especially
are.
for a woman.
You know what? I think women can be as logical as men. Logic implies no emotion. It's just straight objectivity. I don't think women are less logical than men. I do know a lot. I do know a logical argument when I hear one, and me just stating that I don't give Trump the benefit of the doubt. It's really not that
I'm not even
complicated.
talking about Trump, though.
Doesn't even need logic to understand what I'm saying.
I was just asking, is it possible when this guy's name's brought up, and all of a sudden,
If I
of course,
tell
they're going to be
you
looking
my
at all of
opinion,
his
if I tell
records and
you,
work,
if
his
I
paychecks
tell
and
you,
blah, blah,
I
blah.
will not be swayed. Why is it logical to keep going with this argument?
Okay,
it's not.
I'll put it out on the
Literally,
inside.
if I tell
different
you my
scenario.
opinion isn't going to change, why is it logical to go farther?
Let me ask you a parallel hypothetical.
There is no parallel. I'm not doing
Okay, give it a chance.
hypotheticals.
Give it a chance.
No,
If you don't like
I
it, don't
won't give
answer.
it a chance. I'm not going to give it
All
the
right.
benefit
Who else
of the
is on
doubt.
the panel? Can I ask you? Old man?
No, this isn't. I don't care who else is on the panel. I'm ready
The
to move on.
dictatorship.
It is a dictatorship.
Yeah. Stanley rules the panel with an iron fist.
I literally,
That's just the way it is.
I'm always upfront. No. I don't mind a little bit of pushback. That's perfectly fine. But when it starts derailing, the story I'm trying to play.
It didn't, though. My point was he was under the radar for so long. Sometimes the same reason we don't want to be audited by the IRS, because if they find
Who
mistakes,
was
they're going
under
through
the
all of
radar?
our
Wait,
records.
hold on.
This man.
Who was under the radar?
This man. Like the rest of us.
This man has
Normal
been in
citizens are under the
this
radar.
man. Okay, I don't know how
But if
much
they highlight us for
okay,
something and they start digging
hold
into
on.
our
Blue
history,
Jay.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
Blue Jay.
I think I've explained it all I can.
Blue Jay. This man has been in the news practically every day for months. He has not been under the radar.
Talking about before he got deported.
Okay, literally. I don't know if you read the news on a daily basis.
Before he got deported.
The man has not been under the radar.
Before he got deported?
The man has been in
the
the news for months.
I'm not
He
talking about
has
months. I'm
been
talking about
in the
years.
news for months.
I think you're purposely being obtuse.
The cases have made it all the way up to the Supreme Court.
I'm not talking about anything to do with
Okay,
his
God
deportation.
damn it. I don't know whether
but
this is so frustrating.
This is pointless because
you
I'm
will
saying,
just babble on endlessly and not recognize my point. This case made it all the way up to the Supreme Court.
I get
I don't call that under the radar.
My point is,
I
he could have
do
been in the
not
cartel for
call.
a decade.
God damn it.
If he was in
Okay. The babbling isn't helping me or you. The point that you make that he was under the radar is patently false and demonstrably so. The case made it to the Supreme Court. I don't call that under the radar. And I'm really ready to move on with this story.
He's been
I
tied
don't
up
want
in
to.
court systems literally for years. So no, he hadn't.
Well, I don't know about
living under
years.
the radar. Well, yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know how under the.
And all kinds of shit.
I don't know how under the radar is even a concept when it comes to this guy or Trump.
I'm just saying he was incognito. He was just another guy.
God damn it. Samuel Guru, how about you listen with your ears? The bottom line is I will not, my opinion isn't going to change. Defending Trump isn't going to change it. It's not logical to keep going when I tell you what my attitude is and that it's not going to change. There is no logic in continuing after I state that. So logical? I don't think so. So here is the story.
He might face in one of that country's most notorious prisons. To Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers, it was no surprise that the same officials who had fought so hard against securing his return suddenly agreed to bring him back to U.S. soil after they had obtained an indictment that bolstered the story they had been telling from the start. Today's action proves what we've known all along, that the administration had the ability to bring him back and just refused to do so, said Andrew Rossman, one of the lawyers. It's now up to our judicial system to see that Mr. Abrego Garcia receives the due process that the Constitution guarantees. Questions have already been raised about the criminal case, filed in federal district court in Nashville. There was concern and disagreement in recent weeks among prosecutors about how to proceed with the charges, two people familiar with the matter said, leading to the resignation of a supervisor in the federal prosecutor's office handling the case. Regardless of how the case turns out, the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia suggests that the administration was, at least in some ways, feeling the heat of the 3 court orders it was facing to facilitate his freedom. The decision could be read, in fact, as the Justice Department simultaneously caving to the orders while also flexing its muscles. By indicting Mr. Abrego Garcia, the department, after all, gave itself the perfect excuse to bring him back to the United States, one that served to avoid a potentially painful confrontation with the Supreme Court and to burnish the administration's law and order image. And as Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, pointed out on Friday, the charges could render moot the lawsuit filed by Mr. Abrego Garcia's family. If that happens, it might get the White House off the hook entirely for the way in which it skirted due process in deporting Mr. Abrego Garcia. Last month, the Justice Department took a somewhat similar approach in the case of Ksenia Petrova, a Russian scientist employed by Harvard who was detained 3 months ago after failing to declare scientific samples she was carrying in her luggage. When it appeared as if Ms. Petrova might walk free in her immigration case, prosecutors filed a criminal charge against her for behavior that would ordinarily be treated as a minor infraction, punishable with a fine. Ms. Petrova's attorney, Gregory Romanovsky, said at the time that the criminal charge, quote, filed 3 months after the alleged customs violation, is clearly intended to make Ksenia look like a criminal to justify their efforts to deport her. The Trump administration is facing several other court orders to, quote, facilitate the return of immigrants who were recently expelled under wrongful or questionable circumstances. On Wednesday, in a rare example of compliance with a court order, the White House brought back to the United States a Guatemalan man who was deported to Mexico this year in violation of an order forbidding immigrants from being sent to countries not their own, without first being given a meaningful opportunity to challenge their removal. It remains unclear what effect the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia will have on a different group of immigrants, the nearly 140 Venezuelan men who were sent to El Salvador on the same set of flights that he was on, albeit under the powers of a different legal tool, a rarely invoked 18th century wartime law called the Alien Enemies Act. Just a few days ago, a federal judge in Washington, James E. Boasberg, ordered the administration to take steps toward giving the Venezuelan men the due process that they had been denied. But even though they were being held in El Salvador under similar terms as Mr. Abrego Garcia, there was no guarantee that Trump officials would bring them back, said Lee Gallant, a lawyer for the American Civil Liberties Union who has been representing them. Clearly, the administration has the technical ability to return people from El Salvador, Mr. Gallant said, pointing to the example of Mr. Abrego Garcia. At a minimum, that reinforces what we have always believed, that the government can bring back anyone it wants, if it actually wants to.
But they don't have to.
Our government didn't
If a
bring
court,
that
well,
back. El
no,
Salvador did.
well,
Okay.
Okay, let me address your point about they don't have to. There was a court order to do so. Back in the old days, if a court said, hey, what you did is illegal, you need to bring them back, you would bring them back. Whether you wanted to or not, the court order meant something. That's basically that. Okay, what I need you to do, 12th man, is let me finish my point, then speak.
They said federal charges, right?
Apparently, in the Trump administration's larger goal is to basically bring into vogue unitary executive theory, which is basically the executive branch is the first among equals, and the only court that the president has to obey is the Supreme Court. They want to neutralize district courts and even appellate courts under the theory that district courts were actually not sanctioned in the Constitution. I think they're more statutory. Congress controls district courts. If Congress said no more district courts could go away. The reason district courts even came about is to take some of the workload. You know, the country has a lot of court cases, and the district courts are kind of like the front lines. So Donald Trump basically wants no check or balance from the judicial system.
I think these.
Okay, well, that's not a good thing. That is literally not the way the Constitution was designed. Number one, if you go and you look at the articles, the legislature is the primary governing branch. That's how it was intended to be. The executive is there to execute laws that Congress makes, and then nominally, and it's not even constitutionally, judicial review is not covered in the Constitution. It's kind of a role that John Marshall, the first Supreme Court, the first Chief Justice, kind of assumed for the court. But if we're to go with tradition, the three branches are checks on each other. Trump wants to lessen those checks. I personally think that a president should be checked by either Congress or the judicial branch. And Congress, decades ago, maybe even a century ago, fucked up when they started delegating a lot of their authority to agencies in the in the executive branch. And I understand why they did it. Hindsight is 2020. They should have figured out another way. Then a president like Trump, which, okay, I can barely hear you. And if you would, please hold comment till the end. I think what's happened is that we have gotten the right president, much like COVID revealed a lot of weaknesses in, governmental structures and even civilizational structures or cultural structures in the United States. Trump is a valuable president in that he is exposing how weak some of our guardrails are. And, they will be enforced or reinforced if he doesn't break them beyond repair.
I have a question about the law system. So,
okay, I can barely hear you.
That's right. Hold on one second. Hold on. I changed my headphones. I just heard them. Hold on.
Okay, and any comment on my comments, 12th man?
I agree with you,
Can you
Stanley,
hear me?
that Congress has been deflecting a lot of its duties to other entities, like these low-level federal judges has, to me, gotten way too big for their britches.
No, I think.
Well,
I don't believe.
I think.
Let me finish.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Okay. No, I want to talk about the district judges. Congress, the district judges are fine. Trump is the problem.
No, they're not.
Yes.
Well, no.
they
What
are
I'm
fine.
asking is if
the only time. No, the low level. You know what?
Judge,
no, you're wrong.
a district
the
judge.
two different cases sound like two different.
I'm going to come right out
agents.
and tell you are wrong. The district judges can do national. If there is a law, like a federal law, that you determine is illegal or unconstitutional, that's automatically a
And that
nationwide
should be for their
injunction. Do not interrupt. If a federal law is deemed unconstitutional, that's automatically a national injunction. If an action that radiates beyond the district that the court's in, that is a natural national injunction. Okay, Trump is wrong on this one, and he's going to wind up losing it at the Supreme Court level.
So, sorry, I forgot I had switched on my headphones, but I was trying to clarify. Was there's two different cases?
Oh, no.
On whether he was
I did a story.
But
hold on one sec, Blue Jay. I did a story on that Friday. What's his name? It's a Republican in the Senate. Damn it, I can't think of his name. He's from Iowa. Grassley. Grassley already has a problem with that limit they want to put on district courts. What's going to happen is it's going to get stripped out because it's not a budgetary matter.
All right.
okay, so is it possible? I think it's very likely, but I'm just going to say possible that yes, they ruled that his deportation was unlawful. Sure, that's that case. That's what the Supreme Court is handling, and that's who advised Trump bring back.
Okay, they didn't.
Fine.
They didn't.
However,
Whoa! The Supreme Court did not rule that Abrego Garcia's deportation was unlawful. They said you need to bring him back.
right, that's what I said.
It hasn't. That part has not. The deportation itself hasn't been ruled on. The due process was what they ruled on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, but is it possible that they, in the meantime, because they do have check and balance, as you mentioned, that the other agency said, hold on, he's actually on our watch list. We think he's involved in this organized crime.
No,
and then they said,
that
let's
has
wait
nothing. That has nothing to do with it. If they did that, in defiance of a court order, no, that's not okay.
2 out of 3
that's
judges
part of the
ordered
vetting
him to be deported before. already.
No, that's
Well, they may have
untrue
had
as well.
evidence and just
No,
because he
that's
hadn't
a
been
fact.
formally charged, they
No,
didn't have
it's
that
untrue
information.
as well. And as a matter of fact, you're talking about the appellate court.
No, 2 federal judges had ordered Garcia's deportation at least twice before. One said he could stay.
One immigration judge basically said he stays, correct?
And 2 said he didn't.
Okay, no. You need to answer my question.
Yeah.
I heard what you said about the 2. The immigration judge says he stays. The Supreme Court literally said facilitate his return. What you're talking about is irrelevant to my point.
And they did.
Okay, I don't give a shit about the 2 judges. The final say is with the Supreme
So
Court.
only your judge counts.
Yes, the Supreme Court counts.
Maybe they had
The Supreme
inside
Court
from Interpol
counts.
and
Is the
other...
Supreme Court? Hold on, Blue Jay. 12th man. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, correct?
Well, it's supposed to be, but
Okay, all I need you to say is yes or no.
it's supposed to
Over
be.
the federal?
The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. Is that correct? Yes
they
or
make
no?
a decision you don't agree
Okay,
with.
apparently, motherfucker, what is it with these far right assholes who can't just answer a yes or no question? Is the Supreme Court the highest court in the land?
Well, they're supposed to be, Stanley, but
Okay, that's
Joe
a yes,
Biden
no
ignored them.
question. Don't
Trump
tell
has
me what they're
ignored them.
supposed to be. See, this is y'all basically accuse me of not answering direct questions. I think people confuse me for you, 12 man. The answer to your question, is that the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. Therefore, the 2 appellate judges or federal judges or whatever judges they were don't matter. He was brought back as the Supreme Court ordered, and it was reluctantly that they did that. A federal agency, who gives a fuck? He's here.
But you just said it's a statute,
El
and
Salvador
it's not
brought him back because he
required,
was
Here.
under
and it
indictment.
doesn't have a time limit.
Stop struggling. He's here.
But there was no time limit, right?
The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court didn't say how he was going to get here, how to facilitate it. They just said facilitate it. That
they brought him
did.
back
And it didn't specify time.
I don't care about how they brought him back.
Even though that
they brought him
would
back.
still only be a recommendation based on.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, Blue Jay. The Supreme Court does not issue recommendations.
The Supreme Court has no jurisdiction
over
what El
Okay, I have
Salvador
no
does or
idea
does
what
not do.
statute you're talking about.
Well, the commander-in-chief would make the ultimate
The Supreme Court does not issue statutes. It
Not even to the
interprets
president?
The Supreme
statutes.
Court has no jurisdiction over El Salvador. That's
They're
the fact.
advisors to
And you
Donald
know
Trump.
what? You know what, 12th man? You sound idiotic.
Okay. So the
The
U.S.
Supreme Court,
has jurisdiction in every country.
the Supreme Court
Okay.
did not. The Supreme Court did not order El Salvador to facilitate. It ordered the Trump administration to facilitate. How they facilitated, the Supreme Court doesn't care about. He's here, is my point.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's here.
So
But you
Blue
think the
Jay-
charges are fake because you think they're
No,
just trying
I
to...
don't. No. I have no clue whether the charges are fake. I just don't give this. I just don't give the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt. If they prove they're real, then they prove they're real, and
Well, here's my...
they're real.
I mean,
But
if
they
you
need to
protected
prove
innocent
it.
children
They
from being
need to
sex
prove.
trafficked
I
across the
don't
border,
care
I'm
about
with
any.
him
I
in
don't
there.
care.
He's lucky to
Don't
be here
care
at all.
about it.
He's
Okay,
lucky to be
don't
here
care
at all.
about
he's
any
lucky
of that.
to be here.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Everybody's lucky to be here. I don't care about any of that. All I care about is that he's here.
He's
Yes, fuck
crying.
it.
They already had a
Fuck
lawsuit.
it.
They're gonna get paid.
Okay,
I hope
you
he's
know what?
guilty.
You need
Ungrateful
to.
bastard.
Well, I acknowledged that you hope he's guilty. Until they prove it, we'll never know.
Stanley, personally, I'm happy that
Because of the
Democrats are
ingratitude.
willing to die on the hill for illegal immigrants. I'm really, actually quite satisfied with that.
Okay.
He went to his own country. I mean, the prison that sucks. Yeah, okay, you're gonna get paid, but to say that, you know, oh my gosh, and create like division in the United States, you're a foreigner. They let you here in the first place. You're still not technically a citizen, but they're bringing you back.
Okay, well, before you
like
go
our
too
country
far,
is just
before
stressing over it. Fuck you.
before you go too far with that, he's not a citizen stuff. Non-citizens under U.S. jurisdiction have constitutional rights. Did you know that?
Okay, my point is.
Oh no! I need you to acknowledge. I need you to acknowledge that point. They have constitutional rights if they are under U.S. jurisdiction.
Right.
Basically, if you're on U.S. soil, and definitely if you have a legal status, you have constitutional rights.
Right.
That is the law.
To due process, but they don't even have to be. They don't have to even be here. That's not part of their rights. They can have their.
Okay, I have no clue where you're going with this. The point is they're here. Whether they have a right to be here or not is immaterial.
Did you hear what they said about how
I don't care what they said.
He's trying to
I
impede a
do not
lawsuit.
care about any of that. The butt part of your argument, the butt part of your argument really isn't.
You're missing my point.
You're not making a point.
Yes, I am.
Not only am I missing your point, I don't think there's a point to miss.
The fact is that this guy, yes, he was the unfortunate soul that the mistake was made. And okay, but the bottom line is they made it right. They brought him back. And the thing is, now these charges, now he's trying to tear apart our country by saying, "Oh, they're just accusing me."
Okay, I don't think little old
He could say,
Abrego
"I still
Garcia.
think the 300,000
you. So you
criminals,
think Abrego Garcia's
they already filed a
purpose is
lawsuit."
okay, motherfucker? Do not overtalk. This is annoying. You make a bad point and then you want to overtalk me with the bad point. I don't think Abrego Garcia is trying to break the country apart. I think what's breaking the country apart is Trump's refusal to obey the law. Two wrongs don't make a right. Okay, I don't know why you
just
guys
don't like his time frame.
No, I don't
like that it took a few months.
No, I don't like it. I don't think I pretty much don't like much of what Trump does.
Fine, get your money. But
okay.
Just to accuse them of doing it, I don't.
I'm not accusing anybody of anything. It is obvious.
Okay, how do you feel about his big lawsuit? Right?
I don't think. What are you two trying to do? Just throw shit at a wall and see what?
Do you think he seems like he wants what's best for America or best for himself?
Okay, I don't care about any of that. I care that Trump follows the law. I care if he's charged with the crimes that he gets due process in court. That's all I care about.
Don't feds always have like a 99% conviction rate because they only charge what they already have?
No, it's number one.
Back to El Salvador.
Okay, two dumbasses talking does not really matter to me. I don't know whether he's guilty or not.
You a dumbass.
All I have to say, well, you know what? Nope, I'm gonna do it. If you make a dumb point, it's a dumbass point.
What's your opinion?
Based on the Fed's conviction rate,
likely it is my opinion. I don't care about any of that. What I care about is the president of the United States following the law. And, you know, if the president doesn't follow the law, that basically means his supporters don't have to follow the law.
So what law did he not keep? I'm confused on that.
Okay, I don't know why two of you are. Why do two of you have to talk at the same time?
Okay.
I just don't know what law he didn't keep. I mean, he brought him back, right?
Well, yeah, he eventually.
So you don't like how long it took.
Okay, yeah, like
time
how
frame.
he got back makes a difference.
It does, because if like I said, once you're brought into the spotlight and you're, coming back, and then they say, no, actually, he's on our list. We gathered a lot of evidence. We
I have
wait.
no
If there's
idea
no
what you're talking
timeline,
about. What list? Are you talking about?
the watch list.
Why are two of
The
you
FBI
talking
watch
at the same
list.
time?
Talking about the FBI
And
watch list,
what list are you talking about, Blue Jay?
Homeland Security terrorist list, and also the FBI
Okay,
watch
he's
list.
not on any terrorist
How do
list.
you know?
What the fuck do you mean? How do I know?
Meaning he
the
could
man
be
has been
under
the man has been in the news for months.
Meaning he could be tied to some people that are, and
He
they
could
want to be
be,
extra cautious.
Nobody.
All I'm saying is they wanted to be extra cautious, and
damn
they
it,
may
dude.
have actually found.
Okay, all I have to
valid
say
reason.
is that this man has been in the news for months.
For
He
years.
has been through.
Really?
He's been through. I don't give a fuck about that. He's
If
been
he's
in
in the
my.
cartel, he's been in it since he
He's
left El
been
Salvador
in the
first
news
place.
for months, and
I'm not talking about.
he's
not much.
been
I'm talking
through
about since he left the first time.
3 or more layers of court. I think if he was on a terrorist watch list, it would have come up by now.
My point is, sometimes they don't have
Okay,
it's not
your
a public
point
list.
is not
They
a
have certain
point.
groups that
Your
they watch,
point
and they have
is
team
not a
leaders, and
point.
they have connections.
Your point is
Okay,
not a
fine.
point.
Fine.
As soon
But I'm
as
just
you
saying,
say,
I'm not talking about
as soon
months.
as
I'm
you,
talking about people
okay,
that come from their
as
country. They're already
soon
involved
as
in
you
the
say,
crime before they
okay,
come.
Blue Jay, I honestly, as soon as you say sometimes, that automatically means it's not a fact.
What part?
Sometimes. As soon as you say sometimes, you impose a conditional. Facts are never conditional.
An
I
opinion.
didn't say fact. It was a fact. I said
You
is it
said
likely?
sometimes. Likely does not imply factual.
Well, you
He's
just keep
right,
bringing up this
Blue Jay.
month
Facts
thing, and
are
I'm
not
talking about
sometimes.
if he's involved in this organized crime, he was in it before he even came to America in the first place. He was been in El Salvador, and then he would have been connected to the people, and he would have been their front man here. That's my point. I'm not talking about months.
Okay, I'm not big on hypotheticals. Sometimes they're useful.
No, that's actually is
most
how that
times
works.
they're not.
They don't just trust new people. Like people who it's like mostly very tight connected groups. I mean, what do you mean? I'm not saying he is.
Oh.
I believe in that he has a right to a fair trial. But my point is, with him coming back and making the big deal, it took a little
Well,
bit,
you know
but
what? Funny enough, what do you call the right to a fair trial?
Unbiased jury.
What's the constitutional term for right to a fair trial?
Well, I know it's due process, but it's also different
Right.
for U.S.
So
citizens.
he deserves
They don't get appeals and
So
all that.
you even Blue Jay believes he
No, I already said that people that are here that are on temporary
He was
citizenship
here.
status don't have the same rights as
Temporary protected.
No, actually they do.
As far as due
They
pro- it's
do.
a different
They-
due process.
Hold on. That you believe they don't doesn't
No,
mean much.
it's
The
different due process.
Constitution.
Said
Now,
all
there's
these
not.
people here.
Okay, I don't know why two of you need to talk.
Well, I'm just saying,
Unfortunately,
the Supreme Court said,
unfortunately,
oh, now you don't care about what the Supreme
non-citizens,
Court said.
non-citizens under U.S. jurisdiction, which pretty much means if you're on our soil, you follow our laws. They have constitutional rights, probably not to the same degree, and probably
Well, they can
not.
deport them instead of imprison
I
them.
don't understand why I can't finish. They do have constitutional rights, though. Whether you think they do or shouldn't or should not, should or should not, They do.
They're
And
not as
funny enough,
extensive.
if you want that to change the Constitution.
What I don't believe that they are the same as it is, so I'm perfectly fine the way it's written as now.
You don't have
I
to
don't see any
believe.
change needed.
You don't have
They
to
can
believe
deport
it,
them though.
but they do.
Okay, but you can't if you are a U.S. citizen and the way that the judicial system processes your trial.
Okay, no,
is
you have no
different
clue.
Requirements.
No, wrong,
Yes, it is.
wrong.
Okay.
I don't even need to hear this out. If
How can
they
they send
have,
someone else
if
to their
they
home country?
have a legal status, they have constitutional rights. Now, if you nab somebody at the border, they're illegal, and they don't have a legal status, then yes, they don't have the constitutional rights. You get them out immediately. If they cross the border and somehow or another get a legal status, they have constitutional rights.
Okay, so
Well,
the
the
temporary status, don't
Supreme
they have the
Court
option to send them back to their own country versus
Okay,
the-
apparently, I'm not sure I understand your hypothetical here. If they don't have a legal status, yeah, they ought to be deported.
or if it's
ASAP.
temporary?
If it's temporary, they have a legal status.
But I'm saying as part of their due
If
process,
it's
their judicial
temporary,
system, don't they have
if
the
it's
option to just send them back
if
and not do a
it's
court?
Yeah.
no,
The
no,
Supreme
that's the
Court
whole
just
point.
ruled that temporary status can be revoked, and you can
Yes,
be
you
sent
have
back
to
to your
revoke it.
fucking country.
Yes.
where you
Okay. Well,
fucking came
motherfucker,
from.
maybe you don't
But
understand.
it's a different due
You
process
have
is my
okay.
point.
You don't
God
care
damn it.
about the
This is out of control. If you revoke a temporary status, that means you had a status. If you revoke it, yes, get them out of here. They don't have a status. If you revoke it, you need to understand you have to have a status to revoke. Damn, dude.
Well,
Right, I'm just
I
saying
agree
their
with
options
you,
are
Stanley.
different.
So they don't have the
No, there
constitutional
it
right
depends.
that they
Options
would have
are
had
different
under the
is
status.
vague. What, 12th man?
They don't have that protective status anymore. Therefore, they can be
No,
automatically
you missed what I
without due
said.
process.
You missed what I said. If it's revoked, you're correct. My point is that they had to have had a status to revoke.
Right.
Had whatever.
But they can choose to
don't
revoke it
anymore.
rather than
Sorry,
than
that
prosecute.
that logic stuff gets complicated, doesn't it?
No, what he's read that they can just choose to revoke the temporary status rather than
Yes,
go through
if
the
they
trial.
choose
That's
to
their-
revoke,
that's the difference.
revoke, there is no longer a status. My point is that they had to have had a status to revoke.
Okay. Okay. I
They
get it.
had
That's true.
they had constitutional rights up to the point it got revoked.
Right, but I was just saying that's why it's different due process because you can't revoke a U.S. citizenship, whereas you can do that.
Well,
for temporary.
actually, you can.
Well, okay.
If they're a naturalized, if they were
treason or
naturalized, and they got that, it's determined that hey, they got that naturalized. The criteria, if they falsified it, if they got that that naturalized U.S. citizenship under false pretenses, citizenship can be revoked. Now you can't, you cannot revoke a born citizen's status, but that's going to happen. I think ultimately they're going to start doing that. And I'll give you, and let me tell you why I think that. It's been floated, not solid. No one has come out and said this is a goal, but it has been floated that some U.S. prisoners, like the most egregious prisoners, either wind up in El Salvador, one of the third-party prison in another country. That's tantamount to revoking citizenship.
Yeah, that's been in fear for years, though, way before this, Stanley. I mean,
Well,
back
you know what? Funny
to,
enough, I never heard it. I never heard it
I have.
before the. Okay. Well, I missed something then.
Yeah,
And I had a story.
that under Obama too.
Yeah, well, that kid that they killed, was he the American Jihadi or whatever? He had a nickname where they killed a US citizen, but he was in Pakistan. They deemed him a terrorist. That was very problematic.
I definitely disagree with them sending U.S. citizens elsewhere. I think that's unconstitutional.
I don't think it's going to happen. It's been a fear for a long time. Like, it's been out there for probably half of my lifetime that could have happened. And I'm not saying it can, but so far it has. I think
I mean, we have a right to know what the punishment will be if we choose to break a law, and it's clearly written. So if we're not informed, that's an unfair, what do they call that? Cruel and unusual punishment.
Right.
I don't remember any American citizens, naturalized citizens, being sent out of the country to other prisons. I don't think that's going to happen. Because
well, I don't think it wasn't just naturalized. The way I heard it, it could be any citizen, anyone who's in prison. You know, it was basically the most heinous crimes. But I mean, you know, they pretty much I could actually think of a way they could do it. You know, there are a lot of private prison companies. I could see them offshoring like some U.S.
like
prison
an embassy.
company. Well, no, basically like a U.S. You know how they offshored a lot of manufacturing processes? I could see them offshoring prison.
Right,
You know,
but if they did it under like
I could.
it's
It's an American company, but they own the prison in another country.
Stanley, did you ever watch the Jason Bourne series?
You know what? When they first came out, I did.
Yeah, they had, and I think there's a lot of truth to that series. Like in one of them, they had a black ops prison built out of an old barge, and that's where they kept secret.
Yeah, they did that with.
CIA.
They did that a lot with like people like, you know, captured like foreign fighters or foreign like terrorist leaders. They would do that. Was special. What was it? Special rendition or something like that. They were like black site.
the corporations that are headquartered in the U.S. also have to follow U.S. Ethical standards.
No, actually,
So-
they don't.
They don't.
Not if there are some laws they have to, but no, they also have to follow laws of the country, you know, that their facilities in. That happens a lot with China.
Oh, so if there's a contradiction, then it goes to the country there.
Well, I don't know how that works, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just
but
wondering
I-
if that would work if they had to follow U.S. prison statute laws and all that, and then they were there. So
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say I don't know of any U.S. companies that own prisons overseas. That was just a scenario I was thinking of. I don't
how
know.
they could possibly do it. Yeah, I was with you on that. I followed you. That's why.
all right,
US
so
government
That's
that
thinking
put
it through
people
with
on
the
black ops
that work.
barges and shit. It's the U.S. government that does that, not no private company.
Wait, hold it. Neeli says, remember when I told you, Stanley, they'll need the National Guard to assist in the deportation thingy, and you told me no? My answer is still no. Number one, the National Guard isn't deporting anybody. I'm assuming you're talking about LA. I don't think the National Guard was needed in LA. Trump just wanted to overreact. So nothing that hold on. Let me respond. Nothing has changed. You have proved nothing. We're still where we were. The National Guard is not needed. Just because Trump says it is, doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
I don't get. I do not give Trump the benefit of the doubt. And the way the National Guard works is the governor can declare an emergency. Trump didn't do the Insurrection Act. It was something else. It's titled something or
National Guard
something.
troops can be federalized.
Okay, I don't care about what they can.
Actually,
Okay, again,
Nancy
my
Pelosi.
point is that the governor didn't ask for help. Trump is assuming Trump wants. Okay, Trump. I don't agree that the National Guard is needed.
But it is true to his form. Because he did try to get it.
That federal building would be burned to the ground.
Well, as a matter of fact, you're right. Basically, Trump said, "Hey, we need the National Guard federalized to protect federal assets." Again,
right.
I don't think that was necessary.
But
and I'm not going to second guess the president, but I'm not going to agree that it was necessary. Therefore, okay, I don't understand why I cannot finish what I'm saying. I don't think it's necessary. I'm not going to second guess the president, but I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he has. I don't think Trump has good judgment.
But what's the downside?
Of what?
Just having the National Guard on backup.
Protecting federal property.
No, I'm saying, what's the downside?
I think the downside, if you know anything about the National Guard, you're ripping them away from their jobs and their families for nothing. I don't think it was necessary they be there.
They get paid.
Don't care. I've known that. Okay. Again, federalizing them. I've known National Guard members. I've had people who work for me who are National Guard. They don't always want to go 12 man, paid or not.
But they get paid.
Especially if you have a high paying job. No, getting paid might not be good enough. And again, you and I will just agree to disagree.
So I
don't think they're necessary. Blue Jay asked me the downside. I think the downside is. I think the downside.
When they're taking
I think the downside is ripping them away from their families and jobs for no reason.
But what reason would warrant that?
You asked me the downside.
I know.
I
I'm asking
answered
you
your question.
I said, what reason would warrant the National Guard, in your opinion?
Well, generally, governors will say, "Hey, this is so bad, we declare an emergency. We need you to federalize." They'll usually request it from the president.
I don't think they would.
When you sign up for
they do it all the time. It's been done.
Going to make it seem like
governors have asked for troops to be federalized before. It's not. I mean, I won't say it's.
They could also not.
Okay, here is the deal. Okay, here is the deal. Here is the process. Here is what actually happened. What's his name? Newsom is actually threatening to sue Trump for nationalizing. Okay, you asked me a question. I answered it.
I'm just saying, I don't think Newsom would ever even admit that it's violent or.
Okay, I don't really care what you think.
Okay, but my point is,
you asked me a question. Oh, so we have moved on from your question. Gotcha.
No, but you said that. I said, when would it be appropriate? You said the governor asked. I said, okay, what if the governor?
Okay,
is not asking, but it seems that though they need to be overridden.
I think if the governor doesn't ask, the Trump shouldn't assume or take control. What he did is legal. What he did is legal. Declaring an insurrection would be too far, in my opinion.
I just don't know. I want my governor, if I don't even know who it is anymore. Mike Lee, I think he died as a senator. I don't even know who it is.
Okay, well, whose problem is it that you don't know who your governor is? That is a you problem.
My point is, it's like, I think that I would rather have somebody from the outside who can see there's a problem step in.
Okay, no.
My governor just wants to like hush hush.
Why do you think there's federalism? Why do you think there's states' rights? Okay, the president's job is not to second guess governors.
Why would he care if there was extra?
Okay, listen
support of
to
the
what
citizens?
I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The president deals with national emergencies and state emergencies if the governors ask for help. It is not the president's job to govern California.
In a way, it is because it's
In a way, it is
security.
absolutely not.
It's a,
If you
no, it's a national security issue.
if you believe in the Constitution, it is not. The president,
clearly it is, or he wouldn't have been able
the
to do it.
president is head of the executive branch. He's not even head of the U.S. government. He is head. Okay, the president is not the head of the U.S. government. The president is the head of the executive branch. There are 3 co-equal branches of government.
I know
there
that.
there is a national government, and there are 50 plus state and territorial governments.
Okay,
The president's job is not to govern states.
He's not the commander in chief over national security.
Okay, national security has nothing to do with individual states.
National security issues are going
National
to
security has nothing to do. The national security has nothing to do with governing states.
When there's protests against immigration in California,
Okay,
yes, there are.
bullshit.
They're not even that far from the border.
If they need the National Guard, if the governor asks for help, then the president steps in to provide the help.
No, that's not
Yes.
how it
Read your Constitution, folks.
No,
Read your Constitutions, folks.
No, I get what you're saying. They have the right to
Read
dictate their
your
own state,
I'm
but
not
if they're
even gonna.
jeopardizing
I
the
don't
country,
care about the argument. I'm 100% sure I'm right.
Then why was that
The
Trump able to stop border
Constitution,
states from
folks.
allowing
The
immigrants?
Constitution.
Why
The
did Trump override?
Constitution. I don't
the
care about your opinions.
No,
The
this is a
Constitution.
legit question.
The Constitution overrules. The Constitution overrules your opinion.
Maybe you need
Then
to go
why
back
were the
and
border states not
No,
allowed to
maybe
decide
what
who
you
allowed
need to do,
immigrants or not?
maybe what you need to do, 12th man, is stop
read the Whiskey
declaring.
Rebellion.
You need to
Problem
stop
solved.
declaring your opinion superior to the Constitution.
It's not an
Every
opinion.
major
The
issue in
Whiskey
America
Rebellion.
Okay, what the
took
fuck does the
down a
wait?
bunch of
Hold it.
motherfuckers
What the fuck does the Whiskey Rebellion have to do with the LA stuff?
because they were
So did the
insurrect.
governor have to
They
ask for
were
backup on
insurrect.
9/11?
Okay,
Or did they
okay.
just say, okay, we're coming in?
Trump did not declare an insurrection. Is there an insurrection, 12th man?
Well, it's coming
Not
close
even
to them.
motherfucking, not even
Did
motherfucking Trump
Giuliani have
has
to
declared this
help?
an insurrection. Why does your opinion supersede the
So
president?
you admit that the
Motherfucker,
federal
this is
government
what
has
you're
the
gonna
right to
do.
federalize.
You're going to answer my question. What does the Whiskey Rebellion have to do with this non-insurrection in LA?
I'm just saying, federal
Don't just
authorities
say,
have the right
don't just
to,
say,
Because
don't
of
just
immigration.
say. Tell,
I'm
answer
trying to
my
explain,
question.
but you won't let me
Don't.
finish.
You don't. No,
Then,
there's nothing to explain.
yeah, there
Has
is.
Trump
Freak out.
declared
You
an
just don't want to
insurrection?
hear it.
12th man. 12th man. Has your president declared an insurrection?
I mean, your
Is there an
president,
insurrection if Trump does not declare an insurrection? That's my question.
but he can federalize National Guard to protect federal assets.
As much as that, how
That's
That's the
exactly
whole
what
point
he
here.
did. Now, let me ask you a question. Did he declare an insurrection?
No,
Okay,
not yet.
that's all I need to know.
What if
Not
Mexico
yet.
So
stormed the
it
border?
has nothing to do with the Whiskey Rebellion. And by the
Yeah,
way,
it does.
speaking of, since you no, it actually doesn't. By the way, the Whiskey Rebellion, they didn't take over Kentucky.
Okay, but these are Mexicans, and the Mexican border is like 3
Okay,
hours drive.
no, you don't know that they're
So
Mexican.
what if they were to storm the border? There's they could get to LA in 3 hours.
Okay, you know what? That's a good question. My counter question is we will find out, or actually my answer, we will find out when Mexico invades.
But would the National Guard be helpful if I'm talking about normal citizens?
I don't think if we get invaded by the Mexican army, the National Guard may be called. Okay, see, this is what happens when you far right MAGA folks want to bring up dumb hypotheticals.
I didn't say the government, though. You're being disingenuous. Make it sound like I said.
No. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm saying when Mexico invades, we'll deal with it.
I said, what if a bunch of their citizens storm the border?
Are there citizens storming the border?
No, but if
okay, well then if they're not, I don't know. I don't have an answer. We will know when Mexican citizens storm the border. We will know. I don't have an answer for now. I don't have an answer to your hypothetical.
It's just being like offensive.
I do not have an answer to something that has not happened.
Okay, that's fine. But
if it does happen, I honestly don't know. I would guess the National Guard would be called, but there's also actual like Marines at Camp Pendleton. There's regular Army or regular folks. If there is an invasion, when that happens,
or an insurrection.
There's not been an insurrection. Has there been an insurrection, 12th man?
Well, there was during.
Has there been an insurrection, 12th man?
During the Rodney King riots, there were.
Okay, we're not talking about the Rodney King riots. Has there been an insurrection, 12th man? In LA in 2025. Okay, then that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Don't need the extras.
Firebombing LAPD.
Don't care. Do not care. Do not care.
You don't care, do you?
All I care is has there been an insurrection or not? See, this is what y'all do. This is what MAGA does. What if? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Politics.
I'm just wondering if
it's not an important question.
Just the
that's not a reason.
Just the object.
This is actually
violence.
You know, just
you love the violence, don't you, Stanley?
Getting too wild.
No, what I like is actual good arguments. Let me know when y'all make one. And Neeli, will blacks unite with whites in the war? What war? Or will blacks join Mexico?
In front of your face, motherfucker.
What is he talking about? Will blacks unite with whites in the war?
Of course they will.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Anonymous vote.
Why would? I love this one. Why should it matter if declared insurrection or not? Oh my Lord! What a question. All right, so I don't think there's a war in our country there, Neeli. So moving on to the next story. In emergency appeal, Trump asked Supreme Court to let him gut education department. You know what? It doesn't really matter whether he guts it or not. Bottom line is he can't get rid of it. Literally, it takes Congress to do that. They created it. They will have to revoke it. So it says here the Trump administration on June 6th asked the Supreme Court to let it dismantle the education department and fire hundreds of its workers. President Donald Trump is trying to fulfill his campaign promise to end the education department and move school policy to the states. Pretty much already is. There's some mandates, but the policies are local. In an emergency appeal, the administration said the court should lift a judge's order blocking Trump from carrying out all those moves while they're being challenged by Democratic-led states, school districts, and teachers unions. The Constitution vests the executive branch, not district courts, with the authority to make judgments about how many employees are needed to carry out an agency's statutory functions and whom they should be. Exactly. They can't get rid of it.
Right.
They are just trying to minimally administrate it. Here is the deal, though. You cannot defund the executive branch cannot defund what Congress authorized. Let's see. There's something else here. This is actually kind of interesting in that the judge's order results in a national injunction. Now, why should I'm trying to figure out why Trump should be defunding if the defunding is being challenged? I think it's going to be interesting to see, because I would think that the court could go, hey, you can't do what's being contested. But you know what? It's hard to predict what these far right MAGA folks will support.
I would think
the Constitution is not something they seem to support of late.
Well, I mean, you can't really disband like everybody else's prior contracts. I mean, they have so many different, clauses in all of people's loans and everything else. They can't really just cut all of those back. All
The loans aren't the problem. They want to fire people.
Right, but they've only fired 5%.
Okay, the loans are not the problem.
But they've only fired 5% of employees.
It's the firing of people that's being contended.
I know, but a lot of people don't realize that it's only 5% of.
Okay, I have no clue. Where are you going? Where are you going with this? We're not
actually.
Talking
My mother
student.
worked for the.
We're not talking student. We are not talking student loans.
I know. I'm talking about the government workers across the board.
Okay, we're not talking government workers across.
You just said
we are not talking government workers across the board.
Okay, well, fine. This particular case, education, but that was your point.
No, my point is that I'm not sure. My point. My point. God damn it! What the fuck is it with you people? If I say something, no, you can't get a word in edgewise till I'm done.
You're never done though.
Well, you said
well, you know what? If I'm never done, then you don't get a word in edgewise. That's how it works.
Maybe I missed.
All I'm saying is I find it problematic to lift an injunction on something that you're being sued for. What Trump wants to do is he wants to keep doing what the Democratic states are suing about.
There's nothing democratic about this country.
Being sued for what?
You're right. It's a republic. It is a democratic republic. Okay, the democratic. Look, you're absolutely right with that point. That's why it's a republic. Okay, the institutions versus the people. The people are represented in Congress and in elections, but by and large, it's the institutions that kind of govern the country. The people govern the country indirectly. It is a government of we the people, but we the people have basically agreed to the Constitution and the institutions the Constitution sets up. And if you don't like it, then the people can change it.
Right.
Well, I really do appreciate your stances, Stanley, because being for all these Garcias and all these Mexican flag waving motherfuckers is going to make great for a Republican.
Okay,
midterm.
if the Republicans. If the Republicans can win elections based on Americans waving Mexican flags,
y'all are bleeding black people, man, left and right.
I'm sorry.
Black people are bleeding over to the Republican Party.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? People should vote. People should vote how. Okay, I don't get your point.
Losing.
No, what you're gonna do is keep babbling on about blacks and the Republicans. If blacks want to become Republicans, I have no problem with that. Why would I?
Well, you're a Democrat, so you should.
Okay, dude, just because I'm a Democrat doesn't mean that people shouldn't vote their conscience. If blacks want to be Republicans, more power to them. As a matter of fact, blacks should have a larger share of fucking up the country as Republicans. You know what? If blacks want to fuck up the country by voting MAGA, let them do it. It's a free country.
Well, it's not exclusive.
As far as Jay Rillo here, this is the black version of Be Brave.
What do you say?
No, Jay Rillo says this is the black version of Be Brave, just more entitled but still stupid. You know what? Jay Rillo, you are entitled to your opinion. The only difference between me and Be Brave is I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm not a racist.
Your reasoning for voting Democrat, my guess, is going to be very specific. I think maybe what can be a detriment is when groups just believe like a broad overall like Republicans or that kind of thing.
Well, I've said I'm in Georgia. Brian Kemp, I'd vote for Brian Kemp, and he's a Republican. If he ran for president, yeah, I'd vote for him. I probably wouldn't agree with half his policies, but I also think he is a good person. And you know what? Now it depends, on who's running against him. But I would be willing to vote for Brian Kemp. Say if he ran against Kamala, I'd probably vote for Kemp.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a specific loyalty per se.
John Pierre, whatever the White House spokesperson name was,
Karen
under Joe Biden.
Yeah, Karen. I think is it Karen Jean-Pierre. You know what? I haven't actually delved into that story. I don't know exactly why.
Her name's
Kareem.
Well, I get the impression that she kind of doesn't appreciate, whatever deception was run in the case of Biden's mental state or physical health. Yeah. However, I haven't dealt with it. I haven't delved into it, so I don't know the story other than she left the Democratic Party to become an independent. She didn't become a Republican,
right?
But I don't know.
She was set up to be co-host on The View, Stanley, and then The View canceled her contract for leaving the Democrat Party.
Well.
Hard to be in, let's be honest. So she looked like an idiot, but she kind of didn't have a choice. So I feel like she could have resigned, sure, but as far as like what she was asked to do and say and not saying, she just looks kind of dumb. I mean, honestly, but I don't think she is dumb. That's the thing. Maybe now she just wants to like break that attachment to herself for her career.
She's smart enough to leave the Democrat Party. I give her a big thumbs up.
Might fare well better, like out in the world now, if she's not like known as just Biden spokesperson, or Speaker of the House, whatever they call it. But I mean, that's a lot I'm thinking. But I think it's more about her personal image than her strong beliefs on the party.
Okay, well, I don't think she's going to be able to live down being Biden's spokesperson.
That's turning
we've got it all on film.
Yeah. Well, I think
so. Apparently, back on May 22nd, a judge ordered that the education department rehire all the workers that were fired. So, like I said, I don't it'll be interesting to see what the Supreme Court. My personal opinion on this is that, hey, if the injunction bars you from firing people, why would they let you fire people and then go to court? The whole thing should be basically percolate up to the Supreme Court. And then I've got more Supreme Court stories, because there were 3 that I didn't get to last week that I won't get into detail. But the Supreme Court backs a Catholic charity denied exemption in a tax case. The Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled that the group's activities in serving the state's poor were not religious enough to qualify for the exemption. But anyway, the Supreme Court unanimously ruled on Thursday that a Catholic charity in Wisconsin was entitled to a tax exemption that had been denied by the state court on the ground that its activities were not primarily religious. So apparently just a little bit of religion will be enough to get you tax exempt status. I don't know the details on this, and I could go back and listen to the case, but I'm not that interested, to be honest. This, however, was interesting. That case I talked about, I guess it was last Friday, about the white woman who was straight, basically sued because she felt she was passed over for promotion for not being a gay female. Whatever social work agency or something dealt with it would be an advantage basically to be a gay female. She felt, hey, I'm not gay. I was passed over for a promotion I deserved twice. The Supreme Court agreed with her, and surprisingly enough, it was a unanimous decision. And the upshot of the case was that up till then, if you had to prove a discrimination case and you were white or some sort of non-minority, you would have to basically go beyond just the normal, hey, you would have to it wound up being a different standard for non-minorities to prove discrimination. And the Supreme Court just basically said, nope, the rules apply for everyone. There should be no different standard. And Justice
and they ask you if you're gay or not. That's just weird.
And Justice Jackson basically wrote the majority opinion. And the guy, this is the same guy I started off the show with. David French is a religious conservative. He's also a lawyer, and he writes for the New York Times on law. Not a Trump fan, but he's actually really good at kind of editorializing on these Supreme Court cases. And I think this is actually important. And part of the reason I think it's important is in conservative circles, or MAGA circles. I won't say conservative because MAGA's not conservative. And I think, if anything, her writing this decision is actually kind of a political statement for the Supreme Court. Tax exemptions for religion should not exist. Apparently, there are a lot of people who disagree with you there, Jihad. By the way, I haven't seen you in a while, Jihad. How you been, Jihad? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Blue Jay.
Oh, I just thought religious organizations just followed the same statutes as a nonprofit.
Well, they are nonprofits.
Right. So they don't need a reason, right? You can be a nonprofit no matter what, as long as you show that you didn't make a profit.
Well, not no matter what. I mean, there are regulations, the 50,
Right. That
you
just
know,
means your accounting has to show you didn't have
for
any revenue.
religious institutions, there's something special about them. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the ins and outs, but they're like a special form of non profit, I
They
believe.
have like a savings almost. You know what I mean? Whereas like a normal nonprofit can't.
So anyway, I mean, the country is, for better or for worse, most of the people who founded the country, well, shit, the reason people came here to begin with, at least in New England, was for religious freedom. So, religious freedom as a tradition in the United States, even if there is a wall, a separation between the two, you're not going to be able to, get rid of, the religious foundations. I just think that, in my opinion, because I'm not particularly religious, there should be a separation. As a matter of fact, I would actually argue that they shouldn't be taxed at all, let alone an exemption. But anyway,
But
that's
does that
kind of
just
a different
more
show.
for a bunch of like frauds?
I'm sorry, what?
If you just say anyone that identifies as a church won't be taxed, don't you think that would like suddenly incentivize
Well, yeah.
fraudsters?
Yeah, absolutely it would. So, again, I'm not a lawyer. The ins and outs I'm not real familiar with. However, in a
Well, you'd
perfect world,
probably
they wouldn't
made a
be.
good one, Stanley.
You
Like
what?
if you was a lawyer, you'd have probably made a damn good one.
Yeah, well, time out for that. So I want to listen to this, even though it may be boring to some people. This to me is actually a really good opinion piece. And again, because it's Ketanji Brown Jackson writing this opinion, to me personally, it's important.
Justice Jackson just helped reset the DEI debate. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. At the heart of the debate over diversity, equity, and inclusion is a question: how much should the law treat a person as an individual rather than as a member of a group? For a very long time, American law and American institutions answered that question unequivocally. People were defined primarily by the group they belonged to, and if they happened to be...
And I want to make this is a huge point they're making here. And the reason it's a huge point to me is that this strikes at the heart of race in America. People want to judge people by the phenotypical group or the racial group or whatever.
Or by the color
the myth,
for that matter.
The myth of rugged individualism in the United States, in my opinion, has always been just that, a myth. We judge people by groups, racial groups especially. And the funny part is that, for all the people talking about identity politics and stuff, they argue against identity politics while doing identity politics. And the anti-black blacks and the white shades, they know who they are. They are the worst of the worst at these group dynamics. Okay, if you marry outside your race, I just had Solid Snake go on a rant about all, who I married and all this stuff and where I live. Who gives a fuck? Okay, yeah. I think America will be a lot better off when the only time you get associated with a group is for the positive. And I want to personally shit on the John Galts and B. Braves of the world for this group, for this identity politics that winds up being racist and supporting racism.
Stanley,
You know,
can I
black
say
people
something?
should do this. Hold on one sec. Black people should do this, or 70% of this, or 70% of that, instead of literally doing, you know, what Martin Luther King says. Everybody wants to talk about content of character while never actually looking at content of character. And I love shitting on people
Right.
in this John Galt space when they do it. I will shit on you and laugh when I do it.
Well,
So,
Stanley, I think Solid Snake being, you know, talking shit about who you married or where you live is more of a reflection on him than it is you. Maybe he's
well,
angry
no,
because
it's not a, well, what it's a reflection of is, hey, you know what? Martin Luther King didn't die for me. Martin Luther King, if you want to be dramatic about it, died for me to do what the fuck I want to do. Okay.
right.
A free individual gets to marry whom he chooses. And if the anti-black blacks have a problem with it, you're right. It is their fucking problem. Okay. This notion that you can't be black unless you marry black. American Man was
Or live
going
in
off
the
on that.
ghetto.
Roz was in the audience the other day when what was it, Saturday into Sunday? Overnight, American Man wanted to keep emphasizing that he would only procreate with a black woman or black women. And I started, hey Roz, when American Man kept talking about who he was having children with, that was a direct reflection on me.
I think it'd be interesting. Oh, sorry.
I'm like, now he got pissed off when I said, well, you said women, like plural. So apparently you're a baby daddy with a bunch of baby mamas. So, you know, that you got a bunch of, that you have a bunch of black babies.
No, because he married like his high, he got married really
Sound
young.
like you destroyed American Man.
No,
Stanley.
he got
No.
married at like
I wasn't
from
on the panel.
college age. No, he has 2 daughters. But anyway, I mean, he doesn't like me, I don't think, but I don't know why, because we were cool. But my question is with this DEI, like no longer being.
Okay, hold on one sec before we will get back to DEI. I
Okay.
just want to shit on American Man since it's come to mind, and I have the opportunity to do it.
He mad at you because you married a white woman? What the actual fuck?
Well, you know what? I actually didn't marry a white woman as much as I married a woman I loved, and I married her. She wasn't my white baby mama. So, because
when you fell in love with her, you probably didn't see any color, did you?
Oh no, I knew she was white. Every now and again when I got pissed off, I would call her Miss Ann.
Stanley, I have a question for you.
When you're
and the
really in love
joke
with someone, like you don't look at them like.
Well, my running joke is I was probably
right, not the outside.
Right. I was probably more racist than she was. She never even came close. Even when I pissed her off, she never even came close to any sort of racial shit. But as soon as she started nagging, I would have to go, yes, Miss Ann. I know she used to hate that.
I don't even know
that. The only way she gonna shut up, Stanley, if you say.
Oh no, it was mostly for the shock
Miss Ann
value.
Is that like a white thing?
Go along to get along.
Well, it's a southern thing.
Oh, okay.
But
well,
anyway, my point was and we will get back to DEI, I promise.
No. It's more. It's not about as much about DEI. I guess more about people and their strong opinions about race. I'm more like you. I mean, I've had interracial relations. To me, I mean, close friends. I don't. It's not that like.
Well, let me put it to you this way.
I guess in that way. So
I was close. I was close to 40 when I met her. Believe me, race really didn't play that much of a part. It was like, well, damn,
Exactly.
because I'm a difficult person. I was actually more impressed that she could just put up
You
with me.
don't say.
I mean, my first boyfriend, like seriously, was Asian. So I mean, I like from a kid, like didn't even. But I guess it was also like my environment. But my question was, now people that like give you a hard time and they're really fixated about race. Do you think those same people are going to basically, like, when their bluff's called, they don't have to, there's no incentive to identify as a race anymore now that was why I was bringing DEI. It used to be an incentive, right? If you're a select group, you have opportunities and you can benefit from saying you're this race or that race or this gender, whatever. But now that doesn't
That's
help.
true.
They could just put other. Everybody, if they're so against race, everybody could just put other. But how many people would actually do it?
Probably no one. And there are times, like, believe this or not, I talked a few days ago about Wilfred Riley. And I, as a matter of fact, I need to make sure I introduce him to this audience because, in my opinion, he's the smartest black conservative in America. Now, there are a lot of things
Who's
he
that,
does that I
Stanley?
disagree with him. Wilfred Riley.
Okay.
And he's well known, but not as well known as, say, a Thomas Sowell. He's a lot younger. I think he's younger than I am. He is actually smart, like really smart. And you know what? Even when I disagree with him, he's one of those folks that I'm like, well, God damn it. You know what? If I ever go up against him, I'm going to have to fucking like know my shit cold. I've never talked to him directly, but I have been on a panel once with him. But he brought up that there
Can
is
you
a
put
time.
his link in the back?
I'll do all that tomorrow. Because I'm gonna do a video or two of him. I will get into detail because I admire him. But he brought up that race actually can be important, and it's really not so much race as genome. In certain medical situations, like sickle cell, Black Americans tend to be more prone to it because of heritage. And outside, in America, it's known as a Black disease. However, it is more an equatorial thing. If your heritage goes way back, and it's near the equator where there's yellow fever and mosquito problems and stuff like that, it really doesn't matter the race. It's really more heritage and background. But in America, we are the population that, has that kind of, background. So there are times when even race can be useful, but medical diagnosis, that sort of thing. There are times when race is important, but by and large, it's not day to day.
Well, like for instance, like
but anyway,
example, the medical. I mean, they're still gonna have to test them. If someone comes in, even if they don't include race, they're like, okay, you have these symptoms.
Okay,
we need to test you for sickle cell. But what I'm saying is,
right.
I
don't want to get knee deep into medical
system.
stuff. I was just making the point that sometimes race can be important, but those are special situations. Wilfred Riley, I've been meaning to do it for weeks now. I will make a special effort to show at least he's got a podcast. What's her name? Because she shows up. There's a beautiful Black woman who's a conservative. Is it Tamika Michelle? I can't think of her first name. But anyway, they have a podcast, which I haven't seen in quite some time. There is this Black female conservative who is just like, my God, she's beautiful. But I would never agree with half her stuff because I think she is literally to the right of, like, she put someone like a Glenn Lowry or or a Wilford Riley to shame. This woman is so right wing. She's scary. She makes Harris Faulkner look like a lefty. That's how far to the right she is.
Oh, I just think if people put other on their license, driver's license. So when you say
Okay,
you're detained,
what are we talking
I
about
actually
now?
to go. I'm saying how I think that it can be beneficial to forego race, even though there may be some
No,
minor
it's
benefits
not.
we lose, like
It's
medical.
not
Because
always
say
beneficial to
someone goes.
forego race.
Well, let me just tell you my opinion, and then you don't have to agree.
Okay, let's
But
not.
I'm saying if you say the criminal justice system, and if the statistics are saying, oh, this crime is highest amongst black men, now the police are extra targeting black people. Now there's Be Braves out there that are shaming the entire black community. If there's certain things that
Okay,
certain
well, let
groups
me
benefit or don't benefit from
since you
by
bring up
foregoing
Be
race,
Brave.
why is that a bad thing to
Okay,
think about?
the bottom line is that people
Here we
like
go.
Be Brave.
I will be listening. Unless you
People
want me to say
like
it
Be
really quick.
Brave are literally stupid.
No, he's reading things. He's reading
half the
statistics.
time-
Those
half
statistics
the
wouldn't
time-
exist if we didn't put race on everything.
Okay, well, you know what? That genie's out of the bottle. We have to deal
No,
with
because
the
now there's
result.
no incentive for
Okay, there's no putting the
identifying as a
genie.
race as
There
there was
is
with
no
DEI and affirmative
undoing.
action.
There is no
That was
undoing
why-
what is done.
That's why
There
people
is
did
no
it.
undoing what is done.
Yes, there
I'm
is.
not
We
even
can start
sure.
putting other
No,
on our.
it is no. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, all right. Well,
It is
I'm gonna
not.
listen. I gotta drop down. I gotta get certain
Good.
stuff done. But okay, bye.
Have a good day. You can't put that genie back in the bottle. It's like radiation. Once you explode that nuclear bomb, you can't unbomb. You have to deal with the fallout. And
Well, I really
how
like
you did
Blue Jay. Stanley,
yeah, I do too.
She's very
However,
outspoken, and I like
is that what she is? I wouldn't call it outspoken. I'd have to think of a term. Outspoken is one thing, but it's something akin to that. So,
Right.
bottom line,
Have a
and
good
I've
day,
lost.
partner. I was about to
I've
say
lost
portrait, Jay.
I've lost my train of thought. I will get Wilford Riley in front of this audience because y'all will like him more than I do, and I definitely respect him, but there's some things we just don't agree on. However, he's one of the few people. If he says it, even if I don't agree with it, I would have to go and double check and actually think about a response. You don't come after him lightly because he knows more. he will always know more than me, and therefore I have to respect that.
What about your critical African thinker buddy? Me
Charles?
and him had a back and forth the other day, but I was wondering why, since he's in Nigeria and an African, why is American politics concern him?
Well, I think Charles has a valuable outside looking in sort of point of view, but the devil is always in the details. And I still believe if you have not immersed yourself, been born into, or spent years kind of understanding American politics, like any country's politics, are complicated. There are more nuances than basic facts about it. American
Stanley,
politics is like,
seriously, don't you have your own problems in Nigeria? Why do you care?
you know what?
what's going
I'm
on
not.
over here so
Charles and I have known each other for probably 4 or 5 years. Time flies. We have had these conversations. He knows what I think. I would not. I put it to you this way: I wouldn't be doing with the show with someone I didn't respect. So I think he has valuable insights. But there are just things that you don't get nuance wise if you don't live in a country and have spent years in the culture. I could move to Nigeria tomorrow And I might, after 5 years, have, ideas about the politics, but I'll never know the culture deeply.
Yeah, and I don't really care about it that much. It's
Oh,
a beautiful
really?
country and all that, but I don't give a fuck what's going on in Nigeria. Really don't.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. I probably don't have to, but I know at least, well, Charles, Chimamanda, Adichie, Adichie, she's one of my favorite writers, so I kind of care about what happens in Nigeria.
Came over
Plus,
here,
plus I have West African heritage. You're always gonna kind of care about your heritage.
yeah, but that's what the FBA calls the tether.
Okay, I'm not an FBA. I'm not an FBA guy. I'm not that much of an ADOS guy. The organizations. I'm not a Tariq Nasheed guy.
Like there's a difference between American blacks and tethered blacks that come here.
It depends. I have had African friends. I have Indian friends. Look, I'm not one to, I'll call you a tether just to like hurt your feelings. But ordinarily, I don't really think of African immigrants as tethers.
Well, you're not African American, Stanley. You're American, goddammit.
Well, again, the distinction tends to be situational. Sometimes it's important for people to know your heritage.
All right, go outside, dog. Sorry about that.
Also, especially when you speak with my kind of accent, there are plenty of times people have been surprised when I show up, and they're polite enough to say, "I thought you were white." So Fred says a YouTuber killed another YouTuber in Vegas last night. Put that link in the. Hey Fred, put that link in the chat.
See that shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't. No. I don't want to see the video of the shooting, but if there's a like text or newspaper story or something, I hadn't heard about it. But I do want to finish. I want to finish up this because I think this is an awfully important point. America needs to get away from this. I don't have a problem with identity politics if it results in positive stuff. I have a problem with it if it's negative.
Like what?
And just because
like what?
Hold on one sec. Just because identity politics can be negative doesn't mean we should not do identity politics. Sometimes it's useful. So what's your question?
No, like identity politics. Like what?
When can it be useful? I talked about medical situations. I years ago, I've got really bad arthritis. It's a autoimmune caused arthritis that is kept in check with medication, so I'm fine. However, the diagnosis took like 3 years because it was well, it's not rheumatoid, it's psoriatic, and it's hard.
Where does it hurt the most?
It's autoimmune, so it's everywhere.
You got arthritis in your whole body?
Well, I'm prone to it. I mean, arthritis is kind of tricky. Arthritis is hard to describe in that it's joints mainly. Now, arthritis can be wear and tear. You know, that's the what is it? Most people, you will get arthritis when you get old, just from wear and tear throughout your life. That's osteoarthritis. There's also arthritis, and arthritis is basically just degeneration of joints and joint tissues. Your immune system can attack your joints. That's basically what I have. It's controlled with medication. However, the diagnosis, because it can't be detected in blood. You can detect rheumatoid arthritis with a blood test. You can't with psoriatic. Believe it or not, a dermatologist winds up making the final diagnosis, at least in my case. So here's the deal. Let me get to my point. Let me get to my point about the identity politics. Well, in this case, because I happen to have an African heritage, one of the possible diagnoses was sickle cell anemia, because I had a lot of the symptoms. However, I was in my 50s when it was diagnosed, when I got ill. So I was like, if I had sickle cell, it would have been detected years ago. However, it was one of the things they had to screen for. What if I had had sickle cell? They would have never screened for it had I been white. So sometimes that racial identity can be beneficial. That's why I said sometimes in medical situations, there's certain, right. So there are times when, hey, you're black, we suspect this, let's screen for it. And I don't have a problem with that.
That makes sense. I don't have a problem with that.
Right. So there are times when, identity can be important. That's my point. Not a lot of the time, but sometimes. So you can't, basically what I'm saying is you can't just erase race altogether. It actually can be positive.
Right.
You get rid of the racism, not necessarily the race.
There's always an ism for something.
Right. And there are people like anti-black blacks and white shades who are just too stupid to figure out when it's useful and when it's not. And I'll be blunt about the stupid part. So I want to finish this, and then Fred, I'm going to get to that link because I'm really interested in this sort of stuff.
Well, I think Stanley, though, that getting old in general, like we get more tired easy and everything, so we stop moving around as much,
Well, yeah, because that moving around, that
contributes toward the
right, that moving,
arthritis,
that moving around, the movement actually lubricates the joints. So you got to move. So let me finish this, then we'll look in on Fred's story right quick.
To be black or Native American or a woman, they were going to enjoy fewer rights, fewer privileges, and fewer opportunities than the people who belong to the categories white and male. That was and remains a grievous injustice. At a minimum, justice demands that a nation and its institutions cease and desist from malicious discrimination. But doesn't justice demand more? Doesn't it also require that a nation and its institutions actually try to provide assistance to targeted groups to help increase diversity in employment and education, and help targeted groups overcome the systemic effects of centuries of discrimination? On Thursday, the Supreme Court unanimously decided a case that was directly relevant to the latter question, and while the outcome wasn't surprising, the court's unanimity and the identity of the author of the court's opinion certainly was. The facts of the case, Ames versus Ohio, are simple. In 2004, the Ohio Department of Youth Services hired a heterosexual woman named Marlene Ames to work as an executive secretary. By 2019, She'd worked her way up to program administrator and set her sights higher, applying for a management position in the agency's Office of Quality and Improvement. The department interviewed Ames for the job but decided to hire someone else, a lesbian. The department then demoted Ames and replaced her with a gay man. Believing she'd been discriminated against on the basis of her sexual orientation, she filed suit under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. She lost her case in the trial court and at the Court of Appeals, so she appealed to the Supreme Court. She argued that the lower courts had applied a discriminatory standard to her simply because she was straight. Ordinarily, Title VII discrimination suits are resolved through what's called a burden-shifting framework. Initially, the plaintiff, in this case Ames, bears the burden of demonstrating a prima facie case of discrimination, providing facts by producing enough evidence to support an inference of discriminatory motive. If the employee can clear that bar, the burden shifts back to the employer for it to show that it had a, quote, legitimate, non-discriminatory reason for its actions. When an employer makes its case, the employee then gets a, quote, fair opportunity to show that the employer's justifications were mere pretext for discrimination. During my law practice, I litigated a number of Title VII cases, and let me share a typical example of how the law operates. Imagine you represent a group of black plaintiffs who claim they were fired because of their race, and you present evidence that the last 5 employees who were fired were black, even though black employees were only a small percentage of the workforce. The employer admits that it fired the employees, but it presents evidence that each was guilty of absenteeism. They had skipped work. That's game over, right? If there's evidence employees had skipped work, then shouldn't they lose? Not so fast. You were ready for this defense, and present evidence that white employees were retained, in spite of much worse disciplinary records, including worse records of absenteeism. By doing so, you've established that absenteeism was just an excuse. The real reason for the adverse job action was racial animus. That's the normal rule. But in the Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, the federal court of appeals that covers Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, and Kentucky, the rule was different for members of so-called majority groups. And the Sixth Circuit wasn't alone. 4 other circuits also had long-standing rules, imposing heightened evidentiary requirements on majority groups. If you were a member of a majority group, such as a straight person claiming to be the victim of sexual orientation discrimination, you had an extra legal burden. You had to establish background circumstances to support the suspicion that the defendant is that unusual employer who discriminates against the majority. The result was a 2-tiered system of justice, with different legal tests dependent on whether you were a man or a woman, white or black, gay or straight. In its ruling, the Supreme Court rejected the Sixth Circuit's test. It held that all plaintiffs approach the law equally, regardless of their group identity, and all plaintiffs have to meet the same legal burdens to win their case. There can be no extra hurdle for members of majority groups. I wasn't surprised by the outcome, but I was at least mildly surprised that it was unanimous. And I was definitely surprised by the author of the majority opinion, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of the court's most liberal members. Jackson's words were clear. Non-discrimination law is focused on protecting individuals. Quoting previous Supreme Court cases, Jackson wrote, "Discriminatory preference for any group, minority or majority, is precisely and only what Congress has prescribed." As a consequence, Congress left no room for courts to impose special requirements on majority group plaintiffs alone. Crucially, the court didn't rule that Ames had been discriminated against. Instead, it sent the case back down to the lower court to be decided under the proper equal standard. Standing alone, the Ames...
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, they're rolling on reverse racism, right? Like, so...
No, actually, this wasn't a race case per se. It was a discrimination case. In this case, it was a white woman who was straight. It was a straight, she felt she was being discriminated against for sexual orientation.
For being white?
No, sexual orientation.
I thought it was over being white.
No, it's not over. It's not over being black. It was sexual orientation. And no, not sexism. Sexual orientation. Sexism is not the same thing as sexual orientation.
And so basically, you can't discriminate just because they're Republican or they're white or
Well,
they're
that's
gay
not
or
really.
they're straight
Republicans
or
are.
whatever.
I don't. I mean, you can't discriminate for any reason, quite frankly. But
They
in
used
this
to be able
case,
to.
in this particular, and by the way, I have the Supreme Court case. We can listen to it if you're wondering. I had just basically said, no, I've got another longer video. I'm sorry, it was a podcast, a longer podcast on something that I chose not to. We can listen to the, we can listen to the oral arguments. If people vote for that.
I don't know if we need to go over all that.
Oh, well, I like listening to Supreme Court cases. But in any case, we get the gist. Basically, there is no two-tier justice system for discriminatory cases. And Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote that decision. And so Blue Jay saying, I'm sorry, what?
Wasn't that a 9-0 ruling?
It was either 8-0 or 9-0. It was unanimous.
Yeah. I was wondering what Sonia Sotomayor had to say on that case.
Okay, Blue Jay,
He's
I have no
always been
idea.
one of my favorite justices in a way. He's not bad for a Democrat.
Yeah, I have no idea what Blue Jay's talking about. Woke judge. First off, there is no such thing as woke. That's just basically far right fake news. And I have my reasons, which I will not get into.
Really. You're
And
entitled to your opinion.
what I meant by this, there's not a good time God. A good time God? All right, so let's move on to this story. Fred, this is this is breaking news that Fred just gave me. 2 people killed, including YouTuber, in Las Vegas Strip shooting. So a YouTuber and his partner were killed Sunday. Another man, believed to be a fellow YouTuber, opened fire near the Bellagio fountains in Las Vegas, according to witnesses and local officials. The suspect is still at large. The shooting happened at 10:40 p.m. Pacific time on Sunday, when a local YouTuber known as Finney the Legend was live streaming his walk along the Las Vegas Strip, accompanied by a woman believed to be his partner. While streaming at the Bellagio fountains, another man, believed to be a fellow YouTuber, Sin City Manny Wise, also known as Sin City Family, walked past them in the background, not appearing to notice them. Seconds later, the man reappeared in the camera's view. That's the camera they were using live streaming, while being confronted by the woman. So apparently the woman confronted this fellow YouTuber. He then pulled out a pistol and began firing at someone off stream in Finney's direction. At least 7 gunshots were heard as people ran for cover. The woman grabbed the camera and appeared to fall to the ground while the final shots were fired. The live stream was turned off by a police officer after a few minutes later. The officers immediately ran towards the gunfire, and they found 2 victims who were laying on the sidewalk suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Under Sheriff Andrew Walsh said, "Our officers rendered medical aid to both victims, but their efforts to save their lives were unsuccessful, and both victims were pronounced deceased at the scene." Walsh said the shooting is believed to be an isolated incident, noting that the suspect and the victim were engaged in some sort of conflict involving social media. The exact circumstances of the dispute were not immediately clear. this point, every effort is being made by the members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to locate, apprehend, and arrest the suspect who's responsible for this crime, allegedly responsible, Waltz said in a briefing. So anyone with information is urged to call Crime Stoppers. And that's the end of the story. So this apparently some YouTube beef. And I have seen many a beef where, you know, folks are like, pull up. So I guess somebody pulled up.
I'm sending you more of a detailed version in the back, Stanley. I don't know if you want to look at that or not.
No, I'm not going to get too deep into it. Well, I'm not that interested in it. Other than, you know, I piss enough. I piss enough people off on this show. I guess I need to be watching my back. Is my take. And I would pull up these.
Portland Indy streams a lot in Las Vegas. He goes there from time to time.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have any.
Like about his safety.
Well, hopefully he doesn't. Does he engage in YouTube?
With Portland Indy for like 6 years.
Does he engage in YouTube beefs?
Well, he goes to the Las Vegas all the time, walking around.
Right, but these two were in a feud.
Mm-hmm.
So, Portland Andy looks like a pretty peaceful guy. I don't know that he has any feuds. So let's move on. And I'm not going to get too deep into these stories, but these are Supreme Court decisions that I didn't get to last week. Supreme Court rejects Republican bid to bar some provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. So little too late. But the Republicans lost this appeal. The Supreme Court apparently didn't even hear it. So whatever provisional ballots they were looking to exclude get included. I don't know that there were any open political races, but I'm not interested enough to get deeper than that. I just like hearing Republicans lose. And let's see. The Proud Boys are seeking, now this takes the cake. So Proud Boys leaders seek $100 million over January 6 prosecutions. On Friday, 5 prominent members of the Proud Boys filed a $100 million lawsuit in federal court in Orlando, challenging their prosecution related to the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. So for the folks who keep saying, hey, you know, this January 6th stuff is in the past, why do you keep bringing it up? Well, for at least the next little while, I will bring up, well, the Proud Boys haven't forgotten January 6th. Why should I? The lawsuit alleges the men, including Enrique Tarrio and Dominic Pezzola, faced unconstitutional actions such as arrest without probable cause and use of fake evidence during investigations. So the Proud Boys never forget. And so y'all don't ask me why I keep bringing up January 6th now. Let's see. Next, this is more foreign policy or a foreign story. Israel intercepts Gaza-bound aid ship with Greta Thunberg aboard. I hadn't heard about Greta in quite some time. So I don't know if that's the ship in the picture. No, it's not. Apparently Greta's right on let's see, a Freedom Flotilla coalition and the Israeli authorities show what happened when Israel diverted a civilian ship with Greta Thunberg on board that was headed to Gaza. So let's hear this.
Guys, oh my God.
Phones in the water, please.
Okay, so apparently they boarded this ship. So that's Greta Thunberg right there.
Assume position, please, everyone.
That's a phone. Israel's military has blocked past attempts by pro-Palestinian activists to bring aid to Gaza by sea. At least 4 people can be seen coming aboard the Madeleine. There's people. Ooh, hands up, don't shoot. Israeli officials released footage of the passengers being offered food and water and said something. The activists were with the Freedom Flotilla coalition, which opposes Israel's military actions in Gaza. The Israeli authorities said the ship had been diverted towards Israel. Ooh, that's a nice ship. Madeleine set sail from Sicily earlier this month, carrying only a symbolic amount of aid. I could tell you from personal experience, the Med is beautiful. All right, well, let's move on.
I
So
think
that
he's just putting on a show. Look at that Palestinian flag waving.
what's wrong with the Palestinian flag?
Well, they
And
use
of course she's putting on a show. That's what activists do.
Yeah, I almost forgot, Stanley. You're okay with these foreigners waving their flags in our country.
Okay, wait, hold it. Whoa, 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 whoa. They weren't in our country.
Why aren't they over there?
They're in Israel.
Well, why aren't these Mexican flag waving motherfuckers? Why aren't they in Mexico? And all
What?
these Palestinian motherfuckers waving their flags.
What does the
on American soil?
What does the Palestinian flag have to do with Mexico again?
Oh, they're waving their foreign flags on U.S. soil, like they want to take it over.
Okay, they weren't on U.S. soil. This was a aid ship, like a symbolic. Okay, this was a symbolic aid ship trying to get supplies to Gaza. So I'm not sure what that has to do with Mexico or American flags. Okay, well, I guess we'll move on. Let's see. This was an interesting story before we transition into some other stuff here. What's a sleep paralysis demon? I suspect that it has something to do with the anti-black blacks and white shades, but let's see. And other facts of the bizarre phenomena.
Why don't they go back to their own country and wave their flags instead of coming over here and doing it?
Okay, I'm confused. That last story was about aid to Gaza.
Well, you know what I'm talking about with all the
I have no clue.
Like Harvard,
wait. I know what you're I know what you're talking about. I don't know why you're talking about it. we were doing an Israel story.
Yeah, well, couldn't pick on people that are bigger and badder. That's all I got to say for Palestine and the Gaza Strip. Don't fuck with those motherfuckers because they will starve you to death. Okay? So why do they keep doing it?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Like being
are
starved.
you against oppressed people protesting or resisting?
They can resist all they want, but
well, and they
know,
have been and they have been resisting all they want.
Yeah, and Harvard suing over a government handout because
Okay,
they have
I
too
don't
many
know what
activists and not
government
enough
handout.
students.
Oh, have we flipped back to the United States again, or are we still talking Gaza in Israel?
Well, it's all kind of mixed up bag of nuts, Stanley.
Well, it's only mixed up in your head this morning. Usually they're separate.
Okay. Well, you
All
get
right.
stuff mixed up in your head too, Stanley.
I do often.
We're both old and set in our ways, so
apparently.
There's that.
So, what's a sleep paralysis demon? I think we probably all experienced that once. Let's see, once or a few times in our lives. In 2005, 19-year-old Baland Jalal experienced sleep paralysis where he was awake but unable to move or speak in his bed. This event occurred because the body remained in REM sleep paralysis while his brain regained consciousness, a phenomenon linked to disrupted sleep phases. Sleep paralysis affects about 30% of people worldwide, often featuring hallucinations like chest pressure, and cultural interpretations of these visions vary globally. In 2020, Jalal reported results from a small pilot study in which a meditation relaxation therapy led to a 50% decrease in sleep paralysis episodes over a period of 2 months in a group of 6 narcolepsy patients. These findings suggest sleep paralysis can be alleviated through specific treatments and may indicate underlying sleep disorders, highlighting the importance of healthy sleep habits. So it's been decades. Every now and again, I'd wake up and you just couldn't move. And I think I generally fell back to sleep, but this is something that can be terrifying the first time you're aware of it. So I figured this story, apparently there's some treatment for it. If anybody's interested in knowing about this, let me know. I will drop the link.
Well, I have to get up every day, like pretty soon, cut some trees down and stuff like that, whether I like it or not, so that's what my bullheaded brings me through those moments when I just wake up and I don't want to move and shit, but priority call,
Right.
But am I gonna firewise this property or not?
You wake up. Nelai says, I wake up high energy and raging.
Yeah.
Is Nelai, is that Zhang Wei? I don't know, all these Chinese names.
So I get up my ass because I have to, not because I want to.
Right.
Because I have to. Right? Can't just lay there and expect shit to get done. Gotta get the fuck up and get going.
Well, I did a story on this, I don't know how many months ago. And this always fascinates me. This is City of Atlanta opens free food forest to the public. This story's got to be a few years old, because I came across this story from another source a while ago. So this is current, but let's go ahead and play this.
Is creating a food forest of sorts. This is a place to pick fresh produce.
Ooh, look
all
at
of
that.
it's for free.
It's part of the city's commitment to get
Well, the
people
young
in
one, at
underserved
least.
communities closer to fresh food.
Nice.
CBS 46's Ashley Thompson's live in southeast Atlanta, where some of that food is actually in season. Looks great behind you. I see all kinds of fruits and vegetables.
That's right, you guys. Take a look at this. I'm actually standing inside of the food forest right now. They have everything you need for a meal in here, from corn to watermelon to mint and tomatoes. You can come and pick what you need. Check this out. We've got some peppers growing right here. That's the closest produce to us. This will be the city's first food forest. It's a concept that started several years ago with a $100,000 grant from the U.S. Forest Service. The city of Atlanta is now purchasing 7 acres in southeast
bet that's
Atlanta
going
for a
away.
park and garden. The land is right off Browns Mill Road near an underserved part of town. You'll find a variety of produce in here, and it's free to come pick. There are just a few rules. Don't take more than you need, and don't pick anything that isn't ripe. Atlanta City Council member Carla Smith is behind efforts to buy the land from the Conservation Fund.
It's for everyone. That's why we're getting all the press right now, is because the city of Atlanta is buying it from the Conservation Fund, who bought it for us originally, so that we didn't have people run in and try to outbid us on this. We're writing them a check right now. That's what my legislation did.
And you can see those white rocks up there. Today, workers were here putting in that parking lot. The food forest is open to the public, sun up to sundown. It's a lot of fun. You can learn a lot in here, and of course, you can come pick those fruits and vegetables. For now, I'm live in Atlanta. Ashley Thompson, CBS 46 News.
Gosh, Ashley, for areas that have a food desert, this is really a game changer to get access to fruits and veggies. Yeah.
So, and this is another one. Atlanta, for all the bullshit that I hear about
Funding
it,
for Georgia out.
there is Atlanta's actually very green, as far as trees and parks and stuff like that. If you've ever been to Druid Hills, that section of Atlanta is it's got to be one of the nicest urban neighborhoods I've experienced. And I haven't been to too many places out west. I've been to Salt Lake, I've been to Phoenix, but Druid Hills, it's just ridiculous. It's got a bunch of trees. It's got a bunch of nice houses. It is just green and leafy. And that part of Metro Atlanta is just gorgeous and expensive to live in. But I wouldn't really want to live in Atlanta. However, if I had to, it would be somewhere, in that area. Anyway, let's have a look at this. This is Georgia,
right? Stanley? You live in the country
it's not so
part.
much as well Atlanta, the city. Metro Atlanta is not very country, but it's got a lot of. It's got a lot. Well, it's not even suburban. A lot of these are within big city limits. It's just large sections of the city and DeKalb, Fulton, DeKalb, there are a bunch of counties that kind of make up the Metro Atlanta area. It's just surprisingly green, even in Fulton County. There are
Southern Georgia.
There are
What
surprisingly
else are you expected to
okay.
be?
Atlanta's
Fucking
not in
green,
Atlanta's
motherfucker.
Atlanta's not in South Georgia. It's more or less
It is
mid
South
Georgia, mid to upper. No, Atlanta's not South Georgia.
Right there, though.
No, it's not South Georgia. It's probably I think that part of the state is called the Piedmont. It's not quite North Georgia up in the Blue Ridge Mountains or the foothills, but it is hilly. And South Georgia's, believe me, you'll know when you're in South Georgia because you'll be sweating. You don't always.
I've been to Florida and all through there, Stanley, but in Alabama and Georgia, and I always avoided Atlanta for some reason. During my travels, I'd just go around it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I now know who you are. All right, so let's
A lot of fun, man. A lot of good
well
people down there.
let's hear about Georgia Outdoors. I used to watch Georgia Outdoors all the time. It's been around for decades. When I was mostly in my late teens and 20s. It's good to see that it's still around. So let's watch this. Atlanta's Urban Forests.
Outdoors has been made possible in part by grants from the Georgia Natural Resources Foundation, from the Emley Foundation, and from viewers like you.
Oh, we definitely can't play that. Now, this is part of the reason
they reach that persistent privet and
Damn it.
kudzu. City in a forest. Close to 40.
Yeah, this is why you should never do these videos on the fly. Let's see. I guess there's going to be background music all the way through.
They wanted to put an interstate right through the middle of the parks, and the neighborhood and people that were interested in saving the parks actually were able to stop that, which was amazing. This was in the 60s, and without people getting involved and being interested in saving parks, we'd have had an interstate running right through where you were driving today.
Many of those who attend the festivals and events at this park may not even know
That's gotta be
about that battle
Chastain.
to save Olmsted. It lasted.
You know what? Actually, Frederick Olmsted. I think he's the one who designed Central Park. So anyway, I'm gonna have to basically show this at another time. I'm gonna have to video it and then run it through YouTube's algorithm because I don't want to get any copyright things showing this, which is a shame because like I said, Atlanta has always impressed me by just
Live, the city of Atlanta is creating a
how green the city is.
Of course it's green. Down south, everything's fucking green down there. Come on, Sam.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the amount of trees, I don't think I've ever, it's not like trees just in parks, like a Central Park, where,
Right.
all the greenery is kind of, where Central Park is. You could just go to random places, even the hood. I had a girlfriend who lived, I think she was in Southeast Atlanta. Even in kind of like the hood, there were trees. And that just, it's very interesting.
Oh, I have a question for you, Stanley. Like, where's Virgo? We haven't heard from her in forever.
I hear she's been ill. I asked Portia to have her call. I asked Portia, I'll check up on her, but
boxes for the community.
she
But its
was
best asset is
in.
pulling the
She
area out
was
of the
ill.
food
Hold on one
desert.
second.
She
She's
was
been a little.
for a minute. I
Well,
miss
she's been
Virgo,
under the.
though.
Yeah, well, we all do. I'll check up on her today. I haven't talked with Portia in a while. So let's see another. I haven't seen her online. So let's watch this next story about this food forest.
A new type of forest is emerging in metro Atlanta. 7.1 acres of land has been designated as an urban food forest. It's the first of its kind in the state of Georgia, and it's the largest food forest in the United States.
A food forest is gardening like a forest, so you have nut trees and fruit trees and berry bushes and vegetables and herbs all growing in the same space in a way that mimics nature.
The urban food forest at Browns Mill ticks a lot of boxes for the community, but its best asset is pulling the area out of a food desert.
The definition of a food desert is not being within a mile of fresh fruits, vegetables, groceries, if you will.
The closest grocery store is about 2 miles away, so this is really going to be like a hub for fresh food for the neighborhood. People have come here, seen different ways of growing, and are taking them
Georgia's
to their home
like
and
God's
growing at
country.
their
I
own space.
can
So
live
kind of
off the
extending the
beaches
food forest
alone.
out into the neighborhood as a whole.
Stanley.
The urban food forest at Browns Mill
It's
is a
the best
designated
fucking
city park
peaches
and
on
works on
earth.
the efforts of volunteers. That means the park is for everyone. But there are a few rules. The food forest rangers ask that you only pick ripe food with one of them present and only take as much as you
Food
need.
forest rangers.
In an urban area, it's giving us green space. It's giving us things to do inside the green space, which is to grow food.
A lot of the kids that come out to the site through field trips with some of the local schools, it's their first time ever being in a forest, let alone the first time ever being at a farm. So combining both those elements and getting kids exposed to where food comes from and what nature really feels like has been a really wonderful experience. So this one is one of my favorite trees.
Typical forms of urban agriculture harm the environment by the use of clear cutting, but the food forest model is a much greener solution.
The food forest model allows for both conserving the canopy, which we're losing at a rapid rate to development, and also growing food. So it kind of combines both of those elements into one system that's like harmonious and acts as a public park and great for education.
Well, let's see. You would love to meet Virgo with my raw, cold-bloody hands.
What the hell does
Jesus.
that mean? Then?
I have no idea. It's scary though. We have our own soulless can a spirit be a bot?
I don't think so. Bots don't have feelings, then.
Well, apparently this one's a sentient bot. This is called, God damn it. What is it with all this music? You know what? I guess I shouldn't be complaining about let's see, that's Georgia Outdoors.
I sent you one in the back about simple living in Alaska. It shows
Right.
how you can build big ass greenhouses up here and like create communities, kind of like that Atlanta green thing you were talking about.
Right.
We got big ass greenhouses up here. Most of
Let's
them were
see
growing
here.
wheat.
Is that the aquarium?
That's beside the point.
Let's see here. Well, I'm gonna move on here pretty soon. Yeah, this was actually just kind of something I wanted to do on the fly here. But I'm gonna have to
You could
go
have a
in and
garden in your own yard, Stanley, if you wanted.
well,
you
I
live
have
in the
before.
prime climate.
I haven't here. But one of these days I will. I'm gonna have to do a raised garden though. All right. Well,
And
let's
don't kill the dandelions because bees love them and they will pollinate your plant. So leave the dandelions alone. Just let them grow.
Well, once I actually I had a garden, most of my front lawn when I lived on the mountain. And then the other thing I was going to do is I've always wanted a lawn like an English garden. If you've ever seen an English garden where they've got, kind of like wildflowers, it looks wild, but it's actually
Right.
gardened.
And it's for the bees, and it goes around. The bees
I've
pollinate
always
all the other plants while they're
oh
at it.
wait,
So
oh look,
people
Be
leave
Brave.
dandelions alone. It's
Be
just a
Brave did a
flower.
show about me. Let's have a look at this.
Oh,
Be
you
Brave
did?
didn't like Be Brave apparently had comments on my comments this morning. I
Oh,
noticed he's been doing his shows earlier and earlier. Apparently
he's
I've
getting old
agitated.
like us, Stanley.
Well, no,
He's
I
just
figured
another old part.
I've
He's just
agitated him.
another old part with an opinion. That's it.
I think I've just agitated him so much his sleep pattern is altered. And he starts
Fuck
like
Be
the first
Brave. I don't give a shit about that.
it's like the first half of his show is like he's not even on there. There he is. I don't know why he
Bro.
does this. He just kind of goes. This is like 20 minutes in.
Goes live and then doesn't do anything.
And
Yeah.
good morning.
Now this is
Up
20
early to
minutes
get
in.
out and get on that shed and building a sidewall at a time. You don't spend. I tell you, at 70, you can tell. Do some work. Do it nice and carefully, slowly. Not real slow. I mean, probably sometimes I do it too fast for the risk of my own good, but and then stop. Tomorrow's another day. I can remember back even when I was 60, 10 years ago. Not that things have changed a lot, but I just wouldn't push it at 70. It just doesn't make sense to. But I can remember at 60, I'd get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and kick ass doing labor and wheelbarrowing and fucking post hole digging and concrete pouring and mixing. And
I'm sorry, what?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, he's describing his manhood at 60, apparently. It's like, I'd get up and I'd do all this manual labor and then I would beat my chest and, the women would just, who gives it? You know what? It's content. I guess is all I
Why
can
does
say.
he got those sunglasses on?
I
fuck?
don't know. I think he thinks he's a masked hero. I think he thinks he's a superhero. This is he lives in redneck Wakanda.
10 hours, even at 60. But no, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. So I'm up this morning before the sun rises. That's why I'm going to be on here for just about a half hour, probably, just to play this. Hey Jay, good morning, Brave. Your thoughts on the LA riots? Well, the LA riots are what they are. It's an insurrection. Solid Snake called it that this morning, and Stanley got all upset with him. What do you want to call it?
No, I didn't get all upset.
Flags, burning shit down.
Wait, hold it.
You
Hold
know,
it.
you know me, Jay.
What the fuck does he mean I got upset with him? I had
Well, it's not
comments.
an insurrection. Everybody agrees with that. So why is he talking about it, Stanley?
Well, no, he's going to talk about it, but where he wants to go is the video I showed that Professor Black Truth did. I don't think that you were here for that. Let me see, can I get to it? 'Cause
Yeah, I was
don't
listening, but kind of.
Well, I thought it was. I
checking
thought
out
it was.
of it.
I thought
I
it
was
was a
looking
good
at other
video. I mean,
stuff, too.
I don't see why he would. Why it's very rare that you get somebody like a Professor Black Truth actually talking about the bad behavior in the Black community. And I mean, addressing it, like, you know what? I think we all know that there's some pathological things that go on in the Black community. The problem is it's not the whole Black community. And to be honest, it is a very small part of the Black community. Now, as far as I'm talking about crime, now, if you want to, talk about the saggy pants culture and all that sort of stuff, there are plenty of things in every culture that are akin to that. And, acting like, bad behaviors or, that sort of thing happens just in the Black community. It's just not true. And in Be Brave's case, it's outright racist. He will excuse all the shit that happens in white trash culture. He will excuse what's going on in the trailer park.
Well, look at all these white people too, Stanley. Like running around with their pants falling off their ass. Like,
well, I don't care about that.
Black,
right, but the problem, Be Brave. Be Brave basically says as long as there's no violence on the street, it's excusable. Which I think is just as fucked up as and this is what I'm saying. All these people, all these anti-Black blacks, and I call Be Brave a white shade.
White shade.
They literally act. They criticize the behavior that they themselves are doing.
Yeah, and that's happening in their own communities, but for some reason,
I just don't see. I just don't.
Black people.
That's why. That's why I say it. Oh my God,
trailers close to him. Like, you got your own problems, bud. Why? Like I do too here in America. Like we have meth heads around here. Shit.
Okay, bottom line is it's racist, and he doesn't seem to be able to figure that part out. And I thought
the migrant thing is.
Let's see, because I'm looking at this. It's not what. All of a sudden, I present proof of his position on Black psychopathy. You know what? Be Brave just doesn't like that. I'll just call him an out and out racist. And that's that.
These 4x4, which are actually like, 3.5 by 3.5.
Who gives a fuck about any of that?
Being 2x12. Two rafters going up to each being 2x8. Two different J's. He comes over here and turns into somebody that.
Oh wait, now he's whining about my behavior.
Games, in spite of that, they'll tell themselves they're on the right track. Now, when you screw up and you manage to be successful, or at the very least you don't die, you're going to start to convince yourself that you're getting things right, but in reality, you're behind the 8 ball. This lack of maturity among too many of us, it strikes at the very heart of why it is so difficult to get Black people on code for things. There are too many of us who have conditioned themselves to believe the only thing that they're supposed to be doing is finding something to laugh at. And if there's nothing to laugh at, well, they'll make something up. Black people are always trying to find things to laugh about when there's nothing funny. Yeah. We've developed a well-earned reputation for being very good at making humor.
Well, I don't know. I'm waiting to see.
Our main export.
Thank you. The play gene. And that's what I said 2 years ago. I said this is
okay,
an
see,
affliction.
this is let me go ahead and stop this shit right here. Be Brave acts like he is some fucking ultimate authority on what's happening in the Black community. He, for some reason or another, Be Brave has convinced him, or maybe it's other people have convinced him, that he is some sage. Motherfucker.
Maybe he got molested.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. Be Brave has convinced himself that he's smart. Okay, and a lot of people like Be Brave are just so literally, I don't see what he sees in himself. He has convinced himself that he's some sort of authority. Now he's a holy man. He basically thinks that Ock Nation, John Galt, CT, and Be Brave are like some sages who should basically be black leaders. And all of them are fucking fucked up. Like they all have their own psychopathies. And don't we all have our own psychopathies? But dude, these guys are not and Be Brave is like the worst of them. He really needs to work on himself. That's all I have to say.
Well, I can't understand why any one white man would be so worried about what the black community is doing.
Well,
Don't
especially
you
if
have your
you
own fucking
well,
problem?
especially
Get a
well,
life.
my thing is, especially if you haven't lived with black people in decades, why, everything he knows about black people in 2025, he learns on YouTube. And YouTube is nowhere.
You're right.
YouTube is not the real world. I'm like, dude. And then, when you say, hey, I can produce 1,000 YouTube videos of black depravity, okay, that's still not the real world. So yeah, I won't even, won't go any farther than that. I thought he was going to have something interesting.
Be Brave is the perfect example of white splaining. You heard that word before, right, Stanley?
Well, yeah, but I don't even know. Is it white splaining? Because to be honest, when he starts with that global corporate machine bullshit, I kind of lose track of whatever it is he's trying to say. Global corporate machine. Yeah, that's just some weird shit.
Well, there are global corporations, but like anyone who thinks that they're like controlling my day-to-day activities is fucking ludicrous, dude. That's like stupid shit. It's like, yeah, they're a global corporation. Are they controlling what you do every day? No, the fuck they aren't. They have freedom of choice.
Let me explain why I said y'all.
Okay, so let's see. Did I show this already? Don't think I showed this one. So let me show this. I can't remember. I've been looking at so much Anton Daniels lately.
To describe how you're tired of seeing certain problematic behaviors in certain individuals is racist. Using the words black fatigue is suggesting that you're tired of black people, when what the problem is those behaviors that are not tied to a certain group of people. Using words like ghetto and uncivilized to describe these people is stereotyping all black people. You're making a generalization about the entire population. What you are tired of is those behaviors, not the color of the people's skin. The irony that I was trying to point out is that you're using a term that is describing the mental toll that years of oppression has taken on black people.
Oh, here we go with this nonsense. No, we don't want to hear that. I promise you I'm going to play the rest of the video. But the fact of the matter is, when you say black fatigue, that could be applicable to any term that comes after it. It don't have to necessarily be black people. It could be black culture. For example, I believe that black culture is trash. and the things that we celebrate the
Okay,
most
and
culturally.
let me just correct Anton Daniels. I think the people who call black culture trash have no clue what culture is, let alone black culture. Literally, Anton Daniels is obviously either well, I'm just gonna think he's dumb. Too many people. Okay, can I finish? Whoa, let me finish what I'm saying. I think too many people who delve into these culture wars don't do enough homework to actually know what culture is. Black culture is not a standalone or distinct culture from American culture. It is part of American culture. So when you say that black culture is fucked up, well, American culture is fucked up because black culture is a part of it. The racists like Be Brave don't realize, maybe it's because of, it's either ignorance or racist, and I think racists are ignorant. Black culture is not distinct from American culture, and if you cannot fathom that part of it, then pretty much everything else you say about black culture is going to be just wrong and not worth me even hearing. So this young lady had some issues with what she says. I think the bigger issue is Anton Daniels not actually knowing what culture is, what black culture is, and just being stupid about
it. As a group, as a whole, and you can't absolve everybody from it, because even though we know that black people are not a monolith, and we know that most people are not racist.
And see, he's actually gonna make a similar argument to Be Brave. Like black people are responsible for the culture. And this is what I'm talking about. Judging individuals by associating them with a group is just plain old racist.
Yeah.
Even if it's unintentional, even if it's not intentional, it just is. Okay, judging people by group behavior or group stereotype is actually a better term. It just doesn't work. You
can judge an entire people.
Okay, you're right. And like 90% of the people that I encounter in these anti-black spaces just can't seem to fucking get their heads out of their ignorant asses.
Or at least I don't believe that most people are racist. You can't ignore the fact that we are influenced by the things that we see the most, and that the proximity of the people that celebrate.
What's up, Jawali?
So if there's a stereotype to be spoken about, then that means that specifically it is earned. It is
okay,
not given.
dude.
It didn't come from anywhere. People didn't just make it up randomly. It is a behavior that you regularly see in certain environments that's not conducive for the rest of the group or for America as a whole. So if I keep seeing this, or I keep seeing the majority of people celebrating it, and again, black people could have black fatigue because black people don't necessarily rock with the.
Let me stop right here since I see Dolomite has appeared. Apparently it isn't getting any more. People standing on it and not caring that they get called racist. They feel how they feel. Oh yeah. And you know what, Dolomite? That is perfect. They feel how they feel. And that's pretty much all it is. It's feelings. It's not facts. It's nothing worth actually. It's a grift. This talking about black fatigue is just another race grift. Just like Shiloh. Shiloh, that was a race grift. Black fatigue is a race grift. People are making money off of the anti-black blacks. Probably, the anti-black blacks feel better for saying what they feel, but they aren't necessarily making money off of it.
Look at Officer Tatum, man. He makes a lot of money off just telling it how it is.
Okay, well, he's not telling it how it is. It's literally a grift. He's making half the shit up. How you interpret stuff isn't necessarily how it is. It's how it is for you. It's how it is for the grift. It's how it is for the profit, not necessarily how it is. And people like Officer Tatum, Anton Daniels, I respect a little bit more. These guys, and I know they actually believe what they're thinking, but ignorance can lead you to believe a lot of things that aren't necessarily so.
Do you think Officer Tatum is an anti-black?
I think Officer Tatum is sad because he's not white. He would be I bet he believes, I bet he hopes when he dies he gets reincarnated as a blonde, blue-eyed Nazi.
You come up with some of the funniest shit.
Using Stanley logic, the 2025 LA riots isn't currently happening. You're right. They're not riots. There is violence going on.
Yeah,
but
burning LAPD cars on the highway is not violent. Okay.
Well, it's not widespread violence. The news stories kept emphasizing that it is very localized and the rest of the city's kind of getting on with its business. So this isn't okay. Don't interrupt. This isn't some mass conflagration. And it's certainly not a fucking invasion or insurrection. Now, there's illegal activity. Okay, you know what? You know what? Riots like this happen all the time. Okay, before
they take over the highway,
before the drunken babble is not changing. This sort of stuff happens. Okay, we just had a whole group of people get pardoned for their riot. So fuck you if you think LA is just LA. You know what? Burning a cop car, smearing shit on the walls. Okay, dude, you're about to go in the back if you can't let me finish what I'm saying. I don't see this as any worse, quite frankly, than smearing shit in the halls of Congress. A riot is a riot. If you think burning a cop car is worse than, smearing shit on the wall and, jamming, beating police officers with flagpoles, if you think that's worse, it's a judgment call. I will say a riot is a riot. And we just had a whole bunch of people get pardoned for their riot.
Admit it was a riot.
No.
Instead of
Okay. Yeah, it's a riot.
Was it not an insurrection? It was a riot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
and
January
a riot is
either.
Oh no, it was an insurrection. No. It was. You know what? Let's just go with that. It was an attempted insurrection. And the reason it was an attempted insurrection, motherfucker, will go in the back. I do not want to be overtalked yet. The reason it was an insurrection is because it was an attempt to circumvent, thwart, or disrupt a constitutional process. An insurrection is basically something where a government function gets interrupted violently. Yes. What government process? I don't think the riots prevented DH or ICE from doing what they were doing. It may have made it inconvenient. I don't think any
But the whole riot.
I don't think any constitutional process was interrupted by the LA riots. They are different animals, granted. They are both riots, granted. One did not disrupt a constitutional process.
Well, so you're putting levels on.
No, what I said what I said. I'm not trying to do anything. I said what I said. Deal with it. Don't tell me what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to tell you is that a constitutional process was interrupted. And quite frankly, it did wind up happening, so that might be slightly debatable, but you had congressmen and senators running for their lives. That's not happening in LA right now.
So you're okay with smashing out windshield?
No. Why would you think? Why would you think I'm okay with it? Okay, motherfucker. Okay, we get the drift. No, it's not okay. Rap and hip hop is a grift for black people too. Well, these days, if only black people were doing rap and hip hop, maybe you could isolate it to the group. Entertainment is a grift. All entertainment is a grift. It's an act. It's for money. So thank you, Yeti Life, for revealing the obvious. Let's see. What else do we have here? At least you can okay. No, I don't think there's really a both sides to this. I don't think this is a both sides sort of argument. Riots aren't a good thing. You should not riot. However, January 6th was a riot, and one type of riot gets excused, the other does not. One gets the National Guard and Trump acting like this is a national emergency. The other, not so much.
LA is a lot bigger than DC.
Okay, the riots are not the insurrection didn't happen all over Washington, and this riot is not happening all over LA. It's not a conflict. It's not a conflagration.
So we agree in the end, right?
I'm sorry, what?
We agree in the end, right?
Well, yeah, that you shouldn't riot. All right, well, let's listen to the rest of Anton, and then I am gonna slowly but surely wrap this up.
The cultural differences that we champion versus what the ghetto people are championing, and for you to start bringing this whole racist trope
again. What the ghetto people? Okay, he's acting like all black people are ghetto, whether they live in the ghetto or not. That is problematic.
Is he an anti-black Stanley?
In this case, he's being anti-black. I mean, Anton Daniels is actually the least worst of the worst.
Narrative, all of this other nonsense into it is absolutely BS, man. And we so tired of y'all leaning into something that you've never been through and trying to hold people accountable that has never done anything to you in your entire life. None of those people are even still here. All of them died off, the people that went through it and the people that perpetuated it. As a matter of fact, some of the very ones that perpetuated it were black people. Yes, black people were slavers also. So when we have this conversation, we have to have
and
the truth.
See, again, black people, no. Not all black people were slavers. Very few black people were slavers. For that matter, very few white people relatively were slavers. The problem isn't necessarily how many, but how much power those few had. Okay, there were no black legislators propagating slave laws or anything like that. That's what morons like Anton Daniels want to kind of propagate without actually stopping to think what the real problem is. The real problem, and this is going to sound kind of callous because it is a problem, but the real problem wasn't the actual plantation class. It was the power the plantation class had. Okay, when you hold the keys to the government, that is the real problem. So even the few black slave owners that there were, they didn't have political power. They didn't have economic power for that matter. So basically these anti-black blacks really don't get, they really don't get what the problem is. They think the problem was the actual slave owners versus the power that these slave owners had and exercised. So it's hard to sit down and kind of convey the actual problems to these guys. They're just not, I don't know whether they're willingly stupid or whether they're actually just like, you know, the lack of education or the lack of critical thought is the problem. It's hard for me to tell. And, you know, it's not my job to actually, you know, fix these poor excuses for thinkers. Anton is greater than Stanley. Well, if you go by viewers, sure, Brian. Be Brave has arrived. Well, you know, Slick, actually, it's really cool that Be Brave is actually gonna not lurk. So I congratulate Be Brave on being brave enough not to just lurk in the background. Good to see you, Brave.
Be Brave was looking like old Zorro in what you were playing of him earlier. But
oh yeah, well maybe, you know what? Maybe I ought to bring well, the thing is Be Brave talked more about building his shed than anything substantive. And it's like what can I say? I good to see you, Brave. Good to see you in the chat.
Kid from Home Depot, he didn't build it. So
oh, I suspect he is building it.
We can't sit here and keep pretending like the things that we see on a regular basis, that you're not getting called out of your name if you decide that you don't want to align with the 92% that voted for Kamala Harris. Come on, man, let's be real. Like, we have to be honest. It is a thing. It is a cultural norm. You are expected to operate a certain type of way. And if you don't operate that
you know
way,
what?
You
Actually,
or what?
Oh, humble presidents. Humble presidents, you're still awake. I saw you in Mo Love's chat there. Oh man, I wish, goddamn, you know what? Let me find that, because I had a good time the other day. Let me see, can I find I'm gonna play this video and I'm gonna go back and see, can I find that that little clip of that Brer Rabbit tale.
Worse, because being Carlton is actually it is a compliment, in my opinion. Being called Carlton is a compliment. I think that low IQ, ignorant people are the ones that think that it's cool to be ghetto. And I will tell you that most of the people that come from the ghetto don't want to be from the ghetto.
Well, that would be John Galt. John Galt thinks it's cool to be
so
ghetto.
The goal is to make it out the hood, not celebrate it, because There's nothing good from an environment that tried to take you out or tried to make you less than. It ain't nothing cool about it. The goal has always been to get out of the hood or to make it out. And the reason why it was a goal to make it out is because it was a gauntlet and it was a greater possibility of you not making it out than making it out. And if you made it out, you still was a part of it, because they would say that you can't take the hood out of the person, but you can take the person out of the hood. So miss me with the whole, oh man, 39 years a slave and racist trope. We don't want to hear that no more. We over that. We tired of it. And nobody cares about what you're born as. We're going to date who we want to date. We're going to rock who we want to rock with. And I just so happen to be a person that prefers, because of my interest and my attraction to black women. So I may prefer to date it, but I don't slight somebody else because they have an interest in or a desire to be with somebody that may not necessarily be black. They could be interested in that person because, and it's another thing that a lot of people do. They'll also say stuff like, well, and I've done review videos in this, well, if you don't like, or if you're not aligned, or if you're not married with a black woman, then that means you hate yourself.
Yeah, a lot of anti-black blacks.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
He's kind of an exception.
How does that make sense? Let's finish the rest of the video and then we'll go from there. Let me rewind it a little bit.
The irony that I was trying to point out is that you're using a term that is describing the mental toll that years of oppression has taken on black people to describe how you are tired of seeing people be loud in Walmart. Nobody said you can't call out behavior you find to be problematic, but using the term black fatigue to describe all black people when you know not all black people fit into that category is stereotyping, and it's racist. This also opens the conversation for a lot more racist ideas to be spread when we're using words like, we are sick of you people. Let's not forget, just because I said you're racist doesn't mean it's permanent. You guys can learn.
Sorry, Stanley. What happened, Stanley?
Oh, I was saying that it's actually weird hearing black people say "you people" about black people.
You people. That's not a good term. And you're stereotyping like a whole bunch of people into.
Well, I think every time a black person, okay, goddamn, dude. I think every time a black person uses the N-word, they're stereotyping black people. Well, that's kind of my my feelings on the matter. I'm trying to find that Brer Rabbit thing. I actually meant to clip that, and I can't. You know what?
Play some more of this in the meantime, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I could find it quickly, but I can't even remember the show I did.
I did not make the video to be like, you guys are racist, you guys are bad, you're wrong. It's more like, think about the word choice you're using, and if you meant one thing but you said another, try saying that again next time. But if what you
who the fuck is you? The tone police? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you talking to? That's what y'all get for being apologists.
really mean is that you're sick of the existence of black people, then I can't help you, and you are just racist.
I don't think that anybody is looking for her help. And I'm very glad that y'all sent me this, because this just affirms the fact that there's a certain group of people who are always going to be victims. They think that they have some set of authority to teach you how you're supposed to be different, whether you're a black person that says black fatigue or a white person that says black fatigue. And let me be very clear. A black person that says black fatigue is treated much worse because they have some level of proximity to say what they want to say to you than a white person that is saying black fatigue. And for her to just automatically say that you're racist because you call out bullshit behavior and you don't necessarily rock with the cultural
No,
norms
that's
of
not
a
why
person
she's
or a group
calling
of
you a
people
racist
that do
moron.
ghetto shit versus being able to separate the individual. Get out of here. We always refer to the majority whenever you use a term or you.
Yes, you always refer to the majority when you don't use a qualifier. And yes, black people can be racist too. The anti-black blacks are the biggest problem in the black community because their racist behaviors and attitudes are worse for the black community because it's internal to the black community. The Be Braves of the world aren't shit. Okay, they are not a threat to the black community. Internal threats are always a little bit more destructive. So be brave. You can rest easy. Your white racist behaviors are not that big a deal. It's very American, as a matter of fact.
Well, Stanley, you seem to have a lot of problems with black folks that refuse to live on the Democrat plantation. Like,
No, that would be a misinterpretation. I don't really care who black people vote for. I think that in this particular case, MAGA is just not a good thing. Black people don't vote more Republican because Republicans openly embrace sometimes racists. Okay, and the blacks who are okay with racists or willing to, some blacks are okay. Hey, if you're a racist, that doesn't make you a bad person. I'm not one of those blacks. I think racists are stupid, and I don't tolerate stupidity willingly. So for the Anton Daniels of the world who can openly embrace a racist because maybe they share economic goals or some sort of separate issue, hey, some people are okay with the enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of posturing. I'm not one of those people. I think racists are bad, and they can even if they're saints in the rest of their lives, they are still problematic. So that's me. I don't expect other people to kind of share that sort of stuff. If you don't agree, you don't agree. Man, I cannot find that.
You have a problem with black people that think differently than you, Stanley. You call them anti-black, and all this other shit.
Okay, dude. Okay, you just want to go on forever, make your point, and be done with it. That's what I expect you to do. Yes, everybody has a problem with people who don't agree with them. So don't single me out. You have a problem with me because I disagree with you.
I don't have a problem with you, motherfucker.
Sure. Well, when you define problem, because if you disagree with me,
I don't have a problem with you, honey. Come on.
No, actually, I don't have a problem with you. I have a problem with a lot of your bullshit.
I have a problem with a lot of your bullshit, motherfucker.
Hey, that is to be expected. Damn it,
we
I
can laugh
cannot
about it,
find.
though. I mean, that's fun, right?
I mean, what? I'm not one of these people who, there's, if you go back maybe 5 years ago at the height of when the right was complaining about cancel culture, and there's all this talk of civil discourse, and even if you disagree, you should be able to sit down and have a civil discussion. I'm like, fuck that. If I think you are making a dumbass point, I want to give you the respect of telling you that I think it's a dumbass point. Straw manning and steel manning and all those niceties. The debate boys can do all that. I'm not so inclined.
Yeah. Well, we're just two boys on here talking shit. That's it, really.
And look, it's the white John Galt talking about tap dancing. You poor thing. Let's see. What does Yeti have to say? Stanley, do you believe Anton Daniels is... you know what? I actually think he is presenting. And like I said, I honestly, I have some respect for Anton Daniels. I think he is the least worst of all these right-wing black folks. And honestly, I don't have a problem with right-wing black folks. I have a problem with people who want to talk about culture but don't really understand what culture is. I have a problem with people like Anton Daniels, and I think, again, he's the least worst, who want to act like black culture is separate from American culture instead of a part of American culture. And see, if they admit that it's a part, that black culture is actually a part of American culture, then they have to admit that it's an American problem. They don't want to admit that. What Portia? What are you doing? I added some extra. I added some extra settings. I can't even remember why I did it, but for that full screen effect. And I was actually experimenting with having like creating sort of a watermark on videos, but I haven't really done much with it. So I don't even remember what I was saying. I have a problem with the culture critique that the anti-black blacks do. I think they don't understand what culture is. I think they want to separate out something that shouldn't and can't be separated out. And that's why I think it's basically a racist opinion. If you literally want to segregate black culture from the larger American culture, that's just cultural segregation. And
nobody's doing that.
Okay, please. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. Especially Be Brave, who literally thinks that black culture and American culture aren't the same thing. He has literally said that. Yeah, that's racist.
The same thing to me, Stanley. I mean,
okay, well, I'm not. Okay, I also have a problem with people taking something that I'm saying and making it personal. I wasn't even talking about you. So why you're taking this?
You're mad at black Americans for.
I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at all. That's another mistake folks make. Just because I'm pointing something out doesn't mean that I'm mad at it. As a matter of fact, I'm mildly amused. How can people be so stupid? Is really my take on it.
you're mad because a lot of black Americans think differently from you, and that's where you call them MAGA, whatever shades.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Is there really a lot of black Americans? I mean, maybe relative, to say the people, to the population of my town. 92% of black women, for instance, think that Donald Trump wasn't worth voting for. in what was it, 78% or something like that of black men. So I can't be mad at them for that.
Well, it seems that a lot of these black, like this fella and Officer Tatum, are quite successful, and you get mad at them just for having a different opinion than yours. Like,
Okay,
they
well,
left
once
the
again,
Democrats
this is
plantation.
where I kind of get off the boat. Just because somebody makes a lot of money doing what they're doing doesn't mean they're right. It means they're popular.
Well, they're being successful. So what
Okay,
difference
I'm telling
does
you
it
right
make?
now, I would if I had to be Officer Tatum and I had a choice in the matter, I would
You
rather
couldn't
not
be
be
no
that
Officer
successful.
Tatum.
I'm okay. I'm okay with being poor and not an Officer Tatum. So if somebody said, "Hey Stanley, we'll give you $2 million, we'll give you $2 million to be Anton Daniels or sound like Anton Daniels," I don't think I could do it. I would probably get physically ill eventually.
You hate it when blacks leave the Democrat plantation, don't you?
Okay, well, I don't think there's a Democrat plantation. I think that's something that the anti-black blacks like what's her name made up just because it sounded pithy.
Well, the plantations were run by Democrats. So
Okay, well, that's the
deny
other
that
that's
historical
the other thing ignorant people can't seem to sort out. There have been several like permutations. I mean, people want to say Thomas Jefferson was a Republican, and he was not as we know Republican.
Well, the KKK were Democrats.
Okay, I just
too.
don't fucking understand why I can't finish a thought.
Okay, go ahead.
Back then, the Democrats were not the same as the Democrats today. There have been transformations. Yes, oh really? I can recommend books to help you out so you can gain knowledge on this topic. So when people want to talk about, Democrats and slavery and all that stuff, well, yeah, they were Democrats, but there have been, they're not the Democrats they were 150 years ago. And if you can't fucking, well, number one, there were no black people in the Democratic Party. That's kind of a major change. So
a lot of black people in the Republican Party.
And you know what? How times have changed. As a matter of fact, Republicans can thank the lower numbers of black Republicans. They can thank Richard Nixon for that. So let's see. Let's move on from Anton Daniels. I think we get the gist of that. I cannot find what portion of that video. Be Brave, are you still in the audience? Because if you're not, I'll stop looking for that Brer Rabbit tail. Because I had fun doing it. Let's see. What do you have to say? Remember, Stanley once said, "Fuck Africa." Yeah, I still say "fuck Africa." Especially if you want to bring up some weird point about Africa that I don't agree with. Dems, you know what? I don't think Democrats are pro-black. If they're pro-black, it's probably for the wrong reasons. So I don't think they're pro-black, so there is no why. I'm sure black Democrats are pro-black. At least most of them are. But no, Democrats overall, they're not pro-black.
So much anymore. More and more black Americans turn Republican.
You're fooling yourself with that.
Well,
You know,
so?
if you, well, I
Don't
mean,
lie,
okay,
Stanley.
again, I will put you in the back if you can't let me respond to that. Yes, there are black Republicans, but by the way, Richard Nixon, I think running for his second term, got a higher percentage of blacks voting Republican than Trump did. So, they're more, but it's not like a mass, exodus of the Democratic Party for the Republican Party. So, a few more people voting Republican. It will probably impress you if you're a Republican.
That turned the election, Stanley. This last time was more
I actually think it was Latinos that turned the election.
Was black. It was black males also.
Okay, I don't think black males turned the election.
Well, they helped.
Well, every vote helps.
Was it Trump got more votes from black men than any other Republican in history?
Statute wise, but not percentage wise. I'm sorry. As far as raw number, no, he did not. Nixon did.
Look it up.
No, I don't need to look it up.
Well, I can ask
if he didn't, if he didn't get 20% of the vote of the black vote, and he doesn't.
I think he
have
got
the most. Okay, God damn it, dude! I don't stop beating the dead horse. Okay, we're gonna disagree on this. I don't even.
Anyway.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, 12th man. I am not willing to go back and forth on this. I think I'm right. Even if I'm wrong, oh well, it's not that important.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Even though
Well,
you're
it's
wrong
not only is it not the end of the world, it is literally unimportant. I cannot find my Brer Rabbit tail. Oh well. B Bray's probably not in the audience anyway, so
Are you gonna wrap it up, Stanley? Or what we doing here?
Well, I was actually kind of just tooling around here looking for something more amusing. Another amusing video.
But, that link in the back about simple living in Alaska. I don't expect you to watch all of it, but you can at least play a little bit of it. That'd be cool.
Okay.
I bet a lot of people like that. Talking about growing vegetable shit.
Well,
do you got it?
Yeah, it's a thick Carter pen right there.
oh, I've seen these guys before. This is that guy and his wife, right? Yeah, I used to watch them all the time. I haven't really watched a lot of them since they moved.
Look at this greenhouse they just built. Fucking amazing.
Check it out, our rhubarb's growing back.
Rhubarb coming back.
Portia, I'll have a look at it. I actually have been using a watermark, but let's let's see your watermark. If it's better than my watermark, I'll definitely use it.
You know, Stanley, something else I wanted to get into was there are government subsidies for these types of greenhouses.
Just about wrapped up with the door install. Luckily, when it's shipped
I think
to
we
you,
did talk about that.
assembled. When we did the
You remember that?
all in pieces.
You remember that black farmer? Because I did like went through a phase where we were looking at all these black farmers on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
There was. I think this farm was in Virginia, Southern Virginia, and you mentioned. As a matter of fact, maybe they mentioned it in the video that a lot of their greenhouses were like subsidized. You could order them from the Department of Agriculture or something like that.
That's right.
But they call this
Still
the door
can.
nest.
I think
It's basically
those
the door
subsidies
just
are
rolled
still
up,
in
and
place.
inside of there's these huge
One
tension
thing
springs, these
didn't
big
get
coils that
cut.
run across the whole entire top of the garage door, and you tension them with this provided rod. It's super easy to do. You stick it in this slot, and you just do a crank at a time. And I think we've got it to where we need it. You basically don't want the door to like zip up, and then you also don't want it to fall down. You want to find like a median, and that's kind of where it's at right now. It's just sitting like halfway. We've got the rails on the sides put in. You want to make sure that the door is freely going.
Well, no, I wanna see your watermark, Portia, because if it's better than mine, I'm not wedded to my avatar.
On the door stops. So I've already got
Yeah, I
this
can't
side. This one's gonna
imagine
go
these
right
guys
here, and all that does is it stops the
copyrighting
door from going
anybody
too far
for
when you go to throw it up. This will kind of
They
stop it.
want
It
to
won't just sit
teach
up there and spin
people.
around.
That's why they're showing.
Well, no, I used to watch these guys like they put out a show like once or twice a week. And they moved actually to another site, and I kind of lost track of them. Probably about the time I started doing this show, I stopped watching a lot of people. Oh, you know what? By the way, there is a show that I was actually on a panel yesterday that I want to talk about. I was very impressed with these folks.
Pretty snazzy, hun.
I like this door. It's a nicer door than the one we had on our Connex.
What's this busy spot? Like locking it or something? Like so I can lock on my plants? Interesting.
Okay, so we'll be in here, gardening.
Now put the rest of it together. You could speed up, Stanley. The thing was gonna be gargantuan, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't mind watching it at normal speed. Let's see here.
These little seals and everything. They really wanted to see it. But the only thing is I need to push in right there.
Don't hate the play, I hate the game.
Okay, hold it up.
Wait, is that what they say? You want to run like a little strip?
Look at that nice door on the greenhouse. Probably paid for with subsidies, by the way.
Well, doesn't I thought the ones that were subsidized are kind of like pro forma, or is it pro forma? Prefabricated.
Well, it says prefabricated, but obviously you still have to do a lot of
Get the
work.
man door in, and it's proven to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, theirs doesn't look prefabricated to me.
Measurement that they gave
That's
us,
a
we did
load
it,
of-
and it seems to be about
that's
3/4 of
a
an inch
lot of
big. So we put
steel.
these 3/4 of an inch pieces we had laying around, and
Or
hopefully we'll get a
aluminum,
ledge on there. And then we're also going to put a
whatever.
little mechanism that it came
Oops.
with that's like a little gas shock, so it automatically will close the door when you let go of it.
Damn it.
They already grew crops before, so they show the government that they can grow and produce crops, and they'll subsidize something like this.
You mean it won't stop watching, you just have to. That's fine.
You can also do this. You can also push it out and put your thing on there. We've got the 2 fans mounted in the front of the greenhouse, and when we have this whole system up and running, they're going to work on a thermostat. Here's the one that the kit came with. It came with 2. I think I'm going to hook the fans on one thermostat, and then on the back side, we're going to have just these louver vents. These open with a little chain mechanism, so they're going to work together. When the thermostat calls for the fans to turn on, it's also going to call for these to open. So they'll open on the back side of the greenhouse. The fans will turn on the front, and what that's going to do is going to suck cooler air from outside of the greenhouse and then shoot it out the front side. We've got a lot accomplished today for just a half day, and we're going to finish it off with mounting these back. These are so light.
I have 2 on either side of my property. What they do is grow weeds. At least they're growing something though, right?
I'm getting some flowers planted this morning. We are doing a lot of multitasking, trying to finish the greenhouse and also plant the entire garden. So I've also got to sow some beets, rutabaga, and turnips. And yesterday we got some peas put in with the violas. Eric built another little cool pea trellis, so we have a whole area for all the shelling peas. He's running around doing a bunch of cleanup too this morning. And I think we definitely still will probably have a frost at this point, but it has been several days without a frost, and it's not saying that we're going to get anything. And a lot of these plants are already hardened off, or if a frost should occur, they would probably do just fine. There's some things that aren't ready yet to come out, and there's other things that need to go specifically in that greenhouse. Those are going to stay there too?
Yes.
Okay. You want to get the level?
No, I think Slick Rick, I don't know if Bray's still out there or not.
Just a tab with this one because the wood that we cut is a little bit different than some of that store-bought wood we're using, but I think we got to figure it out.
Well, I'm sure he's out there somewhere, Stanley.
Coming right along this morning, we had a pretty decent idea for how we wanted to put this window in the back wall, and then as soon as we started getting it up, our plans changed a little bit, but we like the way it looks now. This window is not like a typical vinyl framed window. It is, I believe, called an IGU, an insulated glass unit, a frameless window. It is big and heavy, thick glass. So what we've got here so far is I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's basically going to stop the window from falling in. Our rough-in opening is an inch bigger all the way around than the window. So we'll get the window, we'll put it in here, it'll be secure on this side, and then we'll basically build a frame similar to this. On the outside, that's gonna hold it in. To keep the window kind of floating in here and have it not just sit right on this wood, we're gonna use these little plastic shims. We'll put them down at the bottom and the window will set on there. And right before we shove this window into place, we're gonna put a big, thick bead of caulking around the whole inside. And then I think around the outside, we're gonna leave a little gap. We'll do some backer rod and we'll do some caulking. Let's go get the window.
Nice tractor. Got a backhoe on that bitch and everything.
There's no way I'm gonna clear that plastic. Wait, don't say you're okay. We gotta come my way a little.
Oh, it moves really easily.
Whoa.
Okay, it should push forward.
You gotta come my way more. You're not gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna get the wood through. Can you come my way here more?
Okay, window's in.
Remind me, is she taller than she is wide, or what's this window again?
She's a little wider. 64 by 60.
But we took off some of the height. So now she's gonna be a little.
Yeah.
Probably more confused.
So I think we could shove some backer rod in there, and we'll put some more caulking.
My spirit. Yeah. You can do whatever you want.
Close to center as I can get it.
That backer rod's not gonna work right there. Double here.
If I need to shove it in there, I'm gonna put caulking over it. Oh, there's a big gap there.
Hey, roller skater, Texas girl. Glad to see you. I didn't get a.
It's in. It looks good. Eric's finishing
I
up
didn't.
with walking
Hold on
about
one
her
sec. Let me
rod.
stop this. I didn't get a chance to talk about your cookbook. I was hoping you would be in the audience, and I'm not going to have time today. But next time you come into the audience and I have time, we'll take a look at the cookbook you sent me. Which again, thank you for that. I haven't had a chance to. Haven't really had a chance to go through it yet because I've been a little busy. But I have yeah, we'll go over it and then I'll select a recipe that that I'll do. So yeah, the book stand and everything. You know, I never thought of having a book stand for a cookbook. Um, so you have hooked me up. And then I'm gonna skip away from this and show. This is I was on this lady's show. She's I discovered her at over on Freezy's show, 12th Man. She's one of Freezy's occasional panelists, and she has her own cooking show called 907 Good Eats. So they did a show yesterday that I caught the tail end of, and actually went up there and they had a question about mullet, like the Florida mullet, the freshwater fish.
Oh,
You know what? I said freshwater. Damn it, they're not freshwater. They're fucking saltwater. Damn it. You know what? I totally flubbed that. I'm gonna have to find her. But anyway, they're plant eaters. They're herbivores. So and they might eat bugs, but plants are mostly what they eat. But they don't hit like normal, like worms on a hook. You basically got to snatch them. You know, they got these contraptions that allows you to snatch them. I've seen them. I've seen cast nets pull up mullet, but they do exist, and they are pretty good fried. But anyway, this is the show. This is a portion of that of her cooking channel. Basically, it's just dedicated to food, and a bunch of foodies were on there talking yesterday, and I found that this is totally different than the usual black oriented YouTube show where they're getting on there talking about Diddy and shit like that. This was actually entertaining. I actually enjoyed being on the panel.
Who actually gives a fuck about Diddy anyway?
Well, too many people do, and they talk about that in the trials. What's the other Carmelo and Shasta? What is it? Shiloh. Way too much, and I found this refreshing going on because I don't usually go on other people's panels. Like I've never been other than T. I generally don't go on the black shows, the quote black shows panels, because even like a Sean Bracey, I don't agree. I don't agree with a lot of what gets said, even on the quote liberal black shows. At Q Butter, if they're talking all that the Hebrew nationalist stuff, I have no use for any of that.
Well, Stanley, I've always said you're more right wing than you think you are. Anyway,
okay. Well, good having you. So in parting, no problem. See you later. I just want to show this because this was just totally different, and I was so pleasantly surprised. let me skip ahead a little bit. But in here, she's cooking pork chops, chicken, and garlic rice, string beans, and blueberry barbecue sauce. And yes, she likes to eat. So
Okay,
y'all can spare me the cliche comments.
The box that at least one of the boxes, so you have the instruction. And I make fun of myself sometimes.
Yeah, I kind of hesitate to play this because it is going to make me hungry.
The rice cooker is great. We're gonna put the facts in here. We're gonna put everything in here, turn it on, let it cook. Hey Martinez, how are you doing? We got a budget friendly meal going on here. And we are just getting started. Y'all ain't missing nothing.
She's got a nice kitchen. So I'm not going to get too far into this. I just want to basically make everyone aware of the show. The show is called 907 Good Eats. I assume 907 is the area code, which I have no idea where 907 is. Is that Florida? Let's see. Let's look this up here. 907 area code. 907 area code. Oh, 907's Alaska. I don't think she's in Alaska. So I don't know where the 907 comes from. I do want to recommend the show if anybody wants, because I like food shows. So, and apparently every now and again they will do a panel where they're talking about food and, food related topics. So 907, Good Eats. I recommend it. Definitely like the people that were up there. They were pretty cool. And I actually also, if you guys ever run into Freezy's show, I know 12th Man has been on Freezy's show. I think actually Be Brave was on there a couple weeks ago. He was just tooling around and found the show and made waves. So that's pretty much it for me, unless I'll drop the link one last time if anybody wants to come up. Oh, well, I see Portia pinned the link. Okay. Well, I'll drop the link in my chat. If anybody wants to come up, I'll give it like 5 minutes. And then we'll wrap this up because I am coming up on almost 6 hours. I didn't realize I've been on that long. So it's almost, it's almost 11 here. So that pretty much sums it up for today. I did not get to this. There's some things that I wanted to talk about, and I guess I won't today. If I remember, maybe we'll do it tomorrow. And then we'll talk about Wilfred Riley also. This is a podcast that talked about historical labor relations, black unions, trade unions, and the role that black labor had in the civil rights movement. And there were a couple things that are just, points that came up, historical points. It's a black labor historian that teaches up at UMass that I found fascinating. And I guess if I were worth a darn, I would go in and clip out the parts that are most important, but probably won't do that. So that is a future topic. This and Wilfred Riley, we will probably talk about in the morning. Let's see, what do you have here? I'll take country fried steak with X gravy, collard greens, and cornbread. What's X? With X gravy? Extra gravy. Okay. You know what? I haven't made country fried steak in quite some time. That might be something that would be worth doing. I don't do a lot of frying these days indoors, but that might be worth doing. So, all right. Well, I'm going to wrap it up here. I appreciate everybody. Look, I have not said it once during the show. Please make sure you hit the like button. I'm going to have to do something about set reminders or something. So I do that regularly throughout the show. Hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new to the channel. Also, make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000 at Stanley Cross 6000. And if I can find that clip where I talk talk about Brer Rabbit and make some comparisons to some of our comrades on this show and other shows. And I had a good old time doing it. It had to have been Friday, but I can't find the section of the show that I did it on. But if I find it, I'll clip it and then post it on my channel and for all to enjoy. So with that, Portia, thank you for being here. And send me that watermark. Like I said, if it's a better watermark, I'm definitely going to use it. Probably need some sprucing up on my channel anyway. Yeah, Brian, I'm gonna find it. I was a little tipsy when I did it, so that helped. But when I was a kid, I liked those Brer Rabbit tales. So anyway, folks, y'all have a good day. A roller skater, when you are in the audience, next time you have time to spend in the audience a little bit, so I can go through the cookbook and kind of talk about it, and you can comment from the chat or even come up if you want. I want to do that because I was just like I said, I was just thrilled that you thought of me and sent me that cookbook. It is a thrill. So you too, roller skater, and don't work so hard. Oh wait, Roz Girl. By the way, roller skater, Roz Girl had she had some foot damage. She had a rollerblading accident, and she's out of work for 6 months. She's on FMLA, and she was in the audience earlier, but yeah, she had a skating accident, and she's better now. I think she had to have surgery. She's got to keep her feet elevated and all this stuff. So yeah, she had a little bit more than a spill on rollerblades. So if she's in the audience, I would love to get her up on the panel one day. But she did a show over the weekend. You know what? I should find her link. Hold on one sec, because it was fun hearing Roz Girl run her show. Let's see. Am I having a senior moment here? I cannot remember the name of her show. Damn it. All right. Well, I'm going to have to do that at a future date. Oh, wait, hold it. Oh, she was on somebody else's show, apparently. But anyway, I'll find that link. I'm going to have to get all these shows that I subscribe to and put all their links and information into one place for quick access. Roz can definitely skate. She has skated with Barnabas before. Is that right? Interesting. But I think she, she seemed in good spirits, and she was good enough to do a show. Well, apparently, only if you're advanced can you have those types of accidents. She had like a fallen arch. It just sounded painful when she described it. So, yeah. But she had some meds, and she was able to put out content. So she's on the mend. I'll just put it that way. So anyway, y'all have a good day. And now I guess I have to go figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my day. Certainly not clean up. So take it easy, everybody. I will see you all in the morning.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk, twerk.